god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Hey guys, good morning. What do we have here? We have that other game. I think this is gonna be a third campaign this month. Played what, Eggs on Egg. We played Hans Marshall Expedition, and this is pretty much the last campaign that's pretty much still leftovers from what was unlocked by you guys. We said it was gonna be Volkmar within the 5 campaigns, and this is the fifth one after we had all those campaigns. Emperor campaign, get ready for corrupt save. You get ready to get corrupted, Uran 10. Already get stuff out of woodwork here. Yeah, taking 40 months, live tier 3. New game. Yeah, we played like 2 new games this month. Might actually play another one. So guys, we had a campaign in Gladius. That's that other Warhammer game, 40k. Where we were doing like in-depth over-explain campaign, and got me thinking, you know, because in that game people are just watching for the Warhammer stuff, not people may understand, you know, the game. So we went to over-explain things. We haven't really done a campaign where we're just pretty much focused on in-depth over-explain. You know, might be good for the new players or for people who never play the game but they still watch the stream. I actually know quite a few people here who never even bought this game and they still watch these campaigns. So I guess people like strategy and people like Warhammer, or people just like me talking for hours. So this is gonna be an in-depth over-explain things. I think we should do like a campaign like this every like 2 or 3 months for the new people, or you know, for people that like to, you know, hear more about stuff. We are already, you know, we kind of take things for granted at this point. Over 9,000 hours in the Warhammer series, over 6,000 hours in the Warhammer 2. Who knows, we might get another couple hundred hours before Warhammer 3, but yeah, they got delayed. So it's for the people who wants to, you know, get an in-detail campaign why we're doing this and why we're clicking that. Over-explain things, so probably gonna be longer turns than usual. 2 hour first turn, here we go. I'm not sure it's gonna be like this, but you never know. So this is one of the factions that still has multiple lord choices and not just one lord for the faction. The devs have said they're trying, or they're doing, they want to have one lord per faction. But the Reikland, along with Karzakarak, along with Sylvania, I guess the Von Carsons as well, and then there is Warriors of Chaos. They still don't have their own factions. We were hoping for the Beastmen to get this, and they did. You can see now the Beastmen are Warherd, Harbinger of Disaster, Warherd of Shadow gave 2 different Warherds, and then the Stelterhorn tribe. Different factions for Chaos are coming in Warhammer 3. So it makes me wonder, you know, since they haven't really done everything, it's almost like a big update was missed in Warhammer 2. Will they just split Reikland, Sylvania, and the Karzakarak in Warhammer 3? No sabotage, no. We only do sabotage stuff on the sellout campaigns, really, unless it's a different special campaign.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit?
So Reikland here has 2 different lords. Used to be 3. This is a type of split that we don't want to see, because the Golden Horde is probably one of the shittiest factions in the game. They basically just made the clone of the Empire with a different position, with the same mechanics. This is a bad way of doing things. I hope they don't do things like this again. But yeah, what can you do? Splitting things sometimes can end up badly, like Gelt. I don't like this faction. I don't like they are Empire and they're managing the Empire, have Empire mechanic. This is just lazy. Hopefully this doesn't happen to Volkmar. Volkmar here is a starting lord for Reikland, as long as Skull France. Reikland is the main Empire faction with their main mechanic. There's also Hans Marshall edition, which we played last. If you missed it, these guys start in the jungle.
Blessings of Sigmar.
The Empire has Imperial Authority, develop authority within the Empire by engaging in internal politics and quelling problems to enforce Confederation vassallage of war. So their whole faction is built around Imperial Authority. We'll talk more about this one in the game. Some of the Elector Counts secure the fealty of the Emperor Lords to govern or take over by force, assigning new, more loyal Elector Counts. This is basically the reworked Empire. I think this mechanic was a good idea, but it felt half-assed. It felt like initially, it would be good because they might have, further patched it, but they just left it how it was and ended up being not a very good rework, especially with all the bugs and issues that comes with it. And for the Empire, it says well-rounded unit roster with a wide range of magical lords and war machines. Well, yeah, that's Empire. They do have like a very versatile roster. The lords have different faction effects, so you can see faction effects for starting with Skull France are different than the ones starting with Volkmar. This almost tells you how they are different factions, but they start in the same location. Usually the faction effect is it's one for the faction and then the lord effects are different, but they're still in the same position. I'm not sure where they can put Volkmar, but they released Volkmar together with Gorst, and they kept them both in the their own province, Reikland and Sylvania. At some point they're probably gonna be changed around. Volkmar has a different flavor than Skull France. Skull France usually going for their versatile stuff, while Volkmar has some specialty. Faction effect for Volkmar is magic item drop chance plus 20%. So what does this mean? You have a base item drop chance, and Volkmar gives you higher item drop chance, which means when the battle is over and you won, you have a chance to find an item. This chance increased by additional 20%, which just stacks with the base. I think, I'm not sure how the base is, the game never said this, but I feel like it's around 40%. Could be 50-50. It's possible with Volkmar to get item guaranteed after every battle, because you can also put a wizard with a scouting, which is additional 25%, and there are other ways to improve drop chances, like a follower. So Volkmar can find a lot of items in his faction if you play with Volkmar. If you wanna play Empire and find a lot of items, I mean, it's definitely feels more exciting than just having stuff like this. Stuff like this is useful. Just 10% more campaign movement range is helpful. We'll talk about this as well. But this is cool, Playing a game with a bunch of items, random items, powerful items. Kinda it's fun, getting the good ones, right? Because it's random. Finding bad items and not getting a talisman for 80 turns, you can totally notice a difference in campaign. It's like I'm one of those person that don't really care that much about the challenge, and I do like having strong characters. Some people like to watch challenge and struggle, so they don't really like having OP characters, but I'm all in for, getting lucky, Screamer scripts, and getting all those talisman preservation and Armor of Destiny and the good shit, right? I wonder if that works with capturing artillery. I think when it comes to capturing artillery is a fixed chance. It's like a low chance, it's like 10%. So the next faction effect is hero recruit rank plus 4 for witch hunters and warrior priests. That's pretty cool. Recruiting heroes closer to rank 10 and eventually closer to rank 20, it's the way to go. As the campaign progresses later in turns, you want to have a lot of recruit ranks, because getting a lord or hero from rank 1 will take you a whole day, if not 2 days, to get him to a high rank, unless you're abusing something. This is interesting. This is like a new thing. This is the new Volkmar. The Volkmar got like reworked. They changed things. You know, guess what? They have not put this in the patch notes, so this was a surprise. There's a bug with this. They know about it. It's been 2 months now, and they still haven't fixed it. So I'm not really happy with this, but it's time to play Volkmar, and it's gonna be a bugged one. So what the hell? Bonus versus infantry +8 for flagellants, Emperor Knights, and free competent militia units. This is actually very, very good for the flagellants and the Emperor Knights. The problem with these units is these units are not a priority to unlock. For example, the Emperor Knights require a different building. They're not a terrible unit, and if you can have them unlocked early, they actually do well. It's just basically really armored, good charge infantry. It's not just fast. It's not like as good as the great swords what can bring to battle, but having 1 or 2 Emperor Knights that have additional attack bonus, it's very good. So we'll see how it goes with this. We might consider getting some. The Emperor has access to special Emperor Knights, so we might get those. But I think still the building is not worth it. Although it does have extra slot, but you can just min-max and snowball faster with the right setup. Flagellants getting +8 is kind of nice, because you do start with 2 flagellants. This is a DLC Lord, and some DLC Lords start with the Rage and Renown. Starting with Tattered Souls, I think it's very cool. Starting with flagellants on turn 1, I think that's a lot of fun. While the flagellant building itself, the Fate part of the Empire, I think it's been forgotten. They forgot to rework it. It's still tier 3, so this is a tier 3 unit, Kekwi. I would think they would put tier 2 and tier 1 on that building, you know, worship building part of the Empire. The worship part of the Empire, I feel like does not exist in this game. It's so bare bones, it's so half-assed, and it's forgotten with the rework. But, you know, I already complained about this for length before. Just saying that building is bad and unit is not that good. But if you start with it on turn 1 and you have special bonus for this unit, it's actually cool to have. You know, we can have fun with this unit like 20, 34 turns. Maybe just push a little bit harder with all the buffs, wizards, warrior priest, Volkmar, and use them even further. But as a unit, it's kind of limited by the building. Even without a building, it's a melee unit that has no toughness. But with Volkmar, it gets special buffs, which, you know, makes it fine, acceptable. The other thing is cooldown -33% to battle prayers and accusation. Well, this is very, very interesting. I'm kind of shocked they give 33% here. You know, a lot of people in the past underestimated the battle prayers. The prayers, what makes the melee work, what makes the killer work, what makes the warrior priest and the Volkmar OP, not just strong. And there's a cooldown reduction on top of their original cooldown reduction. This makes the warrior priest and the Volkmar even better. I think this is probably the best buff he gives on the faction effect. Because there are various battle prayers which kind of help Empire just work. Warrior priests make the infantry melee, and, you know, we could also think a build is just better. It's an excellent hero. It just makes the Empire Captain look even worse. Accusation is the ability on the Witch Hunter, which we don't really care about the Witch Hunter in the army. We want them on the campaign map. So this is the faction fake for Reikland under Volkmar as a starting lord. I like the Mage Item drop chains, and I like lower cooldown battle prayers, but all the other things not really special. This is just always nice to have extra ranks. Bonus for the flagellants in Emperor Knights, free combat militia. You can get some value out of this, but other than the starting ones, these ones don't feel like do much. You know what, I find it a little bit weird. It's bonus versus infantry +8 for Emperor Knights, but doesn't include Knights of the Blazing Sun. And he starts with Knights of the Blazing Sun, not with the Emperor Knights. So it feels a little bit weird. Feels like they didn't know what to do with this thing here. So they didn't just want to include flagellants, they included some of the less used campaign units for the Empire, like the Emperor Knights and free company militia. On the Lord effects, he gives additional public order points, which is nice. Also the growth. Rebellions are kind of tough to get these days since they reworked the public order. So it's better to just stack public order completely instead of, you know, hoping to get a rebellion. Of course, you'll always get a rebellion in a corrupt territory, so you might miss a rebellion or two by having this. So it's both good and a bad thing, which is kind of silly. Plus 4 public order, public order being, you know, sometimes a bad thing. Well, it's a gamey thing in the game. Because the rebellions are actually welcome most of the time. He has additional buffs for the units, all the buffs for the whole faction. This is for his army only. 10% additional physical resistance for Flagellants, Emperor Knights, and Free Company Militia. This makes the Flagellants and the Emperor Knights even better. And there's additional 8 defense for the Flagellants, Emperor Knights, Free Company Militia. So, yeah. You know, this is kind of cool they're buffing these units, but to me, I'm afraid, you know, I'm a jaded person here. This looks like they have no idea what they're doing, and they didn't really know what to give him else. So they were going to give him something, you know, that other guys don't have. The Flagellant buffs make sense, but the Emperor Knights and Free Company Militia makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. It feels like they just kept adding some random stuff here. Free Company Militia can be used, 1 or 2, but just think about this. You're gonna have Flagellants, you're gonna get Emperor's Finest. Why use Free Company Militia when you can just put swordsmen in the army? They're not part of the Emperor's Finest, so they're not that good. You use them for the range shot until you get better options. Free Company Militia came with this DLC, so they probably got the buff. Yeah. But why the Volkmar buffs them makes no sense to me. The Free Company Militia are kind of like mercenaries, and this guy's supposed to be a fake part of the Empire. So we start with Regional Renown, Title Souls, Flagellants, and we start with Flagellants. These things would make more sense for Free Company Militia if the Free Company Militia used the old battle skill back in Warhammer 1, where it was part of the Emperor's Finest, or the skill was called actually different before, because they changed the names. So Free Company Militia is both a melee and a range unit, but it just gets the range buffs, it doesn't get melee buffs. So if you're gonna buff the first buff, the swordsman is just gonna be better, and you just want 1 or 2 Free Company Militia until you get like crosswind or something. They're not that good. Even with Volkmar with these buffs, it's kind of hard to say. Maybe for the Volkmar it would be better, but the swordsmen just make more sense because they also have more health. Ideally, with this stuff, you kind of want Flagellants, but Flagellants are tier 3. We start with a unit of Knights of the Blazing Sun, which is an armored unit with a high charge bonus. I look at this unit and what I see, 71 speed. 71 speed. That kind of triggers me. Does anybody else get triggered by 71 speed here, guys? And not because, you know, it's some kind of OCD off number, but it smells, it stinks multiplayer. 71 speed. Who decides why does this unit have 71 speed? It does have a massive charge, but it has poor defense. And the fact the AI gets 15 additional attack and defense without the experience or the buff, this unit is kind of, you know, poopy. But on turn 1, I guess it works. 13 armor piercing damage. It's a fast armored unit that has a good charge. It's nice to have 1 or 2 in the army, but you can play all campaigns without any of these units. It's anti-infantry but not anti-infantry bonus, and it has no buffs from Volkmar. There's a new thing here, says the Blazing Sun chapter. The Knights of the Blazing Sun are substantially more costly unless you control that chapter house in the region of Talabheim. This is kind of, guys, upsetting to me. Is this upsetting to anybody else? It almost sounds like this is supposed to be a strong unit, and they add a penalty to this unit unless you control the chapter house. But they're saying like this is an elite strong unit, But I honestly never saw this as a lead strong unit. This is just a flavor of Reiksguard. And there is the Flagellant unit here, tier 3 unit by the way. This unit has a potential with Volkmar, but it's a tier 3. You can't really get more unless you actually build this building early, which is not a really good building to build early, but with Volkmar you kind of want it, because you also get Warrior Priest. The thing is, what I don't like about this is you're gonna have to switch your early stuff to get this stuff and kind of, you know, lose some momentum. You're gonna have some downtime, and you're gonna get, instead of having units only rank 4, you're gonna get fresh units, which are there to join the grinder. It might be pretty sweet against the undead in theory, but you don't really need these units to be the undead. You can only bull them in other ways, even with melee. Okay. The companion difficulty is legendary, battle difficulty is very hard, there is no legendary, and we keep Chaos Invasion on legendary. So, legendary Chaos Invasion, somebody asked me why we play on legendary Chaos Invasion. Isn't Chaos just a nuisance and annoying, an extra step in the campaign that just adds to the tedium? Well, I really tell this to what I've been telling to people from the start. It's like, playing a Warhammer game without the Chaos makes no sense. No matter how tedious Chaos seems to some people, because, you know, they come every game and feel like they're part of the game. They're supposed to be part of the game. It's like playing, just imagine playing this game without Reikland. It's like, it makes no sense to me. That's why just that thing Vortex is poop. Playing a Warhammer game without one of the core factions makes no sense to me. The Chaos did get better with the rework, but everybody is just very strong at the point when they arrive. Unless they're busy or are evil power, they have a difficult time. So, especially playing as the Emperor, I feel like the Chaos does add something to the game. But I've noticed quite a bit that lately people are actually turning off this. And it's like, I'm just puzzled. Why would you turn off one of the core factions of the game? Like, why even play the game? It's like, it's not like you're gonna have to win or play 90 turns. Just get that point and stop playing. It's just like, without the Chaos, it feels like the game feels like so empty to me. We don't only use mods in this game, but at some time in the past we actually used mods to make Chaos look like it looks like this. But it was even more. It at times could feel like grindy, but you know, the change is coming with the Chaos, and you know, our glorious developers will no doubt, you know, fix this, you know, instead of just adding more units and you know, more armies to them. Core faction by DLC, okay, that's a low blow here and there. That's probably the worst DLC in the game. If you guys don't know what the campaign difficulty does, since we're you know, in-depth explaining things here, it's basically just make the AI get short version, big economic buff, and with this comes everything else. If you're not doing well, they're more aggressive, they're gonna punish your mistakes more, and you might get overwhelmed in general if you don't know what you're doing. So campaign difficulty is just a big economic buff. There are other things that come with this, but think about this as a big economic buff to the AI. The legendary itself, you know, limits you from saving. There are other things that come with this, limit the camera. You can issue orders when the game is paused on the battles. There's some other, you know, details, but in general, campaign difficulty is an economic buff to the AI. They have better economy, they'll get more armies. Because of this, they'll be more aggressive, they might expand faster. Everything comes with this. The battle difficulty is not tied to the campaign difficulty. It used to be in the past, but battle difficulty gives the AI more stats in battles. For example, they get plus 10 leadership, they get plus 15% melee attack, they get plus 20% melee defense, which I think is broken, this third thing. They get better reload times, and everything that comes with this, you know, all these buffs on top of everything already on a 10 leadership. It almost feels like it's not 10 leadership, but it's actually 30. So unless you're doing massive amounts of damage short time, you might sometimes feel like you're dealing with Terminators, unbreakable units that just not no longer just regular stuff. The battle difficulty kind of works against melee,
Have you seen that shit?
but
Shit.
people don't like casualties. They like effective performance, and they just like to win. Melee has always been a grinder in Total War, always, since the start. You send in the melee guys, your melee guys always take damage, they always take casualties. But sometimes, your guys are gonna be straight better or worse, and it's more in this game than before. You don't have humans on the left, humans on the right. Sometimes you can have Chaos Warriors on the left, and you can have Skeletons on the right. Or you can have swordsmen on the left and the big guns on the right. There is no balance when it comes between the factions, between these units. They try to do this on multiplayer, but it doesn't really exist, which means the early melee Dark Elves have no chance against early melee Lizardmen. That's just how it is. Some factions have strengths and weaknesses. You're not going to try to beat Greenskins at their game. Man, you might want it for sake of challenge when you're playing with wars. But it makes no sense to try to beat the melee factions at their own game, like Greenskins or Lizardmen. You gotta use other tools in your box, like range, like magic, outmaneuver them, skirmish them. So there's another factor. It's not just difficulty alone. Some of these factions vary quite a bit when it comes to melee performance. The Emperor can perform melee just fine. It's just, you need to put more effort. It's not easy, and you have to go work harder to get better results. Melee works, it's just people don't really like to put the work, but what I think it is it's people get upset because how easy it is to perform with range units, how easy it is to destroy AI with range compared to melee, and then they just bitch about melee for for weeks. And something might be done about this, or something might not be done. I mean, guys, you've seen our Vampire Counts campaign where we pretty much stuck with the melee. We haven't used destructive magic, and the grinder works. It's just you need to put a little bit more effort. You need to organize your armies towards it. You can't just focus range technologies, range battle skills. You need to focus melee stuff first. You can't really complain about melee doesn't working when you're focusing everything else other than melee. Melee requires focus and requires effort. It works. Hopefully they remove the 20% melee defense, which kinda is breaking it. It makes a lot of these units underperform, especially when they get tired. Melee units get even worse when they get tired compared to range, which makes things so much more worse. It's a balance problem. The game should be difficult and higher difficulty, but some of these things they do make no sense, or maybe they make sense. You just have to work harder. Maybe they need to nerf range and not really fix the melee situation. Who knows? What do we know? We're not developing this game. We're just playing it 20 times more than devs. Anyways, let's go into the campaign and we'll talk some more. This again, I repeat, guys, this is a Volkmar campaign with Reikland. This is an in-depth campaign. We are over-explaining things, so it's gonna be a lot of talking. We should try to do one of these campaigns every few months instead of just thinking everybody knows everything and just click and just see the results. Yoo-hoo! In-depth and over-explaining campaign, so regular Elish campaign. Reindeer, I don't think... yeah, it could be like this, but no, this will be more. This will be even more talking. 40 minutes, turn to 0. Yoo-hoo! Hey guys. Hey there, bro, good morning. Thank you for getting support. Hey Nick. Still here. How many hours of turn 1? My cold is like 95% gone. Yep, campaign. Where is Shid Wizard when we need him? What do you need Shid Wizard?
The greenskins scurry back to their dirt holes, Grand Theogenist. However, it remains a time of crisis for the Empire. Secessionists hostile to the election of Emperor Karl Franz are trying to form a breakaway province to the south. The Empire must be united and stabilized if you are to pursue the ideals of Sigmar and purge chaos from the world. To the north, Boris Todbringer of Middenheim, a bitter rival of the recent election, plots openly against the Emperor. Be warned that, should diplomacy fail, war with Todbringer will be unavoidable. Be sure to build your forces. Sigmar's will awaits, my lord Volkmar. The Empire's enemies must be faced, and heresy must be purged in every corner of the world.
Okay, we're here. You see how they say the greenskin Scary? It's basically a leftover from Warhammer 1, where you actually had an introduction battle to learn, you know, some kind of tutorial, some kind of half-ass tutorial, and that's how you start the campaign, and they continue with that text. I guess they just kept using it because it was a follow-up text as well. Okay. So, we got into the game here. We can see this bar on the top. This is the Empire mechanic, the Imperial Authority. We got Prestige, that's a currency attached to it. This is kind of like a meter which you fill with points. These points being authority. If you have positive authority, you get bonus. If you have no authority or negative authority, they are penalties. This bonus is pretty straightforward. Get 1 plus authority and you get a nice bonus, 5% tax, all provinces, plus 3 growth KQ, and there's a 5% chance that each Elector Count gets fealty every term. This is probably more important than the other two. It makes the whole campaign smoother instead of them, bickering and, starting to declare war. You might actually get them closer to Confederation or them actually liking you. The penalties are the opposite when it eventually comes to war with all the Elector Counts. This thing early on might feel like it's out of your control, because for example the vampires can go directly on our land or Steel land, eliminate some of the Elector Counts, and as the Elector Counts get eliminated, you're gonna get punished on the Imperial Authority, but this is just part of the Empire. Empire is massive. You start only with one region, which develops into a province, and you have to work from there. So you get to patch up this over time. We get prestige, it says here, is a measure of how influential your faction leader is within your political landscape of the Empire. Various events may occur, at which point you can spend prestige and political influence to convince others within the Empire to follow your will. It's basically a currency to use on the events or the electoral machinations to improve or lower relations. I haven't actually thinking about how we could use prestige to actually decrease relations. Not sure whether this would do any effect really. I guess it could help a bigger Empire faction get ahead. But you also have to get prestige ahead. It's always nice to have some prestige banked. Like, I think at all points you should have at least 1,000 prestige, if not close to 2,000 prestige in the bank, because there are random events that will be happening that will require your prestige. If events are happening and you cannot pick an option where it increases your Imperial Authority, that's bad. If it happens multiple times, especially early on, that's worse. So ideally, as the events happen, you always want to increase your authority. Because authority is also a type of currency when it comes to confederating and countering bad things from happening. Because you never really want to go below green, because keep that positive 5% chance to increase fealty. Fealty is, it says here, is a measure of how strong the Elector Count believes in the cause of the Empire. Reaching a maximum fealty of 10 will result in the Elector offering a confederation of their faction. Whereas an Elector whose fealty reaches 0 will attempt to succeed from the Empire. Now this is a pretty good system, but I feel like it should be expanded with more diplomatic options. You know, they miss stuff like join war, that we are actually working together as one from the start. We feel like we are part of one faction, but we are not really part of one faction, because look at this, it's trespassing. There is no replenishment possible in other Empire lands, which makes no sense. So we are kind of playing as one faction, but we are just restricted by this half-ass system in the way we can expand, if that makes any sense. So this system basically just works against you to slow down your expansion with the illusion that there is something to manage. It's not a really good system because they haven't really expanded the point. Back when there was a list, it seemed like there was something here, but there are bugs, and I think they have failed to deliver it properly. Because you can go to diplomacy here with Reikland, and this is what you get. You get a bad threshold. What's a threshold? Basically, there are invisible barriers in diplomacy, you know, just let's call it that, where these factions will not accept any diplomacy unless two things happen. One thing, they decide they want to work with you. This is usually when they have enemies, or we have shared enemies, and you have stronger military, and they see that it's in their best interest to work with a stronger faction that can crush them. This happens randomly. Even if you have all these conditions met, this might not happen. It's due to RNG. It can be, just think about it, it gets rerolled every turn. This is all guessing from a massive amount of experience playing the game, with kind of the thresholds, rerolls, focus. The game doesn't tell you shit. You learn this as you play the game. So there are invisible, hidden mechanics. This game is full of it, So there's an invisible threshold here. Like I said, two things. One is a random roll that can happen. Like, you don't notice sometimes how you open diplomacy, nothing really changed, and they just keep refusing your shit. And then the next turn, this is green and this is yellow. What happened in the meantime? Well, there are invisible things in the game. There are focus / priorities. Something might have changed. You know, they might just be outright dicks. Some of these traits work, some of these traits don't work, but they are thresholds. The only thing that's reliable for diplomacy to work, relations hitting a certain threshold, you having a very high ability rating, and the other things that help, strength rank, and even then they might say no because the first factor, which is random. So it's a combination of the first factor when it's randomly rolled, and then the second factor if you have good relations, good ability rating, and the strength rank, which is critical to diplomacy. So sometimes they might re-roll their behavior in diplomacy just, you know, randomly, and your ability rating will always be a factor. Some factions care a little bit less about it, but this is the most important thing in the campaign: not to do any treachery. How to prevent doing treachery? There's diplomacy here. If you sign a non-aggression pact, it has to at least go for 10 turns before you can break it. This would be like you know, doing it the normal way, so you don't do treachery. And once you break a treaty, you still have to wait 10 turns before you can like declare war. This is to prevent ability rating damage. Ability rating damage is how other factions see you, and if they're gonna act on it, if they're gonna trust you in diplomacy to get these deals, thresholds, and if they're gonna turn hostile to you or not. So if you have a higher ability rating and relations are okay, usually they're not gonna roll a chance for war. But if your ability rating is lower and the relations start to matter, if they're gonna declare war or not on a much higher rate. So let's say it's 50-50 neutral, very high ability rating. If this ability rating drops to like medium or lower, or very low, even neutral, the factions will start declaring war. Hostile factions that have red here and you have lower ability rating, they will outright declare war. The main factor at that point will be how many enemies they already have. Faction that has enemies is less likely to declare war on other factions, but this doesn't really stop them from going to war. This just lowers this chance. This is a game of chance. Invisible thresholds, invisible focus, everything happens randomly.
Have you seen that shit?
The only thing that doesn't happen randomly is the second thing, which is affected by their ability rating, your strength rank, and what they think about you in relations. But this is also affected by the first thing, which is totally random. So the whole diplomacy, you might say it's all RNG, but once you understand how it works, you can influence this RNG a bit in your favor, but still, it can still work against you. The way I see why they done like this is in all Total Wars. From my experience playing Total War games for 20 years, is easy diplomacy makes for too easy game. When everything going smoothly, where the AI is passive and they're not going hostile, unpredictable, the game is just too easy. Just take for example Rome 2. Especially play one of the stronger factions. Everything is just easy and passive.
Have you seen that shit?
So they introduced these things that is a little bit more unpredictable, and they did kind of skew it over time. Like a few updates ago in the Wood Elf update, these thresholds with relations are kind of harder to achieve, which kind of makes bad RNG happen more often. And they kind of like want the bad things to happen by this change. This change was not documented, it just happened. So having a relations affect the RNG and having the thresholds for something to happen guaranteed, it's down to RNG. Even with good relations, I have seen dwarves have 200 relations, they were refusing trade agreements and stuff like this. There's a, let's say, invisible bar between 1 and 10. And this bar might shift all the time, which you don't know, so this is why you should check this every turn, which is affected by factors like relations, who they're fighting, how strong they are, stuff like this. Some factions have traits which actually still work, and they can be even more unpredictable. So instead of being 50-50, they might be close to 70% to declare war and 30% to stay passive. So there's a invisible scales here, invisible thresholds, which you know, is just RNG. You might think it doesn't work because you don't really want to understand it or try to understand it, but there's a system here which works. It's just badly explained. Like in newer Total War, you would pick a non-aggression pact, and right now what would happen? It says likelihood of success moderate. There are invisible numbers here. They exist. You cannot see them, but they are there. So, for example, let's say we just done a deal. This is not new in Warhammer 2, not even new in Warhammer 1. This has been working like this since Rome 2, even before. So it's been over like 8 years. So there is an invisible, like a scale here, which might say currently, let's not use decimal, but it's a decimal number for sure. Let's say it's -3. So this deal is in our favor for 3 points, and they might not accept it. This faction it works easier a little bit with Reikland, so unless we add something to fill this -3, like you know, giving them some money, joining war, or some other treaty they want, this will never happen. So moderating is kind of misleading. You don't see it, but these points are there. In New Total War, I think I have not played the Three Kingdoms. We just did some mockery session. But somebody who played Three Kingdoms, I think they can tell you if this scale actually shows. When you offer a treaty and it tells you how much is in your favor or in their favor, so you might even ask money from them. So you can scale this number by offering or asking more for this treaty. I'm pretty sure I saw this in Troy. And this is the first time I've seen it, but this system existed back in the day. They just actually show you, you know, what weighs in the deal. This faction might want non-aggression pact, and they will just straight accept it, or you might want to ask some money for it. So yeah, the system is there, and there are factors to it. So there are things here. You can just keep asking them every turn, or you can try to, you know, get it earlier. Sometimes at the start of the campaign, it's not really a good thing to offer the money, you know. It's not a good thing. So you might just wait. Hey King Roman. Hey Just. Hey guys, King Sport. King says, nice tutorial, yep. Now show me how to cheese victories, please. There's this certain YouTuber here you can go check out, King Roman, you know, just Google it, you know. These thresholds with the Empire are actually more noticeable than pretty much with any other faction. Some of this faction actually like you, and some of these factions have rolled randomly if they don't gonna like you immediately. So for example, this Empire sessions have aggressive here, but they're here just basically to give you some early game. Northern, for example, not only has defensive like Reikland, but has distrust the Empire. And this is kind of like another threshold to work against you. And it says here, aversion -15. So instead of getting like 30 to get to the point where they will consider non-aggression pact on their role more often, they'll actually gonna be hostile. And you might need to go well beyond to fight this. Things that are missing that we mentioned, there is no defensive alliance, so you cannot replenish inside the Empire. You can go help them, you can enter their lands with a military access, but you can never replenish inside the Empire, which is connected with the rest of the lands. So this is the part of the system that just feels like half-assed. They've done something that really doesn't fit the game. And this faction, you might be helping them, and they might still not like it. So these guys are gonna be tougher to deal. It doesn't mean they're gonna go hostile on us. They kind of put invisible barriers here as well for the player side, which is strictly connected to the authority system. So in other words, we just have to manage it, and hopefully the events go our way, so the game doesn't create a mess. There's a random factor, like it comes with vampires, for example, maybe like the Wood Elves, maybe like the Skaven in the north, which can make this thing worse. If you play a little bit slower, take your time, it might get much worse. So there's also RNG factor in this, how these factions perform. So right now in on diplomacy, we are at war with the Emperor Secessionists and the Skull Smashers. This basically game tells you, you know, what you're going to be dealing with early. Emperor Secessionists is the faction in the starting province. They have 3 regions. Usually this is like a kind of like a classic example. You start with a big province, and you gotta take it under control. So taking the province under control is gonna be the first objective. A bad thing to do would be to select your army, put it in the Aldorf, and start recruiting. And start recruiting more, and start recruiting more. This means you cannot drop your initiative. As a player, you start first. You always go first in the turn, and you gotta use this to your advantage, especially in high difficulty. Don't select your army. Don't lose confidence because it only has 7 units. This is usually enough on the first turn to do a battle. If you're not really confident in your ability, you might add some units, but you're usually not gonna play them on high difficulty, so you might be fine. On high difficulty, you don't want to give the initiative to the enemy, because you can see you can recruit only 3 units here. The enemy might be able to recruit 5. And 2 turns later, you add 6 units, the enemy adds 10. And the units have better stats, especially if you're fighting in the same faction, mirror matches. So you want to act immediately. You want to make sure your enemies don't get ahead of you, because you attack them, they have to respond. They might retreat, they might fight, and then they start recruiting. They will not get these units immediately when your turns start, but they will get replenishment. So you are 1 turn ahead of their recruitment, which gives you all that momentum and snowballing if you just pushed a bit. Sometimes pushing is not the best thing, and you might just start recruiting instead. There are factions which have a much harder time dealing in the beginning, but like I said, going in the settlement to queue recruitment, that's like a noob thing to do. Don't do these things. As a new player, I was like, what am I gonna do with 7 units? Look at all these factions around me. It feels very intimidating, you know? You might be new to the game, and it's even worse because you don't know how the game works. So it's a natural thing to do, to start recruiting immediately and not go into a battle. Unless you have numerical advantage and you feel like a little bit more confident, it's you're not gonna have a good time in battle. Is it me, or it feels like Volkmar starts a little bit further north? Okay, let's move on. So, other than those 3 starting units, you can see 2 Flagellants and 1 Knights of Blazing Sun, we also start with additional 3 units. You always start with some basic units as well, not just these additional units. Get some Spearmen, Swordsmen, and Crossmen. They help. This compared to Kalfrans or Gelt, they feel like worst starting units. Volkmar also himself kind of looks weird. He has pretty good health and his stats are all over the place. He also has natural magic resistance. I think all Arch-Elector have it. Let's go check what Volkmar even gets with the change. So nothing is changed here. And what do we have here? I think we checked it, but we haven't really got into detail. This is the skill tree. As you get experience, you get to unlock high ranks and you get to unlock skills. So his prayers start on rank 8. 90 seconds cooldown. 120, 120. That is a little bit odd. That is a little bit odd.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Cooldown minus 33% to battle prayers and accusation. Faction effect. But it doesn't seem to be working on Volkmar. So it looks like it might just work on the warrior priest. So we already see a bug here.
What?
Or it just doesn't show you and take it. That's also a possibility. But right now it just doesn't work. So this is his unique skills as the Grand Theogenes, the warrior priest. And he has his unique skills here. Mere mortal man. But can all the horrors of the world kill these mere mortals? Mere mortals. Right, guys. Empire are mere mortals. Blessed bullets, ammunition, magic, armor-piercing projectiles for free combat militia. So they go even further with free combat militia. They give them armor-piercing magic bullets. Free combat militia has 120 soldiers in the unit, which makes armor-piercing projectiles a little bit too good. So, looks like they're gonna be better than swordsmen after all. Diplomatic relations plus 40 with men. Empire, Kislev, and Southern Realms. I guess, yeah. No women. I guess if the Southern Realms of men would have been added Bretonia. This is actually really weird, because starting as Skull France, you have better relations with the Empire, but the first unique skill on Volkmar shits all over what Cal France is supposed to be about. So you get 40 relations with Empire, Kislev, and Southern Realms. And you know why this feels even further weird? Because there's a technology here which already does this. So it feels like a redundant overkill. I guess it saves you 7,000 until a little bit later, because you're gonna take this technology later anyways. It completely eliminates great power penalty and even gives you a bonus. The diplomacy with these factions the Empire has on that list, it's almost like feels like cheating. Having technology like that and skills like this. And then you compare this to some evil factions and other factions, like, what the fuck is this shit? You have these technologies here with the Empire, we just feel like cheating, honestly. Managing this stuff with the Empire is so trivial. So what is that other skill? War Eternal. Yeah, this one was there before. Friends waiting before battle focuses the mind on the brutal, bloody task at hand. Well, yeah, that's for sure, Archmagans, that's for sure. Saying this out loud is kind of messed up. Possible ability Wayfair for Flagellants, Emperor Knights, and Free Combat Militia. This is a new thing they added. That gives you Strider, and the unit accelerates. It accelerates faster. So they start running faster and they stop faster. I'm not sure what the devs wanted to do with this on a unit like Flagellants or the Free Combat Militia. It does really make no sense to me for these units to have this. But since it's attached with additional 20% speed, it's actually quite nice. Flagellants getting extra speed on top of Emperor Knights, Free Combat Militia getting extra speed. So, one thing first, you get all these bonuses, physical resistance, melee defense for Volkmar, and then the faction gets additional anti-infantry for these units, and then Volkmar gives Free Combat Militia Frenzy and Blessed Bullets. This feels like all like a little bit overkill. And then on top of that, they get Wayfair, 20% more speed and charge bonus. This is beyond overkill. But stuff like this is fun. Buffing the units that are not that commonly used and makes you want to use them more. I mean, if you start with Volkmar, you're going to use some Flagellants, right? That's a no-brain. But using units like Emperor Knights or Flagellants is optional. The problem with the Emperor Knights is this. Not only you need to build a building, stables, but the Emperor Knights require additional building, which is a blacksmith. So on tier 2, building a blacksmith and stables makes no sense to me. I mean, I'm sorry, they're just a terrible option. The Aldor starts with extra slots, but building a tier 2 building that unlocks Emperor Knights and then needing to build another building just to recruit them, that is just a horrible, horrible option. One thing it would be to build stables, which we did in the past, to get some pistoliers, you know, for whatever purpose, throwing the chair at time probably. But there's another thing on top of this. This used to be a tier 3 building, and this used to be a tier 4 building. The devs have made this building one tier lower. So blacksmith is not tier 3, but it's tier 2. And armor is not tier 4, but it's instead of tier 3. But they forgot not only to adjust the construction cost, 4,000 for tier 2 building, and building time. You can see tier 2 building here has 2 turns to build, 2 turns to build. This one has 3 turns to build for some reason. 2 turns, 2 turns. Well, most of them have 2 turns, but look at these stables. 2 turns, this one is 3 turns, and this one costs also 4,000. So yeah. So not only you have to give 2 precious slots, but you also have to overpay for it. I'm sorry guys, you know, the Emperor Knights might be, you know, a viable thing to use in the beginning. I mean, the Black Knights are used because not only they are good, but their building is good. Unlock a White King, gets a couple of Black Knights, just dump the building, never build again. While the Emperor Knights, you need to pay 2,500, you need to pay 4,000, and I'm fairly sure they might have 2 turns to recruit, but probably it's 1 turn. With Volkmar they get serious buffs, but this building combination, it just gives me brain damage. I just cannot really support this this shit system. This unit have more than its fair use with Volkmar. It actually looks really solid with Volkmar, but this setup, man, it's just bad. We would have to get out of our way to recruit him, especially with the growth changes. It feels like off.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
So the next skill is Tools of Absolution. The whole army gets flaming attacks, and the whole army gets additional 3 armor-piercing weapon damage. Huh. That's actually a nice buff for the Emperor Knights. 3 more AP damage on the Emperor Knights. That's actually quite nice. This unit has 9 AP, goes to 12, and then the charge bonus is even stronger, because it will buff the AP better. And there is a Blessed Holy War. This skill is currently bugged. It's also available to the Archlectors. I'm not sure how I feel like it. It feels bad. It feels really bad. This skill is ridiculous. Heck, even for Volkmar, just unlocking this one skill feels ridiculous. It just like trivializes the corruption system, and you get just one of each heroes. Additional 10% chance to succeed with Witch Hunter. This shit alone, like the first line of text alone is good. Then they add one more capacity for each. Holy shit. And then Untamed +2 for every single character. And you know what's stupid? This skill is broken. It's available to Archlectors as well. Did they change Volkmar skills? Yes, they did, Volkmar. Yes, they did. And it's also bugged because they put it on the Archlectors too. They confirmed this was a bug 2 months ago, but they still haven't patched it. This skill is disgustingly good. This skill is like one of those disgusting Emperor technologies, just 2 in 1. You get 2 really good skills in one. And then look at this. This is like overkill. We have actually experienced this, and we got wrecked when we played the Tyrion sellout campaign. We got attacked by Archlector, which skilled these skills. And now imagine dealing with Empire and all their bullshit, all their buffs. And on top of that, the whole army, every single unit in their army, all their great swords, cavalry, be it Demigreaves, Emperor Knights or Riseguard, all the rest of their infantry, characters have strength on the penitent on top of everything else. And now the Volkmar gets this on top of everything else. I can see this for Volkmar. So on top of everything else, units like Emperor Knights and Freakomer Militia, screw that. Units like Great Swords, Demigreaves Knights, gets an ability that grants them 14 melee defense and 15 physical resistance. This thing activates the moment you enter the melee. It says here, active if in melee. So they enter melee, it activates. It will last 15 seconds. And then, if the unit starts losing, it will recharge. 3 seconds later, it activates again. And now imagine having this on the whole army. Now imagine having this on AI Empire with all their bullshit already, and you're supposed to defeat them. But if you're winning against them, this shit turns on all the time. We experienced this firsthand against an Emperor army, and it was just all bullshit. This seems like a very powerful skill for a legendary lord, but it looks like the Archlectors still have it active as well. The skills are disgustingly overpowered. It might seem much, it might seem like early units, but what is the part of the game that matters the most? It's the early game, right? And even beyond that, you still get forte relations with men here, so they love you. This thing doesn't really matter, you know, beyond the early game. You need, what, 2 skills for this? This is nice, even beyond the early game. You might say like, nice, what? We have rockets, who cares about melee stuff? Early game skill again. And then you have an amazing skill, which is just like a technology on steroids. And then you get a disgusting skill at the end as well. Imagine if only needed 1 point was needed to unlock this and not 2. But all 3 are good. Volkmar's role in the army was like support. But once you unlock the Jade Griffin, which is an overpowered item, gives him a serious toughness, like additional defense, ward save. Look at all those 5 extra ranks for Warrior Priest, just like, yeah, take it. And 8 hit points per second. This is what we like to call melee expert. Basically, this guy goes into melee and makes the enemy cry. Because they just throw all the units on him and they can't do shit. They can't kill him. And then he uses these buttons here. Oh shit, look at this. AoE, more damage resistance. 20% damage resistance of ward save is basically damage reduction on top of everything. Oh, look at this. It's an AoE bombardment around him. Oh shit, some attack. Yeah, sure, let's get some attack. Oh, let's drop all the cooldowns by half. And then he gets a mount, which makes him unbreakable, gives him massive health, and even gives him armor, terror, banishment. All this while having regeneration, some serious resistance, and there's more. You can even get additional ward save on top of all this. Additional ward save. And yeah, who the fuck is gonna stop this guy? This guy sometimes gets such a bad mix when you're fighting against the Empire that you simply cannot beat him. You have to throw like 3, 4, 5 units. You have to pray, please, Emperor AI, don't have a high rank Volkmar. And if you have to fight him 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you're gonna pray you're fighting Ungrim. This guy doesn't seem like it's much, but it has a disgusting potential and it's quite overpowered when you build him right. All of his items are good. His second item also grants public order to all provinces, which is less relevant now since they changed how the public order works. But yeah. The reason why we don't really play Volkmar is because it feels wrong starting with Volkmar when the other option is Karl Franz. Karl Franz is also my favorite lord in the game. So, yeah, hopefully they give Volkmar another faction and hopefully not the Golden Order shit treatment. Holy shit, we're still here, right? So we check what was that with the Lord. We got some starting units here, we got a city here. Okay, let's talk about here. This is the movement bar, and if you mouse it over, there's a 100% moon range. Kappa. Yeah, more about this later. If you hold a right mouse button, don't release it, hold it, you can plan your movement. You can see where you move, and you can see how much movement it will take. This is important because there are stances like ambush stance, which will require enough movement to develop. As you add movement range buffs to the army, movement range like route marcher, movement range like the Karl Franz faction effect, this 100% kind of gets skewed. It's no longer 100%. The movement range goes above 100%, and you can actually see it because you'll be able to move moves like this and you will still have over 100% movement. What does this mean? There's a bug, I guess, that gets created, which means when you move here, like let's say we are trying to plan to put an ambush here, and let's say we have 25% movement, like here. So we can move here and it will say 25% movement, but we won't be able to deploy an ambush stance because we used over 75% of the movement, because the buff does not add to 100%, but it moves it above 100%. So having 20% more, you have 100% movement, 20% on the base, and that 20% has not increased your movement range to be inside that 100%. So the way the movement bonuses are stacked, it messes up the percentages for the stances. So instead of saying when you add 20% movement range, it says it's still 100%. So instead of saying let's say your movement is 1000 and you add 20%, it's 1200. So 100% would be 1200. But the way the system works, you get 1200, but 100% is still 1000. So you see where the problem happens here? We never really go into detail here, but we're also explaining things, so yeah, let's go all out. All out. So 100% is still 1000 and not 1200. 1200 will be at 120%, which gets buffed. It could be possible that the initial buffs to the movement range add to this 100%, but when you get to the stage where your march stance, which is 50%, no longer really is your march stance. Like you get like a 30-40% above 100%. At that point, 100% is no longer 100%, and instead is over 100%. There's a workaround to this. You could try to drop your movement range bonuses, either if you have a hero, follower, but sometimes it's not always convenient, especially if you have too much buffs. So let's see, camera settings, which never get remembered. You know, some people don't really want to wait how long you play the turn, so they turn all this off. I do like to see things happen by just putting fastest, or heck, just turning it off. You probably just turn it off. So we don't want to see what our allies are doing, which will speed up the next turn. When it comes to our enemies, we do want to see what they're doing, especially initially, so we put it fast, and we just turn off their heroes. If I think if they turn off their heroes, it should be fast by default, so let's test it here. And when it comes to neutral factions, we don't give a shit, just turn it off. So speed up stuff, still see what our enemies are doing. Sometimes you want to see what your allies are doing, so you put this back to medium. You can keep it on fastest, you know. I do like to see what some factions are doing, so we do change it. But you could tip. Sure enough, thank you. All these jibber jabber is making me thirsty, just one thing, guys. This does feel like a 2-hour turn one. Okay, so we are at war with the Emperor Secessionists. We can see them in Reikland, we can see them in a province here, Helmgard. The goal here is to destroy them by turn 5. If you take longer than this, the orcs might become a nuisance, especially if you can stop them at a fort, Helmgard here. The orcs have this mountain here, and they will be making moves on you. The orcs are also at war with Kron. They have a region here close as well, but this region now usually just goes poof, and this one is kind of tough to take. The AI Calfrans does like to go down there to take it. Another thing, before we go to first battle, the units getting diminished will weaken your staying rank. This does not really update on the next turn, but it will affect diplomacy immediately. It might be just enough to prevent a deal going. Like, we can deal with Koron and Kislev immediately.
Let the supplicant come forward.
Koron is in such a bad spot with all these enemies. I mean, who thought this would be a good idea for the AI Koron to have this many enemies at the start? So we'll offer both treaties. Maybe they give us military access as well. If not, we'll just ask for trade.
Done.
Okay. We might have also asked for like 300 payment there. You know, if you think you need it, you ask it. You know, don't always have to just poke extra. You can just, you know, go with it. Kislev starts with 9 and they distrust the Empire, so this is bad RNG. This kind of tells you that all realms of men, the Empire, Kislev, and the Southern Realms are pretty much Empire. The Kislev and Southern Realms don't exist, they're still Empire. The fact they roll the same trait tells you they're just one thing. They're sorry, bold Empire clones. And I'm not saying bold with an O, I'm saying bold with an A. You see this is bold head?
The Tsarina empowers me to offer.
Kislev usually gives you trade agreement, but they have distrust the Empire, which might make them refuse. But we are playing Volkmar, and Volkmar has shitty quests. Shitty quests which requires you to bully Kislev. So we might not take this one, or we might just betray them. We might also take that trade for like 20 turns and then drop it, and by the time we get there we can also just surprise them. So I don't think there's a downside to taking this even with Volkmar. But they have distrust the Emperor, so thresholds, remember, they might not accept it. And yeah, we got bad RNG, Kislev has rolled a bad trade, and they say nope. have non-aggression, so they might go to war with somebody else. Who knows? I have a good feeling Talabeklan might give us a non-aggression.
All right. Greetings on behalf of the Empire. Now, weak
Nope.
order.
Marienburg, they distrust the Empire, so they're douchebags. This faction is messed up. They are part of the Empire, and they are not part of the Empire. So when it comes to the Empire mechanic, they are part of the Empire, but when it comes to their faction, they are not part of the Empire. This is one of the fuck-ups with the rework. Hope they would change this, but they have not. Like I said, the whole rework is half-assed, and it's been 2 years later. They have not improved it or fixed it. They just left it half-assed. Funny thing is, Marienburg
Come at me making demands.
is like another Empire faction,
The Empire?
but Marienburg can initiate diplomacy with a player and offer an alliance. AI Reikland can confederate Marienburg. AI Reikland can sign a defensive at Marienburg, but you can't. An alliance. So you can see it's kind of, you know, half-assed. Yeah, I think this is it for diplomacy. We currently have stagnant Imperial Authority. We do need to get this ahead. So what was that mission there? Prestige plus 300, defeat the Emperor Secessionist. And what was the first one? What was the first chapter there? And this is how they play. Okay, so we have 300 prestige there. So we're just gonna see where this goes here, and we're just gonna move a little bit close to that.
Onwards.
See where the enemy is. With a backspace, we can just cancel the command. You can also press R, so it goes to the fastest speed. You see Helmut here with 6 units, and we're going after him.
Volkmar.
The goal here is to defeat Helmut and stay in Aldorf to recruit units, and then take Grunburg. If you started with Karl Franz and you don't get a non-pick victory here, you can take Grunburg or turn 1, I'm pretty sure.
Sigmar
Okay.
be praised.
I guess we're gonna be recruiting here. There goes 1 turn, poof. Okay. Apparently it clicked on the other side there. We're just gonna add 3 company militia here, since we get all the buffs for the company militia. Well, shit happens, and when you hold the Rise Mountain Buffs button here, it sometimes it'll give you different pet finding.
Praise Sigmar.
What do we got here? This is technology. We kind of want to get 15 armor as fast as possible, considering we're gonna get infantry. We have flagellants. Flagellants have no armor, 0. They rely on physical resistance, which says 8%. What? It's usually be this 15 physical resistance here, but 8% here. This says 10% physical resistance, but they get 8. So more screw-ups here. Another bug. So we missed our first turn battle here, so you guys know I'm gonna get turn 1 battle here. We're gonna get state troop standards. There's an option here to go for growth and public order, but unlocking extra armor makes things go easier. The best things to get here to get battle advantage is extra armor and volley fire, so your units can roll faster. With extra armor, they survive longer, they get the edge over the enemy, and with volley fire, your ranged units just gonna kill faster. So why do we get extra research?
Hammer of Sigmar.
This is the Elector Count tab, where you can see the overview of the Empire. You can see who has what. And Karl Franz is the Elector Count of Reikland. So looks like we still have his bonus. This Legendary Lord will unlock after confederating with another faction. The Legendary Lords, when a faction has more than one, they have an requirement to unlock. And to unlock Karl Franz, we need to confederate another faction. But there's something weird here. it seems like we have his bonus without unlocking him. So he's still already exists in our faction, we just don't have access to him. Oh, this chair is killing me. Just 1 second. It's like, unless I don't put the wheels on the right side, it just feels like I'm gonna fall off. Very strange. Very strange. There's a disciplined Arch-Lector here. So why is this happening? Now this seems bugged. You know, guys, when you recruit stuff, when you recruit characters, and they provide bonuses even if they're not on campaign map. But thing is, we have not recruited Karl Franz. We have not recruited Karl Franz, and we're getting his Emperor bonus. We haven't seen this because we haven't played with Volkmar, I guess. So you can see here, Elector Count of Reikland, research rate plus 10%, 5% cheaper Elector Count state troops, all armies faction-wide. We have this buff, but we have not recruited him. You can see a research rate 110%.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
You can see these units are also 5% cheaper. Well, Pine Temple, come on! Stop kissing their asses. This is not how the game works. We have not recruited this guy. We don't have him in the faction. But we have his bonus. From this. This is his buff, because he has an Elector Count buff. But we have never recruited this guy. This is another way where it shows you where it makes no sense for Volkmar to be in this faction, because this is fucked. There's only a third bug here. Volkmar is not even supposed to be in this faction because of this. We have access to Runefang. Oh shit, we can take this weapon. We have never recruited this guy and we can take his weapon. What the fuck?
Grand Theo.
You know what will confirm this? It's bugged. You know what will confirm if this is bugged? Just one moment, guys. Kekvia. This is what happens, you know, when you don't play things when they were changed. Okay, guys. Okay, second Kekvi. Moderation, guys. Remember that thing? That thing, moderation. Okay, okay, just... You see this laughing here? Just a second, guys. Just a second. The only counts all the recruited. I will see. So he's just locked behind a confederation, but this doesn't. This is not how the system works. They changed this thing to work differently for the sake of this, but this is a lack of consistency here. This is just not consistent with the rest of the game. We get 5 public order here and some nice stuff. Okay.
Defender of the faith.
This is, guys, don't try to explain these things to me, guys. You know, I'm not born yesterday. This is not consistent with the rest of the game. You can't give them slack here for changing this because of the other things. There's just lack of consistency. I've ever done this, I've not really played the rest of the game. So we'll just start upgrading Aldorf here, and we need the tier 2 here. I feel like we should recruit this disciplined Arch-Lector. Discipline is kind of hard to pass there. But he's probably just gonna get killed by the RNG. We are one turn behind here because of the skip here. So there is a bug here, guys. The Archlectors are basically just a regular version of Volkmar, but they got the Blessed Holy War. And look at this. What do you notice here? War Horse available at rank 4. Meanwhile, Blessed Holy War, it's available on rank 2. This is just busted. And look at this. Strength of the Penitent for the whole army. Even before this shit got introduced, changed, reworked, bugged, Archlector was the best choice for Empire Lord. Now he's just stupid overpowered. I'm not talking about Blessed Holy War, I'm talking about the work of God. Now he's just stupid overpowered and was already the best option. This is a very good melee expert with access to prayers, which just makes the Empire work. Meanwhile, you had the option, the Bold Old Man, which just sucks, same like the hero versions. While the Huntsman General has some stuff, the Archlector is just stupid overpowered now. And it was already the main option of the Empire before. Yeah. We do have plus 7% magic item drop chance to recruit. Another thing I want to mention with this, it rolls it per lord. And you can have 4 lords in a battle. So sometimes you might consider sending a lord to assist, and it will roll an item drop for Volkmar, and it will roll the item roll for Bugs Don't Eat Me. All of the White Run. Okay, so we'll go with towards armor here. The public order is fine. The public order will also come growth. We have -8 difficulty from difficulty level here, but there is a region control which affects the vision, which is attached to the public order. You can see between -25 and 25, but there is more to this as it goes lower and higher on this amount. I'll keep Bugs on him for one turn. We did lose some money by recruiting this guy. We lost 825, and we're gonna lose additional 265. There are supply lines as we recruit more lords, which basically means more armies. All our units get more expensive. So every single unit gets 15% more expensive, including the lord. What doesn't get more expensive are the heroes on the map, which always have that base cost. Okay, we kind of screwed up the movement on turn 1 here, it happens. So we lost 1 turn here. It could cause problems with the greenskins. We lost our initiative here. Well, they can come to us anyways, huh? So this is a better deployment screen. We got an option to fight a battle. We don't do this shit like this. I mean, there's an auto-resolve, which it says casualties medium, but if you mouse over it, you can see the unit of Spearman Swordsman will get destroyed. This button is not reliable. There are situations where it will say that you're gonna win the battle. There is a situation when you say you're not gonna lose anything. You not only will lose random stuff, but we have seen a decisive victory, battle result, a loss. And I deleted those clips because they triggered me so much for 2 days. But I have to show you these guys, because, you know, more people need to see this shit, and so you know that we don't get any excuses here. That was part 4. You have to see this, guys. See to believe. That was the moment I got my cold as well, right? You can't make this shit up, guys. You can only experience it.
Take them out.
Look at this. Casualties low, decisive victory. We have some serious firepower, kind of imbalanced army. We can block units, we can just all shoot them all. We even have halberds, demigriffs, high rank. We have a net, 2 cannons. The enemy really doesn't have anything against range. They will not rush us, they will just get shot down to death. And look what happens. If you want to see my reaction, go on that YouTube. I'm triggered by it, so we're not gonna show it. And we're dead. The whole army got destroyed. My guess why this is happening with this faction, this is the 3rd time I get a skilled result with this faction. This faction has a problem where when you fight other factions you feel their mechanic, even if they're not lizardmen. And you see this icon here, this skull, it buffs the enemy, and I think it breaks the auto-resolve outcome. The auto-resolve outcome is actually different, but you don't see it. But this example here, you could do a million of these battles and not lose a single one. And look at this, decisive victory. You see how quick I clicked that? Because I trusted your game, CA! And you disappointed me! And you see? Dead!
What?
Anyways, let's go back to the Empire campaign. We have them outnumbered and we have better units, so there should be no problem here. So, predictions, boys. I keep forgetting about predictions. Let's put a prediction here. So the game predicting Pyrrhic victory. I guess we're gonna predict Pyrrhic victory as well. That said, what of disappointment. Someone to say, have you seen the full of it? I was like, what? 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 And another what? And then I started raging. Yeah, it's not fun. Is this a gallery page? No, I'm not. Don't wanna play their beta bullshit. Woohoo! Okay. You can see the minimap, but it's only during the deployment zone. You cannot see the minimap on Legendary. There's no battle balance bar on the top, but it still exists in the game, which affects the army losses. We're just gonna deploy stuff here. This unit has 24 charge and they have anti-infantry, so they're gonna be quite nice here. This thing is bugged, but it's still 8%, what? Don't gonna go wide with these guys. We got Fletchlands back, boys. Fletchlands is back. Depending how deep you deploy units, there's a hidden buffs and bonuses which you don't see here, like mass and better bracing that comes with it. So if you deploy unit wider, of course, more of the guys in the first and the second row will be able to fight. It also means they might die faster. But if you deploy them like this, they have max mass and less will fight, but that also means the unit will die slower. But if the enemy goes wider, they might still go around them. So usually if you have a high quality unit, it's a no-brainer to just go wide. But if you have lower quality units like the swordsman and you have no buffs, it's to be considered depending on the enemy composition. The same thing goes for range. If you go wide, it'll take them more to turn around. but the damage might be spread out more on the unit, which also might mean that sometimes when they shoot in an area here, this guy will not get hit 3 times, but instead these 3 guys will get hit 10 times each. Things to consider. Also depends on the unit. You know, when you're having a unit of Outriders and all 60 of them fire on the same entity, well, with some more units like this, it cannot be helped. Put them on the guard mode so they don't move around. Let's see how they look like. Look at these guys. They look so cool. They look so cool. I kind of dislike it that the Volkmar has all these buffs for the Emperor Knights, but it doesn't buff this unit. Shouldn't Volkmar just buff all the Knights that are not the Reichsguard? I feel like that would be way better. Wow, that must be an elite unit. Shut up, brass. This is a general and a lord. He's not really a good fighter, but you know, you could totally send him to fight with fight the swordsman. But if you go against a unit like Flagellants that have anti-infantry, the lord is infantry, so this bonus will work. He might get smacked, especially with having only 50 armor. 50 armor is not bad. It's still better than 30 armor the swordsman, but a single entity, a guy that will get, you know, surrounded, you know, it's not good enough. Anyways, let's go. We'll select the whole army and just move a little bit forward. You can select the whole army with Control A, and then you can just hold Alt to move them around. You don't have to click on any of the units. With Control and the left mouse button, you can also turn the formation around. At any point, you can use the right mouse button to cancel. You can send also done with just picking up part of the army. I have different options here in controls. Is it not here? It's game settings. I have default run, and I have disabled the default skirmish mode.
Send us out. Battle ready.
Another thing to be considered is these things on the right. How you want to set up your battle to be. Like, for example, I disabled the banners, but I enabled the unit icons. Gives a better overview of things. The spearmen have no shield, so we target them and we'll try to outmaneuver their other units.
Yes, sir. Sir. Yes, General.
Trying to charge their crossmen or just disrupting them.
Yes, sir. Quickly. In the name of the twin-tailed.
They have 2 units trying to go after these guys. Volkmar is getting hit here, not good.
Take aim. To battle.
We didn't get item equipped because it has to go. It has equipped at the start of the turn.
Ready for war.
I guess we can just switch this. Sometimes you can use a faster unit to outmaneuver and distract the enemy units, like what we're doing here.
Quick march.
It might feel like a little bit cheesy or cheap, but they have to behave to it. If they just ignore this unit, you have a massive charge bonus to just butcher units. So they have to respond to it.
Yes, sir. Quickly. No lingering. To battle.
By not responding to it, things can get even way worse for them.
Dead march. Emperor's might. For friends. Attack.
We'll hit them now. Tato Soul seems to be doing okay. Okay. Just keep shooting here. We'll clear the units. This is why the cavalry is nice. You can totally outmaneuver units like that. We can just keep rolling the rest of the units. Now that these units get more pressure because there are more units targeting them. Those crossmen are still alive. They have to drop to a certain amount of entities before they get destroyed. Chasing this is not always ideal because we can make things easier for the rest of the forces by just engaging there. 6. That's one too many, but should be still fine. We'll switch here and just crush the spearman here. Should break us, they are already in a bad morale state. Yeah, they got smacked. I mean, the flagellants did a lord kill. 49, but look at it, he taken massive damage as well. Finishing off might not be ideal here, because they might start recruiting as well. Is it below 10% if they lose? Yeah. Below 10%. Got 3 cats, shoot. Damn.
Take the ground! We serve the Emperor! Prepare for combat!
Yeah, flagellants and flatulence is almost the same word. It sounds. We can chase here to cause more damage here, because when you end the battle, in this case, they will just retreat. I don't think I want to give them another lord. We do get more money if we wound their lord. This was just last second there. Just stop here. We'll, if we just wound this lord, they get a new lord out of nowhere. So we'll just leave him. And we don't mind if he just goes around. Chasing other things, sure, why not? 10 spearmen there. So what do we have here? We got 12 spearmen and we got 30 spearmen, 17 swordsmen. Use T to speed up. As you can see, one cavalry unit makes all the difference in this on this type of battlefield early on. It's just the requirements to unlock them, and sometimes, you know, steep. And so you can always just react with the range as well, so you don't have to use that either. One sec. Not sure if I mentioned, guys, we're gonna have breakfast at 7 PM, which is in 15 minutes. But we'll have a long stream today, so not going anywhere. It's Emperor after all. Size victory predicted by 96%. Breakfast at 7 PM? Well, god damn it, man. I need to say food. I'm gonna have food. It's gonna be the first thing I eat today. Very victory, other. Fresh Volkmar campaign. Depending on the result of the battle, that's how much experience you will get. For we know for certain that if you achieve a Pyrrhic victory, you get less experience. But I'm not 100% sure if you achieve a heroic victory, you get more experience. And this is strictly for the Lord. Units get experience as they inflict damage on the enemies. Depending on the quality of the unit versus the enemy unit, how much experience is going to be. For example, you can see this Knights of the Blazing Sun, they butchered 194. But they have not gained a rank here. We left Helmut alive. Could be a follow-up, he could just get away. We have post-battle options here. Right now we don't really want to get negative replenishment, but pardon captives with ransom captives, how we call it, with any faction is a way to snowball with economy, and should be a preferred option after a battle, if it's convenient. For example, you can easily get replenishment buffs with most factions. Even with the Warhammer 2 factions, get this for 5 turns, not 1. For some reason, the Warhammer 2 factions get this for 5 turns, while all factions get for 1 turn. So, it's not going to be any problem. We can also just execute them to get flow of leadership for the army for several turns. Or we can also just take a replenishment option here. Considering one of our flagellants taking heavy damage and we still don't have replenishment, I think we'll just execute them to get 4 leadership buff. We'll get our first technology, which is 5 leadership. Some of these units might break under pressure, especially after they lose half the unit. like, you know, swordsman or a free combat militia. Will he just start recruiting? No.
Volkmar
Okay.
the Grim.
We got a mission complete, we got some money and prestige. And look at this. Our first reward here, Apprentice Wizard. Wins a magic power reserve plus 20. This is just old OP shit that never really got changed. So even if Volkmar is not a wizard, he can have an Apprentice Wizard following him around,
By the Helden.
which is a follower here, which is added to the army. You cannot currently see on the army the Winds of Magic power, because there are no wizards in the army. And it's kind of weird, an Arch-Lector would have a wizard following around. The fact the Arch-Lector can even equip this thing makes no sense to me, but yeah, it's the Emperor stuff. So the next step is to occupy Grunburg and we get +1 authority. We got the Dragon Tooth at the start of the turn because we switched it from Karl Franz to Volkmar. We also unlocked, look at this, we also unlocked a follower which cannot be equipped by lords, but the lords unlocks it. That doesn't make no sense to me, guys, but this is what it is. Entertainer is a hero follower. I feel like it should say who can equip it, you know. Just a thought.
I refuse.
You refuse. We are currently 1 turn behind, and it might go bad. These guys might get more units, and the orcs might come 1 turn sooner, so we might have done it fucked up and made it difficult for us. That 1 turn might make all the difference if the rest of it doesn't go smooth like the attack on Helmgard.
Sigmarite Arch-Lector.
Knowledge.
First skill point is kinda no-brain. Let's talk about the skills a bit. Here on, we're doing an in-depth or explaining campaign. So basically, there are 3 types of skills. There are the yellow skills, which are the character skills, like here 8 melee defense or like a warhorse here. These are the skills which usually just benefit Volkmar, but depending on the lord, especially legendary lords, they may have unique skills, which not just benefit Volkmar. They're still a character skill, but they're actually a battle skill, which is a skill that buffs the army or specific units in the army. So there's I call this skills personal character prowess, you know, the hard to hit line, which on nearly all characters in the game is the worst option to pick. Buffing a single individual in the army will never be better than buffing a whole army as a whole, or getting benefits on the campaign map. So these are kind of like bad option flavor skills. We still go for it sometimes because, you know, there's nothing else, or, you know, we just decide to go for it. So for example, unlocking hard to hit here and granting Volkmar like 12 attack and 15 armor will make Volkmar go toe-to-toe with very hard battle difficulty early on, instead of getting spanked and not doing that much. But then the rest of your army, like your flagellants, spearmen, swordsmen, halberdiers, will just be weaker. When you're dealing with 10 enemy units, Volkmar will not be able to do much. But your other 9 units, getting additional 8 attack and 8 defense, will counter the enemy buffs from difficulty. At that stage, you will need technology and unit experience to get ahead. Yes, on very hard, your melee units can have higher stats than exact enemy units, because the enemy units are controlled by the AI computer, which means they will, instead of clicking Emperor Finest here, they might do an idiotic choice and go Devastating Charge, Speed of the Horse, or I don't know, Fervent. So what does this mean? This means you can get Emperor's Finest, you can get additional 15 armor, and on top of that your lord may have additional buffs, which means not only your units will match the stats of the enemy units on the highest difficulty, but they will outperform them. when you add into the mix a better replenish for the army that comes from other sources, or unit experience, or magic, your melee units will just steamroll their melee units. Not as easy as, you know, just killing them from 400 range with artillery, right? So, depending what you specialize, you know, things work. Just, you know, gonna have to play things differently and approach battles differently. The non-brain skill here is kind of like it's a kind of weird skill, guys. And over the years, I feel like a skill that gets picked always as the first skill, it's not a good skill at all. Of course, you need to have a skill to unlock the options here. So having a skill here that grants you more campaign map movement range. More campaign map movement range means you might be able to reach a target not otherwise reachable. You might be able to reach a decent location in one turn less, one turn fewer. Or you might be able to do a follow-up battle or an extra battle in a turn where you're not supposed to do because all this extra movement. Keep in mind, doing a settlement battle will deplete your movement, but doing field battles will not. So it's questionable how much value this has at the beginning due to settlements having not much movement in between. But when it comes to field battles and traveling through multiple provinces, also the stances, in nearly all situations having more movement is preference, and not having not enough movement, because that 10 extra % movement, depending how the campaign progresses, sometimes will give you a one turn advantage, especially if you've done everything well, or sometimes, you know, you might not have any benefits from it because you're just moving from settlement to settlement if you play a little bit slower. So adding this 10% more movement range in most situations will do nothing. But when you need it, you're really going to need it, and you're going to build up that advantage. By getting there ahead, the enemy will not get additional units, you'll get to the next settlement sooner, they will not recruit an army to survive. It's basically kind of like adds to the snowball effect in more ways than you can imagine. So by having more movement is always preferable than just having enough movement, because there are going to be situations where this extra movement will help you get ahead more than you're supposed to, especially if there's a distance that requires more than regular movement. For example, in Ultron, you're usually moving from settlement to settlement. Field battles are in between settlements, so extra movement, it's not really that critical. But the Empire has a little bit more distance between places. So makes the campaign movement range kinda the best thing you can get on the campaign map. There is a way to get more campaign movement range than a March stance will give. I think this is bugged, same how the 100% movement is bugged, which then makes March stance useless. I don't think they take into account how the movement bonuses affect the movement bar. And you can't really see this until they added this number. This number was not always here. You had to guess it in the past. So you want to pick movement even if you think you're not going to need movement. I mean, if you pick Inspiring Presence here, you get Emperor Finance a little bit earlier. But not having enough movement, you know, it can just cost you a whole turn. Just imagine, you can see this here. You can see the distance here. From here to here. If you hold right mouse button here, you can see it's red. Not only on the campaign map, but also on the movement bar. Which means this move cannot be completed. Which means you will not be able to take it this turn. So you have to end the turn getting closer there. And meaning an enemy can get additional 5 units. Might be too much for you. And instead of just getting a crazy advantage here, you're going to be at a disadvantage. So instead of eliminating this army here that's currently recruiting, they will get ahead of you. Which, what this means? This means that you might actually lose the battle. And instead of them switching to another settlement, starting recruiting a new army and get complete advantage, you are going to fall behind. This faction is currently seems to be recruiting. And we're at 10 units. And you can see Military Presence 2. There are 3 settlements. 2 times 3 is 6. But it could also be 8. because it's 3 settlements. So they have 6 to 8 units here. We are 1 turn behind here, which means we're gonna have to deal with a larger force here. And for example, you can see this movement here. Well, see how it updates. Let's take 100% movement here and just add another 10%. And look at this. All of a sudden, we have this movement. The bar is green. You can see it on the campaign map, and you can see in the bar, this move can be done. You can do this move. Unfortunately, we done fucked up here. And the Emperor's Secessionists will have a little bit more. That's why I had to get a second Lord and keep him around. We're still going after this because we have not... I mean, we would have taken this turn instead of fighting that. I mean, I guess it's nothing really bad because we can't fight it on the take it on the first turn. This actually didn't really matter. We do have additional 20% Magic Guided drop chance, so we kept this guy around. We can also use the second Lord to bait them out of settlement to make things easier on us. So what we want to do here, sometimes when you put another army or Lord on the path of your character will require more movement to reach destination. So you can see this line here. If there are characters on this line, sometimes it will require more movement to hit this target, which means the other characters will block some of the movement. This might not be the case, but we still want to put it on the side where it's not in the path.
Sigmar be praised. Following Sigmar's path.
This gives us a chance to get additional item. And we get 2 more battles here. We don't really want to kill them in the settlement, so we get additional battle there.
My righteous.
We got another example here where, look at this. Holy shit, this is decisive victory. Casualties are low. We don't need to fight this battle, right? And then we can mouse over. Oh, see, nobody dies. Oh, this is good. But, as we have learned the hard way recently, we're getting a little bit too comfortable with auto-resolve. Because, for 2 reasons, it's another good thing. Unpredictable random damage here, which might give us a disadvantage in the next few turns. And a second thing, by auto-resolving here, it's near guarantee all these units are dead. What does this mean? We get only 1 battle out of this. Fighting this guy here and the garrison, we defeat him. We do not destroy the garrison. And then we get to fight the garrison again, which means we get 2 battles. Getting these extra battles in a short time, especially early on, builds you that advantage. You unlock the good skills faster, you get more items faster, units get more experience faster, units a little bit less, but it's more about your Lord. So this is a perfect example where you don't want to auto-resolve, you want to destroy this Lord, and you want to then attack the garrison. So you want to get 2 battles. Sometimes you don't have patience, you don't want to do it, you can't be bothered, and instead of min-maxing it, you are creating a difficulty for yourself and disadvantage instead of getting ahead. In other words, getting a stronger Lord, stronger army, and snowball more. By having additional Lord appear in this battle, this Lord will get experience their own. Reinforcement experience is lower than the experience of the Lord attacking, but it rolls a chance for an item drop. And since we have Volkmar, it will be a high chance. So we might get lucky and get extra items and followers just because we have 2 Lords. This rolls up to 4 Lords, because you can have up to 4 Lords on your side of the battlefield. So if you do battles with like 4 Lords, like Vampires would do it, for example, you have a high chance of getting items. That's why the Vampires have usually more powerful items than you have in other campaigns, because you use more Lords. And more Lords act in battle, and you just get access to more items.
Battle ready.
This is just a guy here, 665 health. He did get a little bit replenished. The replenishment happens at the start of the turn, which is the start of the player turn. These units have Vanguard, so means we can deploy them in this white area here, ahead of the army. The free competent militia unit is kind of like a mix of melee and ranged. The range attack is excellent due to having 120 shooters and a fast projectile because they have guns. Even with only 2 AP, 120 shooters is quite a bit of damage. These guys get some nice bonuses. They used to be way better in Warhammer 1, but they split them from a melee and range together to just a range unit. They still get nice infantry bonuses, but they no longer really enjoy the same bonuses like a swordsman. I get why they did this. It makes no sense to do it because they are the same type unit. It makes sense otherwise if swordsmen will get buffed the same way as the free combat militia from the Emperor's Finest. There will be no point for the swordsman because then you just use free combat militia. Free combat militia having less armor, less health, and no shields, but they do have a range attack. Their stats a little bit different as well, but they're good enough to fight in melee, not as good as swordsmen, but their range attack just makes them better. They can shoot once or twice, even sometimes 3 times on an approaching enemy, and that's just what makes them better than the swordsman. They have a big battle line fighting against all the battle line where you have to tank damage. A combination of units is going to be nearly always better.
Sigmar speaks through me.
I'll just send this forward and shoot this guy. This unit has also an ability fire whilst moving, so they can fire while they move. They also need to have complete vision to fire properly. We're just gonna execute this guy and then his army. What the AI did here, what you've seen there, they received reinforcements and they decided to converge, but we are so close, so they can't decide if they're gonna converge or attack our unit, which means the AI is bugged. So they're just standing in spot. This happens sometimes. It's one of those bad AI behavior they've never fixed. They received reinforcements and they want to converge, but there was an enemy close and they wanted to engage as well, but they go left, right, left, right, left, right, and they get stuck in the middle. This does happen sometimes. This unit would not be able to engage these units in the first place. We have 3 units, we outnumber, we can shoot from all sides. If he decides to move after us, we just disengage, shoot with the other 2. If he tries to flee, we just chase him and shoot him in the back. This is actually a problem sometimes when they have more than 1 unit and then you have artillery firing and just destroying everything because they're, you know, some kind of bugged behavior. This unit gets much better once you get a little bit more speed, which is a technology we are researching. Volkmar also has a technology which gives them additional speed. Because units that have a skirmish option like this need speed. Because they want to engage and disengage, because their main attack is range. Yeah, currently there is a bug in the game with ambushes, which was induced by the Beastmen. They still haven't patched it. There are other bugs that got introduced recently as well, but yeah, let's not talk about bugs. These battle AI issues have been in the game for years, but there have been more introduced recently. What we want to do here is we kind of want to shoot those spearmen there. They have no shield, so they take full damage. Well, nearly full damage, they have some armor. They're taking massive damage, so their leadership is collapsed. When a unit takes massive damage in a short time, they take the highest leadership penalty possible, which increases the chance of them routing the most. So that's initial damage that happens. It's the critical if you want to rout the unit early, instead of them stabilizing and then just fight the regular way. Well, we got some of the horses stuck. They get sometimes just auto-resolved on the movement there. And they manage to disengage.
Show us the foe. Sigmar calls. Free company! The Tattersouls!
Tattersouls are too much for the basic Empire units.
Crossbows ready, General!
Guys have damage, so we don't have to fight here. We just killed 2 of our horses with that gunfire. That fire at will is so questionable. This reminds me of one time I have 2 of my guys with fire at will, and I'm trying to avoid casualties in, I think it was in Rome 2. Might have been Attila. And what happens, one of my horses is moving through, and there was one enemy guy, just one guy. Just one random guy, one entity running around, and they used their projectiles and just killed my whole cavalry unit. Fire at will sometimes is pretty bad.
Take the ground! The Tattersouls!
Could have used the attack buff there. We have an item that gives us a kind of powerful ability.
To battle!
Behold the light of Sigmar! Offering battle prayer!
Sometimes there's a tip, guys, but I'm not sure it applies to this unit.
The ground! At speed!
Hey Fizbin, thank you for giving 5 subs. So, let's say you have a hybrid unit like Lot and Seaguard, for example, or Free Command Militia. I'm not sure it applies to this unit,
Return to duty!
because they're dual wielding a sword and a gun. But let's say it applies to this unit.
Take the ground!
So you can see they're carrying crossbows in the hand now, right? You can press F here, and they will switch to swords. If they have a target for fire at will, they will still fire. So you can see their crossbows are now on their backs. To, you know, maximize the efficiency of this, you can turn on fire at will as well, for example. But this weapon switch, what I wanted to mention a few things about is, so you can switch between the different weapons. So crossmen have a crossbow and a sword.
Weapons drawn!
So let's say in a case where these guys are this guy would go into melee. You could do this just a second before attacking, and you can actually get a better bonus for it. Just giving an order to attack, like holding Alt to attack in melee instead of range, they will still move with the other weapons before. It's the same thing with Lot and Seaguard. If the Lot and Seaguard is about to get attacked, and if you switch to a spear and not have them on a bow, you can actually give them a little bit of edge on the initial contact. Like, they will do a spear counter-charge animation instead of just getting hit without any animation. So in some situations, this can actually give you a little bit edge, especially if there's those sweaty battles. But there is a downtime, animation time, when they switch between the weapons. This could also mean they miss the initial attack interval, and their charge bonus doesn't do anything.
Limber weapons!
We might have went too hard on them, or hopefully we didn't chase them. I think one of the swordsmen is still up. A defense test doesn't do anything for their weapon switch. Okay, we left one swordsman alive, that's good. That's what we wanted. There is a spear animation when they make contact with the enemy, which will not work if they're on their bows. So this is like thing to consider. Especially if a unit is supposed to be fighting both melee and range. Why I'm mentioning this is Kislev is going to be getting some of these units. And I'm curious to see, I mean, that gun axe thing might be same as Free Company Militia. Because if I might the same weapon, but they do have bows and the other option, right? Do the chariots with range still fire if you turn on melee and use them like any other chariot? Yeah, they do. Because the chariot is separated from the platform. From the the chariot has two attacks. The animals attack and the guy in the back attacks. If the guy in the back is an archer, he's always gonna keep shooting. And the guy in the back has a polearm. He'll only do attacks if enemy is in range. So a perfect example would be skeleton chariot and a skeleton archer chariot, which makes you wonder if a skeleton chariot is better in melee than a skeleton archer chariot. I like to think so. While the skeleton archer chariot is overall better because they keep just shooting, and that damage can add up and give some harassment value. Well, we'll take on captives in this case. Look at this unit a little bit more replenished. They're not very useful until they replenish. This is a problem with sometimes damage melee units. In follow-up battles, they might not be as useful. I mean, look at the free combat militia just strides on the battlefield and just bullets things. Okay. I forgot to unselect research. I'm pretty sure we'd have gotten a student here. Not actually, only one got leveled up. Maybe we got a student. No items. No items, guys. 2 characters with Volkmar buff. Holy shit. This is so unlikely. Okay, we can still unselect this and try to get a student.
Sigmarite Arch-Lector. I serve the Heldenhammer.
Sigmar, grant me...
Okay, with the second skill, we'll unlock Inspiring Presence to get the Emperor's Finest. It's such a fine skill for the early game. You can also completely ignore it to consider your infantry trash and just go Pistol Core if you like to just abuse range. But this makes the melee work. You have the Flagellants, so why not just get him a little bit of extra buffs?
The righteous hammer of Sigmar. Vice!
There may be some items here. 20 shekels. What? Maybe it will show after the battle. Got 1 Imperial Authority, it's positive now. What the shit?
Your burgeoning realm grows,
Shut up.
Your Eminence.
Where the items? What the hell? Okay, we got Militiamen. Rampage Standard. Okay, they're the items. Rampager Standard. This is unlocked by the second guy. Oh, look at this. Plus 25 charge bonus. That's actually a pretty good banner. It's very good for the Knights of the Blazing Sun. That's gonna hurt. 100 charge bonus on a turn 3 on a unit. Holy shit, that's gonna hurt. Okay. Man, Speed of the Horse is such a dog shit. I kinda wish the Great Swords were on Emperor's Finest, and the Demigryph Knights were with the Speed of the Horse. They don't need 6 battle skill here. They could just put Great Swords here, and the Demigryphs here. That would make way more sense. This gives us plus 4 defense for the Spearmen, Swordsmen, Flagellants, and Halberdiers. Helps. So we got a Militiaman plus 1 recruiting for infantry units. It's also good to get. Bloody Hand said regards. What? Who? Yeah.
Arch-Lector.
At this point, we can just ban this guy.
Oh my
This feels so disgusting, guys.
that shit. Holy shit.
You just click one button here on rank 2. I'm fucking ashamed of myself for even considering it. But it's state of the game right now. It's fucking broken shit, right? Look at these guys. Look at this. Like, why? Why? This can't be right. I feel so fucking dirty, guys. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. This is disgusting, man.
Volkmar the Grim.
That is so fucking stupid. So this guy gets this skill on rank 2 that's supposed to be a unique skill for Volkmar. And Volkmar...
The instrument of Sigmar's
And Volkmar needs what? Rank 12? Something is off here. Does he work when it is banned? Yes.
by Sigmar.
This is like a technology. That is so stupid. And they left this in the game for 2 months. 2 months. This is the first time I'm taking this skill, guys. So you know, I don't want to be a boring old fuck Elich. You know, we gotta abuse some of this broken shit a bit, right? This is so stupid. This is like 2 technologies in one, and you can get 10 of this. This would be fine if this skill was rank 20. This would be fine if it was rank 20. But holy fuck, it's so stupid you can get in rank 1. The fact you can get this one and this one as well on this low rank, but Volkmar needs rank 12. This should be they're probably just gonna remove this, but I think they should just make this rank 20. They should just make this rank 20, and they should just make this rank 12. Well, this could be unlocked early on. They forgot about the level requirements for these 3 skills.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
Kekwi, oh boy, Kekwi. Okay, we have also renamed to Vault 101. Speaking of Vault 101, guys, how did you enjoy the Fall 3 stream? We played over 8 hours and no crashes. The Steam has patched Fallout 3 and we managed to play 8 hours and no crash. So I could play some more, but I'm not sure. Maybe play some more. But we'll play some more eventually. Maybe, you know, soon.
I am Volkmar.
Should we keep this guy with us right now? We have 600. We could also bait these guys out. Fallout 3 finally fixed after 10 years. Hold on, guys. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to show you something. Something funny. Something I seen funny today. Okay. This is a review somebody made recently. Over 10 years of blood, sweat, semen, and tears have finally been poured from the goblet and into 5 megabyte update to get this ancient relic of a game to run without black magic. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. Do we keep this guy with us for a possible ambush? We do lose quite a bit of money here. We can only get a true move there. I think a bait here is excellent.
Volkmar the Grim.
Hey Juga, after 5 years of Legend plays with every faction multiple times, I know almost everything except traits and banners. I still cannot figure out which banners or traits are working on heroes or which ones on lords. I do know they're bugged, some work, some don't. They like that 5% extra moon range. Can you please explain a bit? Why so much? Hey Juga. Well, some worked after just pretty much a lot of testing. So basically, without going into too much detail,
Sigmar's will.
if there is a trait or a follower which says Lord's Army, it will only work on a Lord. So, if you have a follower that says Lord's Army, it does not work on the hero. An example would be the treacherous trait on the Tomb King heroes. So it will not work as it says Lord Army. But there are different wording. It could say owns army, it could say hero army, it could also say nothing. So you have to guess. So if it says Lord's army, it will not work on a hero. For some reason, campaign movement bonuses on traits and followers does not work on heroes. That's been bugged for years. We haven't tested in a while, but I don't think they fixed it. There's also a situation where you have apprentice wizard. It doesn't say anything, right? Wizard magic power reserve plus 20. So how do you understand this ability? Well, basically an army, when it has a wizard, it has access to wizard magic power reserve. And anything that says plus wizard magic power reserve will just add to it. So it works on both lords and heroes. For example, this militia man says Lord's army, so only on a lord. You might not be able to equip it. Some of these things might not be equipped on heroes. Some heroes can actually equip banners, but they can only work on a lord. So it's a wording, and there is trial and error if it works or not. When it comes to traits, followers, banners, stuff like that. So you learn it from experience, and you learn it over time. But sometimes it's obvious when it says Lord's army and it's available to a hero, then it doesn't work. There are some things you can equip on heroes which don't work at all. And some things you can't really confirm if they work or not. Like line of sight. Or like, for example, heroes having ambush defense chance, and it doesn't mention hero's army. Okay. Anyways, it's 7:25. My food is getting cold. 25 minutes, guys. See? You see, that's when playing Emperors, when you're just talking too much, you just forget about the time, and you're gonna eat cold breakfast now. So guys, I'm gonna go eat, and I'll see you in a bit. Don't worry guys, I have a long stream today, over 8 hours. Thank you, English Cake. See you in a bit.
That shit. Holy shit. What the hell?
In royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love evil's man, great towers, cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true God of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. What of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White. Trust in Heimskir, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but mags, riding reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty, and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take their homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Whiteman. Trust in Heimskir, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but minds, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. Ah, you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcloud, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty, and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, White One. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. What you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos, Stormcloud, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even this land, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even this man, great Talos, cherishes us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, White One. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable, to you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos, Stormcloud, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. What of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Reikland. Trust in Heimskir, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, riding in the field of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcloud, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos. He who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White One. Trust in Heimskr. For I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcloud, Lord of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true God of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man, ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos. He who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White One. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos.
Hey back, boys. Sorry for the wait. Let's continue. Yoo-hoo! Okay, turn 2. Turn 2, 3 hours. Sounds about right. So let's see what we have here. Visonland is 2 loyalty. Solon is 7. Kind of game tells you that you go towards Baldur's Gate to Confederate. This area here.
Yes.
5 on our land, 5 on Stirland.
Sigma's will.
Yes, notice how there is no moot on this map. There's Manfred here.
Who calls?
4, 7, 6, 6, 5, 3.
Yes.
So Manfred and Solani are the ones that are not Elector Counts or part of the Empire here. So we got 7 on Solent and 7 on Talbekland.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Okay. That missing on turn 1 didn't do anything, really. We should have 3 swordsmen here. I only have enough short range here.
I serve Sigmar.
Hey, Oglam. How did you like the follow 3S there, Oglam?
What orders? Going forth. True servant.
This might have been actually not the right move here. Knights of the Blazing Sun costs 535. Jesus, what the fuck? Oh my god. Why did they do that? I kind of makes sense, but this unit is not that special. I mean, Emperor Knights would have done pretty much the same job here. Okay, continue with the State Troop Standards, 5 leadership, 5 speed.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Moving this here was not the right thing to do, but I don't think they're gonna move out. We got the growth building here. There's a resource here. Extra growth, extra replenishment, and it has bonuses for Pistoliers and Outriders. Not a very particularly good bonus, but having a better growth building and a second better growth building is good. The growth is has been a little bit problematic, but the Reikland is a good spot, so growth should not be noticeable here. We also have +9 public order from characters, so all they've been minus 19. Knights of the Blazing Sun is a tier 4 unit at best.
Sigmar, grant me
That's a glorified tier 4 unit. Okay, we have 515 prestige. We got 300 from political events. I guess that's the mission. 50 from battle and 5 per settlement. We do have now a quest battle here, which is kind of nice. You could capture artillery here, and you can get a wizard. An early wizard, right? Otherwise, to get a wizard, we need to wait for tier 3. Reikland has quite a setup here. There are 3 landmarks. Some better than others, though. I wish Castle Riser were a little bit lower, but I guess it's really nothing special. As Reikland, we have access to a unique building called Reiksfort, which is basically just extra garrison and recruitment for Reisgar. It's an okay cavalry unit, very good for the AI. This is kind of hilarious. The stables provide Emperor Knights, and you need blacksmith to recruit them. Meanwhile, you can recruit Reiksguard without armory or blacksmith, and these guys have the best armor in the Empire. On the body, they have the best armor. Not talking armor-wise on the unit. It's like they have the top armor, like the best money can buy. Well, this campaign is in depth, over-explaining things, so it's gonna be even slower than the other campaigns. The best first wizard would be either Bright or Jade Wizard. Oh, we fucked up there, huh? Okay, there were just enough range there. Bugs don't eat me, gonna die to this guy. Hunts! We stopped recruitment at least there.
Volkmar the Grim.
That was a misplay. He had exactly enough range there.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
The bugs is eating him now? Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
What?
No.
Orders.
We stopped the recruitment at least. But that was not good. That was not good. That could have been made better. Honestly, I regretted moving him there when I did. I should have just kept him closer to Volkmar. I wanted to put him there, but then I remembered this is exactly in range and, like, you know, done fucked it up. But that's fine. That's fine. No biggie. That character lost us like 1300. It did unlock us one item though.
Fear my righteous
They did lose several units here by moving like that.
the righteous hammer of Sigmar. Grand Theogenist.
Yeah. They probably just gonna retreat to Uberstrike. That turn 1 misplay didn't do anything, since they attacked and not moved. While this was definitely not good. I mean, it was not a guarantee that we had movement. It was not a guarantee. Not a guarantee, but they did had it. I think the reason they had it because they were in the city. So they get, you know, when you're in the city, you get a little bit free movement. When you're around the city, you have a little bit free movement. That was probably why they had enough. If we were on the other side, we would have needed the route marcher, but they didn't need it. We can recruit a new guy on Uberstrike. Just a little bit of financial damage. Okay. Let's go next turn. Do we have anything actually here available? We did got a roll bed Kislev. We rolled Kislev with Distrust the Empire. They're not supposed to roll this because they're not supposed to be the Empire. Makes me wonder if they're gonna fix this in Warhammer 3.
My glacial majesty Kislev.
They would have accepted the agreement if they didn't roll this straight.
All right. Surely an agreement will... No!
I also wish this mechanic would actually tell you if this 5% chance procced on any of these factions. So you have to check all the time if it procced. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, it procced on Ostland. We got +1.
Yes.
Hochland as well. Lucky.
The Empire. Who calls?
All right.
So we got lucky with this too.
Who calls?
+1 each.
Greetings, my countrymen. You come in peace on this fine mark time?
So it looks like Vamperkants have declared war on Ostermark.
Never!
So, approach and make your offer.
You would think an underdog under pressure would accept a non-aggression pact.
I will.
Oh, they did. This will diminish relations with these guys. They all dislike us because of various factors. We do have a non-aggression with Sylvania, but excuse me, we can't currently cancel it because of treachery. This will be treachery because the pact considered signed on turn 1. So we need this to expire so we don't damage our build rating. But it is possible that dwarves might break their non-aggression pact because of this.
An ad.
We could join the dwarves on the dwarves factions, dwarves enemies, but I don't want them getting parked there.
Kislev.
Look at this, it's turn 3, and look what it says here. Past war with Warriors of Chaos. This is a fine example of spaghetti code. They have long memories, guys. The North remembers. Like, what the fuck? What the shit? When did we fight Chaos this campaign? We could have also done the quest here, diminished a bit, and then these guys might have attacked us. Yeah. So this is going to be a little bit large battle here.
Volkmar.
We got a 16 here. We got tier 2 in Vitran. The population will take a little bit longer for tier 3, but this is a faction capital, has 10 slots, so the slots are getting unlocked faster. How I wish this would be pretty much a standard template for settlements.
Volkmar the Great.
It's strange, it's turn 4. Yeah, it's turn 4, but no events. We get some prestige for 2 settlements and 1 for building constructed. What did we construct this turn? I guess we upgraded the core settlement there. Yeah.
Chosen of Sigmar. Sigmar grant me
Let's take over strike here. It's a pretty quick victory with medium casualties. We get a Rampager Standard. Look at this. 103 charge bonus. That is hot. That is hot. It's not just their long lances that are on fire. It's their charge bonus is really hot now. Put a prediction here and let's go in. Hey Blue, what are you doing here? Man, still a little bit cough is still bothering me. We should have Volkmar buff 2 units to 24 attack when we charge. They only have 3 range units. We could totally mow them down with a cavalry unit. Yeah, I know Looper, I know. I'm just making fun of it. But yeah. It's basically Looper, it's they're trying to create kind of like a political picture of the game, and it doesn't really start on turn 1. So they might have assigned things from a few turns before, and then they've taken this turn to be turn 1. Or they could have just adjusted these things. Blue says, I've been here for 1 hour laughing about Cav upkeep.
offering battle prayers. Militia.
Well, they delayed Warhammer 3 to work longer on it, guys. I'm sure, you know, they're gonna put a lot of work into the next few months.
For the twin-tailed comet.
I can't even copy him right now because I will start coughing. So we have 4 free combat militia which can be used to skirmish, or we can just be used to be part of the battle line. We do have some swordsmen, which is like a battle line unit. We are slightly outnumbered the enemy here. We can almost deploy an army in a way where they have to use 2 or 3 units in one part of our formation. And then send the guns at the side, instead of using these guys on the fighting from the front without experience or the frenzy.
Ranged weapons ready. Flagellants.
Flagellants are part of the line, but they'll be focused by the shooters.
Flagellants.
So what are you guys talking about? Who mentioned Dwarf Fortress? If I recall correctly, Dwarf Fortress goes as far as to simulate 200 years before the game starts. Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress is the result of many years of artistic development by one man. You make it sound like that's bad. Artistic people create some of the best works in this world.
Battle ready.
This one probably will get sacrificed. And we can just go to ignore things around. This map has some weird ass terrain on the side. Just notice it's a statue map. We'll probably try to separate some units again. When it comes to creating groups, I like to put characters in group, even if they don't have much abilities, and then I like to put small anti-units. Sometimes I keep the range on the right side, or the infantry on the right side. We'll go closer. We don't have to run, so we don't need to lose some vigor. When you have to do some melee action, vigor matters. Remember the statue was super big? I remember King Roman when the CA thought that this statue being super big was the reason why people were complaining about this battlefield, and not because it's half of the battlefields in the Empire. I mean, it's still a massive statue. Sigma looks kind of like Conan. It's kind of like Conan Jesus. This it's not supposed to work like this. This is bugged. This battlefield has these points where they make no sense. Like, this is supposed to be obstruction here.
Spearmen!
Saint Luke says that doesn't need fixing. What the game needs is a streamer mode and MP balance. What do you mean by this, Saint Luke? Streamer mode? Because most streamers I've seen in this game kinda suck and they just abuse things. By my standards. So what would this do for them? And is it different for streamers, obviously, Kappa? Streamer mode so you can hide your name in multiplayer so you don't get sniped. So it's a multiplayer thing. Hey Sin, thank you for tier 3.
Have you seen that shit?
Still here.
Holy shit. What the hell?
What this game needs is a Battle Royale game mode. You know, stream King Roman, I would have played that. I would have fucking played that. And they need to drop me in as one of them aspiring champions or thunderers. I would have played the shit out of that. Finally, some proper multiplayer in Total War. This game hasn't had any proper multiplayer since Shogun 2.
Faith
Civ 6 have better realm mode? Get out of here.
In the name of Sigmar,
Not you.
for the twin-tailed comet.
Where the hell are 9 knights? On the left side?
Cavalry ready.
Should just go forward immediately so they don't start shooting us here.
In the name of the twin-tailed comet. To battle.
You're gonna shoot this unit here.
No lingering. Yes, sir. For skulls. Flagellants.
To battle.
Yes, General.
Should have had cavalry there sooner. We're taking some damage for no reason.
Yes, my lord.
To war.
Quick march. Now.
I want the double buff here.
Sigmar's will. Volkmar the grim.
No lingering.
We'll just engage with the rest of them. We can actually shoot range here, and why not?
For Heldenhammer. Sigmar.
We'll set on high ground here and send these guys here. Yeah, like that.
For the Emperor. Sigmar calls. Sir.
Cavalry should have been on the other side already.
By the jade griffin.
Our weapons are yours. Militia. Yes, sir. We obey. Swordsman. Moving now. At speed.
Oh, at least they're focusing high armor unit.
No lingering. By Ulrich's wrath.
As you can see, their armor is saving their lives. I mean, been shot by the archers.
War. By Galmaran.
They're gonna take heavy damage now because they're gonna charge damaged.
We're ready. No.
For Sigmar.
Take the ground. For the Emperor. For the Warhammer. Free company.
Just shoot at the side here.
Guides us.
No, we should probably disengage here. Obstruct it a bit here. We don't want this unit to take more than half the unit size.
Guides us.
Okay, we can actually break this unit. We can actually break them.
Battle.
Taking double morale damage here. As they're getting shot at the same time. Yeah,
Ready. We are Sigmar's
look at this. It's beautiful.
Militia.
I don't feel like it's not even on very hard, right?
Quick march.
It's a mix of things that happen here. The leadership damage from damage, flanking, getting shot, and then getting hit again. It takes them like 30 seconds to recover.
March. Quickly.
This happens because they have no experience.
Militia. Charge. Charge. Free company.
We can also have extra units in the area, which also cause additional leadership damage.
Yes, my lord. Yes, sir.
Ready for battle.
Free company. Swordsmen. Prepare for combat.
Okay, this should be our army losses here.
The Tattersouls.
They have taken too much damage.
Our orders.
These guys have taken quite a bit of damage from some shooters, but they faced the unit in high armor.
The Tattersouls.
Other souls are pretty damn good. They have extra 40 combatants, which makes them outnumber anything 1-on-1.
Spearmen. Formation.
Like I said, having flagellants from the start is fun. Having flagellants tier 3, that's not fun. While other souls are, you know, special, even if you don't have bonuses.
At speed. Fight for France.
We don't really have to chase anything here anymore.
Out.
They're in settlements, they're all dead. The Lord, on the other hand, can still get extra money if you kill him. I'm not sure this counts. We get more experience here, let's see. No, that's it. Hans killed the other guy. It might be something extra for the Prime. It might affect battle loot the more you kill. But they all get killed anyways. It could affect the battle loot. Because they get killed later at the map. Flagellants got focused by range, and they still did the good melee grinder. That's a rank 9 unit though. You can see swordsmen also do pretty good. I mean, the enemy still doesn't have their extra experience. They do get 500 experience per turn, which eventually surpasses your troops, if you can keep up.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
We got Volkmar rank 5. I guess we'll just get Emperor's Finest, get some attack and more defense. These are the units which currently we are relying on.
Praise Sigmar.
We need to get Helmgard, preferably tier 2. The orcs will be attacking this place. What's the Flagellant battle skill again? It's the Emperor's Finest. It's a good one. You get this one for the swordsman, but later you can be used by the halberdiers. So 8 attack, 8 defense, and unfortunately their veteran is not good. It's the shady one on the first one.
Orders.
Onglemansk, will you mix Fallout 3 on 4 Warhammer 2 or played after Warhammer 2? Well, right today we are playing like 8 hours of Warhammer 2, we'll see after that.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
We're kind of taking a little bit of economic damage by losing that other lord. This Uberstrike. What's the trade situation again? Just Kron. You gotta get the great power on 3 settlements. Cult Smashers looks like they're taking heavy damage.
Volkmar the Grim.
Cunning Archlector is fine.
Warrior of Sigmar.
Volkmar.
I have no access to Crossman right now, but it's not critical.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Tier 2 arm. Well, this settlement has an extra buff on the income here.
By the Helden hammer.
It got killed by my mistake, Strakl. I underestimated their movement. I remembered later they have free movement after I moved it. I should have played a little bit safer with the second load, I didn't. But it did give us an advantage here. They probably have less units now. So it's not all bad. We need more replenishment for Flagellants because they take too much damage in battle. They'll take less damage once they get extra armor, but it's not there yet.
Sigmarite Arch-Lector.
You see that movement? That's what I'm talking about. At times it's actually more than 10% they hear.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
We do need some income here. That's tier 2. To get Emperor Knights, you would need to pay 6,500. Of course, we're taking Call's weapon.
Grant me strength.
It's an awesome weapon to get. You can switch weapons around. Apparently, Karl Franz is available, but you, he exists in your faction, but you cannot get him until you confederate. 2 and 7. Clearing Reikland, getting down Wisseland, and confederating Solent is It's usually what the game fits the best here, and then deal with the vampires.
Manlings come. They only do when they want something.
They decide not to like Kron.
Won't happen.
One of my first Emperor campaigns, Karak Ziflin basically were doing circles around Reikland and sagging things. That was so annoying. I was back in Warhammer 1. Karak Hirn, Karak Ziflin, Karak Norn were the Chaos Dwarves. So we get a quest for the Jade Griffin. Have 3 of the any following units, Tarsols, Flagellants in the Lord's army. Sigmar has ever been a warrior god, and his clergy have followed his example. They are no mere priests or tranquil monks, but warriors all, and eager to split skulls with a hammer as preached from a pulpit. We don't need another at least 2 religious units. At the head of the cult is the Grand Theogenist, and while many have filled the role over the years, most, if not all, have been intimidating men. Full of fury and bombast, and piously devoted to Sigmar's tenets. Why when I'm reading this I'm getting gotcha emotes in my head? Goddamn royalty, it's his fault. Should the Emperor come under threat, then it is not always state troops that must face the threat alone. The cult of Sigmar has often answered the call to war, with the Grand Theogenist at its head, eager as any of his warrior priests to smite the foe. It was on one such doomed campaign that the Jade Griffin, a talisman of the Theogenist's office said to have been blessed by Magnus the Pious himself, went missing. The Grand Theogenist at the time was brought low by Chaos Filth, and the Jade Griffin was somewhere in Kislev. I really dislike this quest line. Many years later, and word has reached Volkmar the Grim, the Jade Griffin has resurfaced. The Grand Theogenist senses that the time is right to go in search of this precious antiquity. Volkmar issues a proclamation that he intends to march for Kislev. Bitch, it's turn 5! Calm down! In the vanguard of his force got the desperate and the fanatical, those what have lost everything but their faith. Let their zeal light the way. Oh, come on, don't be like that. This is what I was talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. You don't want to miss events like this. And of course, we don't have enough prestige, and it's too early to have such prestige in the first place. You're approached by your sharpest political advisor, who has formulated a plan to increase your standing amongst the other electors. You see, Marconos, your plans just don't work, because we can't get any Imperial Authority from your plan. It will involve considerable politicking from you. Marconos getting ahead of himself, trying to increase Imperial Authority on turn 5, we haven't even built up any prestige. Bad advisor. And a great deal of time spent with each and every one of the heads of the other states. It sounds like a lot of effort which you have little time for. Political gains can be made elsewhere. This is the type of events you don't want to miss, but unfortunately it's too early in the campaign and nothing we can do about it. Marcono says, I would have enough prestige by now if I was playing Stop Sucking. Come on, Marconos. When was the last time you played the Empire? We did cripple their military here.
By Sigmar. Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
The boys are 169, huh?
The chopper is in my hand. Say what you got. The chopper is in. Say what you got. Alright. Say what you gotta say, Yumi. Then get out.
Yumi.
Kislev. Let us toast Ursun to your arrival. Do not.
What the fuck is this?
I only poison my enemies.
Somehow they didn't start a war and now they joined war against Emperor Secessionist. What the hell? Feels weird, man. Kislev will march on the Reikland to help. Let's see, update 2, 5, 5, 4, 7, 7, 7, 3, 5. Yeah, nothing really here. I really would like to see this. If this thing procs, it should actually say if it procced.
Ready.
We don't have Islehead in range here.
True servant of Sigmar. Volkmar the Grim.
We need to position ourselves in a way where Volkmar can take Islehead next turn. So we have all within 6 turns.
Servant of the
It's definitely an easy Helmgard.
death to the faithless.
We do this, remember, when we occupy a settlement we lose movement, but the reinforcement army is a different story.
I am Volkmar. Cast evil.
Close victory with medium casualties. Yeah, I don't really trust this to not do enough damage. Give you guys prediction. This is definitely easy Helmgard, just because the start was a little bit different and we sacrificed by accident that second lord. It made the Emperor's Succession to deal with easier, especially on Helmgard. But there's also a little bit RNG here where they're gonna move their lord. The thing I don't like here, because the orcs could reach this place before it replenishes properly. We're just gonna have to leave it to RNG. But if this settlement flips, it doesn't really matter. We need to build up Reikland. Build up Reikland and maintain Imperial Authority so we can progress in the next stage, which is usually best Wisland and Solent. This is a fort settlement. You can attack it without siege attackers or siege equipment. It has decent towers and decent garrison. It's just basically guarding a pass here. Or supposed to be guarding a pass here.
Hammer of the Empire!
When it comes to siege bells, it's usually just best to put characters, heroes, and lords to tank the towers while everything else gets into position. These are small targets which are hard to hit and save you some damage on the units. We have no siege equipment here, so we're gonna have to use ladders to attack the wall.
Awaiting orders! Quick march!
They just have arrow towers. It looks like it's a tier 2.
At once!
I think they would have had better units if it was a higher tier.
Offering battle.
You can see also the range of the enemy towers, so you can know if where you can put it, it's a safe spot.
Faith is my shield. Ready for battle.
Without delay!
Taking this place on tier 1 might not have been the best thing. We went from the Islehead first and let this place be tier 3, and then when we capture it, it drops down to tier 2. If we capture tier 2 settlement, it will drop down to tier 1. A little bit ahead of ourselves here. Those projectiles will one-shot the knights.
By Galmaraz! With speed!
These towers also are a little bit inaccurate due to the terrain.
Double time! Spearman! Emperor's might! Swordsman! Formation!
Go on this side here.
Charge! Taking position!
Without delay.
No lingering! By Ulrich's wrath! For the twin-tailed comet! Conditions acceptable!
I think we can still ignore this tower here.
With haste! Send this out! In the Emperor's name! Ready to serve. Hammer! Quick march!
The Tattered Soul is still in good shape. I guess the both are in good shape, but the sword's not better for a little bit for this role. I'm excited for Divinity Original Sin 2. At the same time, intimidated as well, because I've not played it before and people have the knowledge of the universe, so it's a little bit pressure on the streamer as usual. It's a popular game which a lot of people have played a few times.
I do not fear death.
Divinity Original Sin 2 will be after Volkmar is finished. We'll still be mixing things with in the meantime as well.
Quickly now! Swordsman!
I think I will still want to play some Fallout 3. Had our 8 hours yesterday without a crash. I wonder if we're gonna get another 8 hours without a crash.
Moving now! At once!
I want Volkmar close to the fighters because he has the AoE buff here. 24 melee attack for 39 seconds, it's massive. It's kind of like better vampire buff, the one health dance macabre. Hopefully Shidouz is not here. Sargon says, I'm just looking forward to you playing the game in your style. Thank you, Sargon, appreciate it.
Missiles at the ready! Free company! We obey!
Have you played the game before yourself?
We serve France! To battle!
Yeah, we can send these guys forward as well.
Yes, my lord!
Would have been fine to just out-resolve as well.
High priest!
I feel like we've been getting too comfortable with out-resolve since the changes.
The Tattered Souls!
Alnuzi says I never killed Moira. That's a little bit random to say. Why say such things, Alnuzi?
The Empire endures! The Tattered Souls!
Okay, we're dealing with some spearmen here.
Going forth! Finding range, sir!
Okay, shoot here and shoot there. There's actually great swords all over the wall. This guy's a little bit problematic. They have armor, they have anti-infantry, so we'll shoot them.
Militia! Take position!
Imagine having a red name. Imagine that.
Our orders! We serve the Emperor! Yes, sir! Quickly!
Okay, we'll send these guys around. There's a mortar shooting there. I'm hoping they're shooting the characters here. Get a buff now. There's enough combatants on the wall.
Sigmar's will!
We got right into their crossmen here, so it's gonna be easy to clear them out. It's kind of strange, they sent crossmen here too late, and then they kept swordsmen and great swords on the ground. And look at this, there's actually a input issued here.
Right to live!
I guess it's from the other side. Oh, they're moving, they're moving. It looks like they were about to move, but they didn't move, and they were stuck like that for nearly a minute. I'm not talking about the red line from the crossmen. I'm talking about, you can see the way the unit has a stance that is about to move, but they're not moving for a minute. This Grossers would have caused a mess on the wall for us.
Ready to serve! Go! Ready for war! Ready for war!
Okay, they're coming now up, but they're outnumbered, a little bit damaged.
Climbing the wall, sir!
As you climb the wall, you lose most of the vigor on the unit. It's not all of it, it's most of it. Because you can see the units are very tired, not exhausted. But as they start fighting, they lose the rest. With the losing vigor, you lose a lot of performance, especially melee attack. The melee attack loss is the biggest on the being tired.
General! At speed!
You can see the greatswords are doing okay here. They have no experience.
Sigmar!
60 seconds on the next buff here.
Yes, sir! Quickly!
We have we can go on the mortar there. It's gonna take a while, but let's go. Trying to break the door here.
Free company!
Now we can send these guys to the wall.
Attack!
We had the position on the wall, so they had to push a bit. It actually matters how many bodies are pushing on the wall to deal damage.
Troops ready!
If you're usually outnumbered, you're gonna die much faster on the wall. It's just because the units are so exposed. I mean, look at this unit holding here. Not only going into a mosh pit. Then you have a unit like this. There's a couple of units walking lines, and they're just taking massive damage. So if you lose on the wall, you toast.
Company! Understood! Taking position! Formation! March!
Mortar is still firing. I think this is still less damage than we would have taken out to resolve, since they better deployed their units.
Quick march!
Aggressor was on the wall, and they sent crossmen against those guys. There's another swordsman here.
The Charter Souls! The Empire! To glory! We await your orders!
Clear those guys here. They're gonna come there before the swordsman.
By Ulrich's wrath!
Didn't accelerate fast enough for a charge, huh? Because they're going uphill. Okay, the greatswords are done. Greatsword is the highest tier unit in this place on tier 2.
Sigmar guides us!
We'll take the wall to shoot now.
Shields up! To battle!
I think this mortar will rout in before we reach it.
Lector! I have my orders! Yes, sir! Quickly!
No, they're still gonna be here. Oh, that's it. Gone.
Retreat!
We can capture this mortar, by the way.
Cavalry ready!
Imagine we capture that mortar then, and then we capture Hellstorm from the quest battle. I would need to change my pajamas. Oh, Siege of Helmgard, turn 5. We need to secure this place against the orcs and any possible attackers from the other side. I mean, best case scenario, they deploy this right, we take maybe like 500 casualties. If you're wondering how this guy got 320 kills, when the battle ends, the rest of the soldiers get out-resolved. So they basically all get killed by this guy. Talking pajamas, what color are you wearing today? Blue. Still Thunder is nice.
Champion of the
But we don't need this guy. Tormentor Sword. We have secured Province X Byte Pass. It's only tier 1 though. So it looks like they had it only at tier 1. So if we went for Alhad first, turn 6, it would probably been tier 2 at that point. Put growth here for faster growth. This place needs tier 3 to be reliable to defend.
protector of
And we got the Blessed Holy War again. So, you noticed that Volkmar did reinforce here, and we can still keep moving him. So, we move towards Eilhart, so we take Eilhart on turn 6, and we clear the Secessionists. We could do another thing here before we end the turn. There's an option to go March Saints to get 1 point in Taskmaster for the trait, or we could do the Quest Bell.
I am Volkmar.
The garrison will take a couple turns to replenish. Around 4 turns at least. The orcs might be here sooner though.
Lord of Boetonia.
It's kinda a shame doing this battle without Karl Franz's speech.
Chosen of Sigmar.
Let's be greedy here. Let's be greedy here. We are going to merge units. Keep in mind, when you're merging a unit, the larger unit always absorbs the smaller unit. So if I would merge these 2 units, a rank 1 swordsman would absorb some of this rank 2 swordsman and would retain a rank 1 most likely. While if we absorb a unit with a high rank, we would keep that rank. This is 10, 99. But this one goes to 19 to 99 now.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
And then we can switch it to another one.
The instrument of Sigmar's will. The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
I want this rank 2 to get more men.
Orders.
Okay. There's a multiple pieces of artillery here. And there's a chance of getting mortars or Hellstorm. I don't remember ever getting this, but might have been once in the past. I've done a shit ton of campaigns, guys. Shit ton. That's how, I don't remember if I ever captured it from this battle specifically. I think I actually captured it once from Kelmgard. So we'll do this battle. This battle is nothing to be intimidated by. It's just ambush battle. You're actually attacking them. You can see the balance of power is pretty straightforward. Pretty one-sided. We do have to pay 500 teleport there. I don't think we should actually keep this guy here. It's currently costly. We got him again to Rec 2, because he was the one doing the attack. But this could be the factor if the orcs attack or not, so I'll keep it here. I don't want this getting raised and then getting occupied by another faction. That would be really bad. We want to keep this at ourselves. Because we're defending this, it's one-sided. A auto-resolve is stacked against this element, so they get attacked. So we'll keep that guy around, and let's go to the this battle here. Close victory with low casualties. The battles cannot be auto-resolved. Okay, let's put a prediction here. Shame we don't get a speech here. What is the requirement to capture artillery? The artillery is from your faction, that you have room in the army, and there's a chance, I think around 10%. This battle is designed for Karl Franz, but we don't have Karl Franz. Same like that High King battle is designed for a king, so it doesn't have a speech, you play with Gromdal. Will the ambush battle be messed in this battle? Well, I don't think so, because we're just gonna jump straight on them. It's usually messed if you just shoot them with range.
Militia! Crossbowmen!
Let's put some better health units on this side. Put his flagellants on the Lord. They have anti-infantry.
Swordsman!
The ambush battles are ideal to issue orders while the game is paused, but it's on the legendary it's not allowed. There's a bug where you can do it, but yeah, I'm not going into that. So you basically, what you do here is you pretty much assign two groups of units and you drag them into the enemy and then try to click attack orders as fast as you can. Because if you drag a unit into enemy units, they will not charge, they'll just move there. So you might miss some of the charges. You'll also assign a whole group into a one control group and then direct right click. It's not ideal or optimal, but you know, it's the second best thing you can do. Let's shoot them, these guys in the back. It looks like they're bugged. These guys just stood there for a second. I mean, look at this unit here, how they're assigned. It does look like a bug behavior. They still managed to shoot their artillery there, though. Yeah, Volkmar respecting that guy. We do have attack buff right now, 85 attack. As you can see, it's a slaughter.
Prepare for combat! Militia! Quick march! No lingering!
We'll deploy guns on this side here. We don't need these guys to take any more damage. Put this guy a little bit back. I have pistoleers which they might send forward first. You don't have to really destroy their units to have a chance to capture artillery, you just have to win the battle. Let me get some more experience here. This guy's only at rank 4. Sometimes a fleeing unit will still provide experience because the battle is not over. Even when it's over. Lords do provide some of the best experience. This time. Let's do prediction to capture artillery. We can, yeah.
We serve the Emperor! Yes, sir! Quickly!
They got distracted by the fleeing units and they did not listen to the orders. They totally dropped all their orders. Yeah. Wasn't there a command here for Vigor? If you want details. If you want details exactly how it works, there you go. So, for example, if a unit is very tired, it will lose 10% of its armor. If it's exhausted, 25% armor. What's the really bad thing from exhaustion? 30% melee attack. That is really bad. Well, this is not as bad for the range units. This sounds worse, but it's not bad for the range units. Because the range units do get better reload times with experience. And this doesn't really matter that much. So, the worst thing about exhaustion is this. On tired, 15% attack, 25% attack, and exhaust 30% attack. If you only get winded, you lose 10% melee damage. You can see the exhaustion has a bigger impact on melee than it has on range. Melee defense is only when exhausted, and armor is when very tired and exhausted. So look at these penalties and imagine you're in melee combat. It's really bad for melee units, because melee units only lose some vigor by just getting into position. When you're charging, you also spend more vigor. So this is basically how the fatigue works. You can see this builds up 10,000 fatigue climbing, which will put you to very tired. It's like tired to very tired, depending on the whole unit, but they still have to move up there. So melee combat builds up 19 vigor, 19 fatigue per tick, while the shooting it's 18. So you can see when you're walking, you're actually getting rested a bit. Vigor matters a lot for melee units.
Show us the foe! Swordsman! To battle!
For Sigmar! At once!
Yes, sir!
Faith is my shield!
Yeah, vigor matters more for longer battles, larger battles, and if you're relying on melee. Usually the factions that rely on melee have ways to improve vigor. You have to also consider there is a chance. There is a base chance for chance to hit, minimal chance to hit, and maximal chance to hit. Base is 35%, minimal chance to hit is 8%, and maximal chance to hit is 90%. So you're not guaranteed to evade attack, and you're not guaranteed to hit, even with really crazy stats. But you will definitely avoid attacks more often and hit more often. For example, in the examples of stacked up Grimgor or stacked up Ironbreakers. You can totally notice how the Ironbreakers are not taking damage most of the time in melee, while the Grimgor is just deleting most of the time. So having higher numbers means a lot. For example, exhausted Ironbreakers are gonna perform way better than exhausted Black Orcs, just because how the units work, which is kinda ridiculous. So it's just because there is a system of armor piercing and armor at the same time. And the attacks are adjusted on that as well. So exhausted units lose more attack than they lose defense. So some units getting exhausted is pretty bad. Especially if they don't have anti-infantry or anti-large. It doesn't matter as much on anti-infantry and anti-large units. So they're a little bit better there. Because it also buffs their attack. So if you're exhausted with anti-infantry, it's not as bad as when you're exhausted without anti-infantry. These guys are walking into the battle. Hans von Zanger, more like late Walder Frey.
Immediately, with haste. For the Emperor! Quick march!
Yeah, I would have never really used 5 free combat militia with Karl Franz, but with Volkmar it makes sense. There's something about, you know, the sound of guns, right?
For the comet, ready!
This guy looks bugged. We've seen his behavior with high elves. This is bugged. This happens since the last patch. Melee lords are basically stuck and then going into melee. This is a new bug. Can somebody find that high elf battle where we did again fight against Hans Marshall and they had 3 characters together doing circles? That's probably the worst battle AI bug so far in the game, and it's happened since the last patch. There's nearly a dozen bugs since Beastman rework, and half a dozen new ones we've seen since the Cavalry beta patch. But good thing some YouTuber made a complaint about cavalry being broken when it's worked the same for years. And the CA, you know, made some half-assed update instead of fixing the more important shit.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
We kill each other while other things wait! For the twin-tailed comet! At once!
By Gal Miraz!
Crush them! As you say.
Does this guy give experience?
It better not misfire! We are Sigma's heirs! No lingering!
Let's kill him anyways. There's these issues with Battle Eye you don't really notice unless you start paying attention to somebody tells you they exist. And then it kind of ruins the game a bit. So you've been warned, guys. Like going left and it's probably the worst Battle Eye bug before they bugged up some of these characters in the ambushes. Never lucky. Never lucky. I'm actually gonna get a replenishment here.
onwards.
What do we get? Jade Wizard! Ho ho ho! And we're playing Volkmar. We get some healing. I don't even care what trade he get. Not bad, not bad. The AFK trade. Getting Jade Wizard on turn 5. Ho ho ho! Christmas!
Quiet. Listen.
Never lucky. Don't give you feels weird, man, in my channel here.
I go.
And we did have plus 20 power already there. That was nice. This is the Red Moon Inn. We need tier 2 here though. Megaton, huh? We should not wait for tier 3 in Whiterun. We should definitely get this in Megaton. Okay, we are currently risking have a potential war with Visseland, and they will immediately sack Vault 1-1.
The instrument of Sigmar.
Okay, rank 6, we can immediately take Emperor's Finest. Now we have 8 attack and 8 defense for our troops. And yeah, I'm going to keep away with Bucks here for a turn. Do we keep it? How strong is Skull Smash? We guarantee to investigate next turn. I don't want them to start moving here before they replenish. I'm gonna put March 10 here for 1 point in Taskmaster. There's a trait which you unlock. Traits are unlocked depending on what you do on the campaign. But there are traits related to the stances. Like spend 10 turns in a March stance, 10 turns in an Ambush stance. 10 turns spent in a March stance. Ending turn in March stance grants you a point of grants you a trait called Taskmaster, which is 5% more line of sight and 5% more campaign wound range. It's like a half a Ratmaucher. Like this is like an example where we could use this that doesn't hurt us. Just found out there's a Darkest Dungeon 2. Really? Darkest Dungeon. I don't see Darkest Dungeon 2. No Darkest Dungeon 2, guys. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You got wrong information. We got our first technology here. State troop standards, 5 leadership, 5 speed for all infantry units. Let's see the orcs now. So they're still behind on recruitment, but they might start moving next turn. Let's see. Let's just get make attention here if this moves anywhere. 2. This is probably a war. It's the best thing that can happen, honestly. This into Confederation. But we need to get lucky with one fealty buff or event.
Yes.
Who calls?
Sigma's.
So, what? The Empire. Who calls? Yes. What?
All right.
Yeah. Hold on, sorry guys, I need to blow my nose. Give me like 2 minutes, I'm gonna get something to drink as well. Be right back. Okay, I'm here, boys. Got me a beer. Okay, where were we? Recruit another lord. We might get additional battle here. This would be nice.
Gairan whispers.
Just got technology as well.
Volkmar the Grim.
So we attack their lord, let him retreat, take the settlement, and hopefully he's not in range, and then he will just suicide because there's nothing to do after that. And we'll get 2 bells. I would actually totally play Darkest Dungeon too, but yeah, I'm not really. There's other things to play. There's other things to play.
By the Heldenhammer.
I'm not really care about early access, unless it's a loot game.
Purge the heretics.
Okay, looks like it's good. We get the additional bell here. Alex, do you think you will be able to play Emperor in Warhammer 3? Yes. Not initially, but most likely with the proper campaign after the mini campaign release.
Sigma. Fear my righteous fury.
The trees tell me much. I call thee relics of power.
Man, this DJ Wiz has a pretty awesome voice. We'll call this one as royalty. He has not so awesome voice. His voice is shady at best. Like somebody who would take advantage of you if you get drunk. Okay.
For the heir of Sigma.
Champion of
We'll send this guy into the range to get a potential item.
Sigmarite Arch-Lector.
And we can auto-resolve this one. Looks like fine. Close victory, low casualties. Man, I'm damaged, guys. That thing has damaged my soul. That's decisive victory with low casualties. Imagine we click auto-resolve here and we lose the whole army. It's not a problem that I would uninstall the game and go play something else. It would actually ruin me, for real. God damn it. There's no fucking way to lose this in auto-resolve. No fucking way. Hopefully that doesn't kill the wizard though. Okay, that's fair. That's how it should be.
Ready.
Get a hedge wizard, only equivalent on the heroes. Got a student. Student is a follower you can unlock if you're not researching. So you can increase your research rate. Hedge wizards can only be put on heroes. Meanwhile, apprentice wizards can be put on both lord and hero. Eilhard in the party palace.
My knowledge is yours.
It's turn 6. We have all of Reikland, and now that we have a whole province, we can issue a commandment which can add a certain buff depending what we need at the time. It starts at the next turn, and right now, more than anything, we need growth. We need to get this place to tier 3. Settlements on tier 3 usually get good garrison, and have the minor settlements have access to the garrison building that provides walls. With walled up settlements, you can consider, expansion outside the province without, the risk of somebody surprising your unwalled settlement.
Blessings of Sigma.
We did unlock the student. We got level 2 on the Jade Wizard. The Jade Wizard is another way to get additional item drop chance, like what Volkmar has, plus 10%. This one works immediately when you put him in the army, gives you 10%. This is a hero ability. And the hero can also upgrade this to 25%. But the most important thing to unlock on Jade Wizard first is Life Bloom and Earth Blood. Light Bloom will trigger heals on the whole army when you cast spells, and the Earth Blood is the actual heal. So we go there first. Sometimes I take scouting, you know, when I feel like it. Sometimes I just, you know, go for the spells. Helmgard, Guy Memorial.
Protector of the weak.
This guy actually is fine to stay here for one more turn. So we have a chance for another item that costs a little bit of economy, but it's fine.
Following Sigmar's
We got rank 7 on Volkmar. Hammer is unlocked in rank 8. This is unlocked in rank 12. For example, you don't have to unlock these skills after rank 12. So you can get rank 12 by saving the skill points and unlock everything here at the same time. Kekwi Guy Memorial. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I'm gonna turn off skill points unassigned. There you go.
the instrument of Sigmar's
This is rank 19.
orders.
To consider getting stables and blacksmith is over 6,500. It's just stupid, you know. I was like, I would never build this. It's not like you can't do it and cripple yourself a bit on the snowballing, but it's just the buildings make no sense. I kept refusing getting the stupid cavalry stuff unless it makes sense. You know me, guys, I like using cavalry. You see my my Vampire Counts campaign? Everybody, you know, complaining shit about cavalry. Pretty much half our army said cavalry. If not all our army said cavalry. But this is just bad. Really bad option. I'm actually going to remove barracks in here and get another growth building. So right now we have to look beyond the borders of Reikland. There are options, but there's a ticking bomb here called Whistleland. It's pretty much made this way. It opens the door into Solon. Is a bit obvious, so getting in this position here would be ideal, but you know, it's also down to RNG what will happen. Confederating Yelt is the best thing to do, and clearing down Whistleland in the meantime. Marienburg's absolute dogshit strategy. Now they added Reikland, and this is a buffer against Reikland as well. So that's the other question. It was always one of the poorer options. Whistleland always made more money than Whistleland anyways. Look at the distance between this thing here. It's totally out of the way. The Empire gain goes between Reikland and Sylvania. Touching any of these territories early on makes no sense. You just make a trouble for yourself. We'll start on the infantry armor. 7 turns. Commandment is available here. We'll go with growth. And yeah. Maintain borders and prepare war with Whistleland. Hopefully we are the ones that initiate this war and not them.
Praise Sigmar. Volkmar.
Marienburg is worse than ever before due to lower growth. One key port is shit compared to resources you get in Whistleland. The difference between this is these are settlements where you can actually get marble and iron. This is just exposed shit that requires a lot of growth to be profitable. You capture Marienburg tier 3, Marienburg is tier 2, which means you don't get a good port at that point. Marienburg was always a worse option than Wisseland, even back in the day. It's just an illusion, it's a good option. Confederate Marienburg is great, capture Marienburg tier 4 is great, but before that, no, it's not good. Lower growth, they changed the growth. The overall growth is slower, and you need more growth for population surplus. So they basically made the game much slower now. What if Marienburg kills Cologne? That's very good. It's very good. You kind of want strong Marienburg that has no distrust the Empire, and once Chaos arrives, get military alliance with them. That would be ideal. The player cannot confederate Marienburg, but you can get military alliance. No, the Westland is just not worth it, guys, trust me. The zone would require a second army. During Chaos Invasion, it's likely Archmagons. Marienburg was never a good option. Never in the history of Warhammer attacking Marienburg was a good option. The best strategy in Warhammer 1 was to get Borlu. Miles ahead better strategy. The second best would be Wisseland. Ideally, 3 provinces in Bretonia and Wisseland at the same time.
Free company! At speed! Go!
Borlu is more money than Marienburg. People just don't get it. Even with the old trade system in Warhammer 1.
Yes, sir! For Heldenhammer! Don't give them an inch! Now! Free company!
What makes Borlu better? The port has a little bit less income, but it has unique wine building, which provides growth, public order, and the best wine resource in the game. The wine that you will make in Borlu from the start will beat Marienburg long term. So just think about it like this, Blue. You get a public order building, growth building, and wine building all in one. And you can build it immediately. What we did here, we forced 2 battles, so we get more experience. That's why they didn't auto-resolve. Where's Bring Back Howdy? There's no Bring Back Howdy if the Howdy is under 40k.
Protector of the weak.
Scribe, very nice. Valet, very nice.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Okay, we can have a chance to get another student, but we have only one hero, so it doesn't really matter.
Praise be to Sigmar.
Rank 3. In a long distance rank 3. That's so stupid, man.
Servant of the faith. The
We want to attack with the Volkmar because reinforcement armor gets less experience.
Sigmar grant me strength.
Okay.
Hunting the wicked.
Emperor Session is a gun. Marienborg is a threat on the border here, but we'll ignore them for the moment. Whistle and conflict can begin right now. So we'll just march. Let's see the Skull Smashers. Skull Smashers have gotten military. And if you look at the Kekvigai Memorial, the garrison is still replenishing. But most importantly, it's not tier 2. So we'll send Volkmar into Kekvigai Memorial to replenish a bit.
Moving. Volkmar the Grim.
We got 2 rings on the Jade Wizard. We get Life Bloom and Herb Blood. Life Bloom is a passive effect from the Lord of Life. Every time the Lord of Life Wizard casts a spell, it will trigger a small heal on the whole army. And this is the Stunner Heal spell. Volkmar is rank 8. We could unlock his prayers, but we'll save for his unique skills.
Chosen of Sigmar.
Regarding the second lord right now, I guess, yeah, we can disband him for now. This is a cunning Archlector, that's good. Poison is good in Archlector. Is there any followers on him? No, nothing. Let's get rid of him. When you disband the lord, it goes back into the pool, but you can get him later. Currently, there is a bug with the Empire that happened with the rework. When an event happens for the Empire, one of the lords from the pool will be assigned automatically to lead the event army, and it could assign this lord. And if you win or lose the event, this lord gets automatically killed and removed from the game. It's only been bugged for 2 years, so give them guys about 2 more years. I'm sure they're gonna fix it in the Warhammer 3 Empire rework. Z for Rapideye sees I'm not even sure how to read it. Zeph Rapideye, Zeph Rapideye, X for Rapideye, Cross for Rapideye. I don't know. Their name is confusing me, man. I promised myself that if AI still moves left at the beginning of the battles in Warhammer 3, I will not buy the game. I can respect that. At least you can watch here and complain on the Twitch chat instead. She for a pity. Yes, you suffer, we watch. You sadists. Isn't there a point to have a movement build them early? Not really, not really. Because it's 5 growth, which is next to nothing. And 10% movement range only works in the region. Which means it will only work in Megaton or Whiterun. But if you get in tier 3, it's good. Especially in a province like Reikland, because it will buff income on all the buildings by 8%. So the good effect from this building is the upgraded version third effect. Income from all buildings plus 8%. The everything else is extra. We have 1 slot available here. Since we have a free common militia a little bit better, I guess we'll go with other stuff. We do need to build up a bit right now. The income is quite poor. We did spend a little bit extra due to the 2 lords.
Never yield.
If we got in the toll collector, we would have had him in Reikland for a little bit more money. So what do we have here? Charcoal burner, militia man. We're not recruiting right now. Still standard. Scribe is nice. This one is not bailiff and charcoal burner. Can you actually equip these things here? You can get a charcoal burner on here. That hero is going to be +3 public order. And we get bailiff here for another +1.
Volkmar.
I kind of want to disband Knights of the Blazing Sun, but I don't think the chat will be happy. Honestly, I think disbanding Knights of the Blazing Sun is the right move. Even having a Rampage standard. Because look at this income, and we need to build up tier 3 settlements now. Switzerland Bell, but we have no bells right now. This unit is too costly right now. No, we need income. We don't need more units. We really need income. We are about to start hitting tier 2s in these places, and we have no money. Yeah, it's not like the chat is gonna end the stream or something. We have to disband this. It's a fiscally responsible thing to do. It seems like disbanding hammers when you're done with the early province with Belagar. We just simply have no money to build.
The instrument of Sigmar's will. Orders.
Yeah, 7 turns, 500 English, that's 3,500 gold wasted. Yeah, that's too much gold. I'm not baiting, guys. I'm not baiting. I'm just saying there's an option there. People are gonna do it, they're not gonna do it, you know. But it's not like they're gonna end Empire stream again.
Yes.
We can't afford them, right? It's a smart thing to do. It's a cool unit. I like to have it in the early game, but you just cannot afford it.
Sigmar upon you.
Heck, disbanding Tather Souls is also a good thing. Continue with the armor upgrade.
Ready.
Did I say that right? Fiscal responsibility. Yeah, it's a fiscal responsibility. I think I said it right.
My knowledge is yours.
Because look at this, we have one tier 2 settlement, we have about to get second tier 2 settlement, and we have no income. We need to build up Reikland. And the attack on Vault 101 is about to happen. Of course, ultimately it's RNG, but it can happen. Right now, the only problem is Skull Smashers and potentially Whistleland. It's gonna be event, though. Oh, look at this. We did good. We did good, boys, by putting Volkmar here. We read the game. We read the game. And it paid off. Because if we had this and attack with this, they would have raised the place and somebody else would have occupied. In other words, you know, it was the right move, but still got lucky too. This is good they come to us, because they will bring money as well. These battlefields favor the attacker. If it wasn't on purpose, they would have not attacked this place. They could, maybe would have, because of the state of the garrison. Our army is marching here, so we start with tired vigor. Which means you cannot recover the vigor. It's kept tired. Nice, those go about tremors and messing up the balance. No, it's actually this is by design, gal. The 4 battles are favoring the attacker by design. I almost want to think it's a way to solve the AI pet finding issue on the campaign map.
Offering battle prayer.
It's a lot of orc boys. These are greenskins, they have a VA, but we also have a lot of troops ourselves. We got a guy on helium, we can heal him as well. We do have access to Earth Blood, and we got 68 power. So it looks like the Winds of Magic Power Reserve here are a little bit weaker.
Grand Theogenist.
The Empire endures! We are Sigmar's heirs! Listen up! For Heldenhammer! By Ulrich's wrath! I speak, you act.
You know what I get when I click that guy?
Ready for war!
I know they have standards, you know, like when you look at the unit and troops, they're all like same height, you know. But when I click on this guy, it's almost like he is only 4 feet tall. He's like the Dan DeVito of Empire Captains, but not have that good voice. More like Mini-Me, you know. I guess a little over 3 feet. He's actually a halfling, yeah, pretty much halfling. This is the famous greenskin turtle formation. Testudo formation for the orc boys. What you could do? Yoo-hoo. Okay. Let's see. We do want to get towers. We do have garrison to take some of the damage, and we have 4 units of crossbows here. We'll spread them around. If you click on a unit and mouse over a position on the wall and hold the right mouse button, from this center point you can stretch the unit all to a single line. This is sometimes useful with ranged units, or for example with positions in the wall where you don't really want to put troops, but you still want to control towers, like this for example. So this unit will control both towers. Keep in mind, at any point in this line where they get attacked, they're gonna just all converge back to that point. So if they get attacked here, they're all gonna go here. If they get attacked here, they're all gonna go here. So they're gonna remain that line if they get attacked. It works a little bit different on the wall. This is probably due to spaghetti lines no longer existing in Warhammer games, because this is the widest they can go. Back in some old Total Wars, you could put them to 2 lines. Or even 1 line, and this is highly abusable in some situations, especially multiplayer. So that's why they have to go back to 1 spot. But you can still create a spaghetti line on the wall. They haven't changed that.
Crossbows ready, General!
I think spaghetti lines on the wall make sense due to range units. For example, you see this, like how deployed, they will all have vision to shoot forward. But if you put them like this, sometimes the guys in the back won't be able to shoot, especially if they have guns. It's a little bit different with crossbows and bows, which are pretty much the same thing. There are not really any crossbows in this game, they're all bows. Crossbows might have a little bit different angle, but when you look at it for a bit, it's the same shit. Okay, we'll put all the cross on this side. I do remember them ignoring this left side. Let's see if this continues. These orc boys can still do some damage. The mortar here. We'll give them orders. Some of our guys here. I guess is a good on the wall. I don't really care about this unit. They can get killed. The tier 0 units are not that good. And put all this stuff here. I think actually I better put one free company militia here.
Conditions acceptable.
Huh. Guess I didn't fuck up Bunga on this battlefield. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Okay. Put the title souls here, they're good at grinding on the wall.
For the twin-tailed comet! Militia!
And where's the last one? Here, here. The okay. We got plenty of guys on the walls. The swordsman will be the second wave to hit. The swordsman can actually beat up those orc boys due to our buffs and the wizard. We have all the characters close to the door. The wizard will be flexible to move to heal. The herb blood does work on the walls. And who the hell is left?
Ready for war!
We got a unit of archers, huh? It's kind of interesting, you can snap units here, but you cannot snap units here. Tells you that the second one is just an aesthetic half-assing instead of a proper siege battlefield. I kind of wish we had a one vanguard unit outside, but I don't want to just suicide one of the militia guys.
Missiles at the ready!
These guys can shoot over the wall. And we got a bunch of these swordsmen here. Put one on the center just in case the enemy retreats there. Other than that, we deployed nearly everything, right? Yeah, mortar is here. Finding the fight shooting the concentration of units there. The orc boys do have shields and they do have quite a bit of health. This is a unit of orc boys, the orc infantry. They have a 9720 health compared to a unit of swordsmen. They have quite more health, over 1500 more. 9720, almost 1500 more. They are definitely better than the swordsmen in quality. I mean, they're orcs after all. They don't have stuff like warrior priest though, or a Lord of Life. We'll assign artillery shots here on the Alban Arch. They're usually not going moving. You can also hold Alt and tell the artillery to shoot in that area. The wider the circle, the more inaccurate the artillery is. These things get improved with experience. You can see if they shoot quite close, the circle is very small. Should trigger an Earth Bloom here. Do we even have Earth Bloom right now? This thing can only affect 4 targets, and we want the helium guy to be affected. We have a live bloom. As you can see, those goblin archers have destroyed the great swords. They always target the highest value unit. Misclick there.
Crossbowmen! 3 company!
It looks like the units got bugged here. They gave an order to attack the door, but they got stuck. And you can see by this unit moving around in circles, you see this unit moving around. This is an indicator they are waiting to execute an order and they just got stuck in a bug. This happens quite often. See this unit working around? This unit is given an input but they're not executing it. It's a bug that's included lately into the game. It's quite bad.
The Empire endures!
It was happening before, but not as often as it's happening these days.
We are ready! Swordsman! Withdraw! We obey! Battle ready!
Yeah, they finally managed to do it.
We obey! Now!
We need more troops here.
Moving now! Crossbows ready, General!
This last page they did for to actually caused a dozen of bugs nearly. And it's usually with battle AI, behavior of the AI on the battlefields. They experience some really sad shit. Shit you would see in Medieval 2 and Rome 2 and not Warhammer in the past.
Soldiers of the Empire! Understood! Shields up!
Those goblins actually did okay, you know. We got a war here, so gonna be some damage. Let's all cast a heal here. We can also cast some explosions here. It's actually very effective on the wall. And also want to see the damage inflicted. 3300 for that is very effective. For some reason, the explosions and bombardments is extra effective on the wall. I have a theory that it's applied, the damage is applied twice, as in it's bugged.
Prepare for combat! At speed! By Sigma! Swordsmen!
Should heal these guys here. When casting spells in Constitution, you want to make sure not to overwrite your old life bloom, so always give it at least 6 seconds before casting next spell. You will not reapply the effect, you're just gonna lose the old one. Or the new one, I mean. He actually got deleted on this side here.
Militia! Swordsmen!
These guys don't want to die.
For the Emperor! Now!
The Empire!
By doing a retreat, it routed them, but they'll survive. Otherwise, they'll get killed. By holding Alt, we can, instead of clipping a spell, we can just assign it into an area. And the units blinking are the ones who are going to be affected. Otherwise, the spell will try to snatch clip on the nearby unit. But with Alt, you disable this. Yeah, we sort of roll them on the right side. These units are doing good, they just need a little bit more healing. There's a lot of big concentration here, so we'll do another explosion. Yeah, this spell is overperforming on the walls for sure.
Formation, march! Yes, sir! Quickly! Quick march! Yes, sir!
Swordsmen are doing okay. We defeated them here, so I guess we can help here now. Looks like they're about to rout. Army losses are triggered. Army losses is a mechanic assigned to balance of power. You don't see it in on Battlefield Legendary, but it's there. It's basically the enemy is losing a battle, and when it becomes too much, they take a massive leadership penalty, and they all flee. It can happen sometimes by targeting the enemy quality units, and then you having overwhelmed quality on your side. It's well done, I think, in most part, but there are times when it's highly abusable, especially when you play with range. Because you're just gonna inflict massive damage on the enemy, and unless your units have passed a certain amount of ammo, like about on 35%, you will not lose any leadership. Meanwhile, you're just gonna lose ammo, and the enemy the bar will just go full yellow, and the trigger army losses without even making contact with the enemy.
Sigmar, show us! Free company! Take the ground! Go! Mortar!
These guys can shoot while moving, so we can get some more kills here.
Quickly!
These orcs have a very good position in the mountains, so they'll keep bothering us here. But it's, you know, gives you things to do early on.
Take position!
Hard to say what their leader has, but it's not disciplined.
Company! Take the ground! Moving now! To battle! No lingering! Yes, my lord! Formation! March! Quickly!
The range units reload as they move.
At speed!
So it's basically a cooldown which you don't see. For example, this is what, 7.6 seconds. So there is no reload animation, it just goes 8 seconds and they fire again. There's also some aiming part of the animation, which they might not have a target, but if they're fire while moving, this thing is eliminated, I think.
For the Warhammer!
Yeah, Volkmar was always pretty tanky. It was always one of the tankiest lords in the game. Volkmar was actually quite busted before in the game when the AI would stack on everything. So, for example, if you have one unit here, like one lord, they would like to tend to put 10 units in that pile, and you just nuke everything, and Volkmar would just take no damage. Now you need like 3+ units for mosh pitting like that. That used to be pretty crazy with like Volkmar or the High King.
Take the ground!
Volkmar is kind of like High King, except he doesn't start strong as the High King. But he ends up stronger in the end. Well, Juka, Vistland can attack us at any point. And by the time we get back, we lose 2 regions. So it's not really worth the risk. Because if you leave the province, this chance increases. It's tied still to the mechanic, but it's still not worth it. Oh, we got Armor Fortune. That's one of the better items in the game. We'll pardon the captives for some money. And I opened my beer like a while ago and still haven't drank it. Paramount has attacked them since they got weakened.
Volkmar the Grim.
So this is one of the items in the game you can find, Armor Fortune. It grants armor, physical resistance and ward save. The resistances combined with defense and armor is what makes the single entities very tough.
Have you seen that shit?
Stuff like ward save is some of the best stats in the game, and physical resistance against also a lot of stuff. It only gets countered by the magical attacks. Armor Fortune Critical Max next. I don't have a next campaign planned, Victor. It's either gonna be a request or you know, Beastman at some point. I have this game set to pretty good quality, and this Jade Griffon looks so bad.
with a Heldenhammer.
The fire attacks negative physical resistance? No. Fire attack is just what's it called? It's what's the word? I can't remember what was the word. It's basically modifier. Yeah, modifier. That's what the word I was looking for. So when you're doing fire attack, it's a modifier that gets applied if enemy has fire resistance or fire weakness. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. And it's mitigated by armor and physical resistance. But if you have magical flaming attacks, well, then it's a double modifier.
What? This is wise.
Like poison is more of a debuff, not really a modifier. It makes sense to have a fire wizard in Volkmar's army because of flaming attacks on everybody, right? I need to keep Volkmar close to Vault 101, and we kind of want to increase public order here a bit. This is not enough for rebellion, but it's close. It just we're going to lose so much growth. These are the penalties I was mentioning earlier. So as the region control gets lowered due to public order, you lose line of sight. Line of sight is from the core center of the region, like Megaton. It goes from the center of this region here. So you can see basically line of sight here. And you also lose things like growth. Recruitment cost gets higher and the construction cost gets higher. There's another weird thing that happens as the public order goes lower. You get public order buff. It's to counter the rebellion abuse. So they did a gamey change to counter a gamey change. It's not perfect, but it kind of works. So they made things easier by around the rebellions instead of getting it. The rebellion has to kind of push with corruption and other malus to actually take it these days. It's kind of easy to get public order these days, a little bit too easy. So just think about it like this: rebellions were a good thing most of the time, and to fight the rebellion abuse, which is basically just leveling. Even if you are not really forcing it to happen, there's still a good thing to happen. They may give you public order to counter bad public order, which kind of makes no sense, but that's what the game we're playing here. The debuffs to damage stack, but the 2 poisons don't stack like all abilities in the game. At this point, we should just upgrade Earthblood. By upgrading a spell, makes it have a lower cooldown and it costs cheaper. And also, if you overcast it for a bigger effect, it has a less chance to miscast. Miscast causes magical damage.
Volkmar.
So, for example, the Grand Shield of Fate and a Grand Shield of Fate will not stack. But a Grand Shield of Fate and Shield of Fate will stack.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Megaton can get a special building here. It's called the Red Moon Inn. Provides small income, public order, walls, untainted, and a set of heroes here. It's a reference to another Warhammer game. We should keep an army close to Vault 101 because Wissenland could attack. We could actually just let them attack it, or we could attack them first. Right now at this stage you want to kind of build up and just manage things. This place might get attacked before we get this upgrade. We'll see. I'm not sure this place would handle a big army of orcs, but orcs are now at war with Paragon, so we don't have to worry about them.
The wicked flee before me.
So this is a time to get more public order in Reikland to improve stuff in the region and replenish the army and get a taskmaster at the same time.
Volkmar the Grim.
Volt 101. We need to unlock tiers 2 so we can unlock more economy.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
We could also smack the greenskins here while we are at it. Karked Moon is actually doing okay right now.
Plans?
Kislev, you will drink with us, Kislev.
Kislev doesn't want to deal with us because of distrust the Empire.
The Tsarina.
They have no enemies. Actually, no enemies is more likely to join your wars. Stirland is a little bit hostile. Marienburg as well. So you can see the red ones.
The Empire.
The red ones are the ones that distrust the Empire. And they are the Empire.
What does the Emperor need that he cannot already...
I don't really care about Bastogne. If the Skulls measures were clear, there could be okay expansion, but we don't really care about that. We don't have the money to build Reikland, let alone to expand another province. Just asking for trouble, you know. The moment the army is out of Reikland, the factions might consider targeting Reikland, because there's nothing here.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Attacking Marienburg is bad because of this situation here. We don't want to open a front to the other side when our front is towards the vampires.
Orders.
I guess we just stay one turn in Megaton here. This would cost what, 1600? Okay, so we can upgrade this. Not much trade potential, huh?
I will listen, but my time is short. No, sir.
Kislev didn't give us trade because they distrust the Empire. Okay, there's an event under Mostly Glare. This event has been bugged for entirety of Warhammer 2. There used to be a risk downside, but the follow-up doesn't trigger for some reason. You rarely need this for 1500, especially at this stage, so there's no downside here. So what do we have here? We have a Council of States. This is a Elector Count event. The Council of States is an important group of advisors that grew from the demands of running the Empire day to day. There are far too many for one man or woman to keep track of. Prominent family members or nobles of each state are frequently appointed as consultants on matters of imperial law, finance, diplomacy, and military matters, amongst other things. A seat on the council has become available, and the states of Midland and Ostland have both put forward candidates to fill it. It is certain that your endorsement of one of them will tip the balance one way or another, informing the final decision. I think in this case, considering the vampire behavior, which tends to expand into Ostermark and Ostland, we should side with Midland. We don't want to go war with Midland, but it looks like the war is brewing. If we endorse these guys, war with Midland is inevitable. And Midland is kind of getting messed up by the orcs there as well. There's orcs in the north too. So we have no intention of conferring Ostland. They're on the other side of the Empire, and Midland is closer. We should have Boris, keep Boris happy here instead. We don't care about the northern part of the Empire or northern east part of the Empire. Now, this is not a very good event, but Midland is a better option here.
What?
So we are at 2 with Visseland. This is basically a war. War can happen any turn now. We got 7 with Solent. We need 10 to confederate that. 5 with Stirland. 5 with Auerland. They're still kicking. 7 with Talabekland. Confederation here is nice. This is the heart of the Empire.
Yes?
6 on Ostland, 7 on Hochland, 4 on Midland, 5 on Nordland. So no changes. We have a positive authority, so the changes can happen. We'll upgrade this. Upgrade this first, it's 3 turns. It actually could be less. Could be less. And now it's 2 turns. There's a interesting trait here, which reduces the construction time by 25%.
I shall pull them from the earth. Chosen of Sigmar.
The orcs will rebuild their army sometimes as fast as 3 or 4 turns. Kind of surprised the colony is still in a good shape.
The Tsarina and Kislev.
We lost probably over 1,000 by them rolling a bad rate. Marienborg is numero uno.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
It looks like Vissland makes the most sense right now while we're building up. This is more important. This thing's also increased growth in public order.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
We are currently at 18 units here. Volkmar being in the city gets a little bit experience. Prediction still open? My bad. Okay, let's see what happens next turn. The Reikland is way too exposed to do anything right now. And making a move on null that make no sense, we don't have a siege attacker. Cream says, Elich, my wife doesn't understand why I fall asleep to your stream. Any suggestion? Tell her that she will never understand because she's not a man. It's a manly thing. Migration is not bad. Get the 75 growth.
Yes.
Kinda wanna provoke these guys. Any changes? I kinda wish they would just tell us if something changed. We're gonna have to check every time otherwise, if we care about it.
What? So? The Empire.
So, looks like we got +1 in Nordland.
By the comet.
Our only enemy is these guys. And looks like they're getting another army up. They have to go to Paravon. It's unlikely they're gonna attack Kekwigai Memorial. Because the Paravon is in the way.
Volkmar the Grim. I walk this earth.
Let's just take a look.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
How strong is this faction? They have military presence of 8 in 3 settlements. 3 times 8. Get what? 24 to 27 units? 2 armies.
Knowledge is power.
I don't like the fact we're still at 17 units here. It's not an easy thing just to build the stuff like stables and blacksmith 6,500 and recruit Emperor Knights. And it feels like it's so silly how this is unlocked. You just simply can't support shit like this. At this point I think we get Vitran to tier 3.
blessings of
And we should add more stuff here just in case. 2 units.
the righteous hammer of Sigmar.
By improving relations here, we can get more fealty because of the positive relations. It tells you here, positive, actually it's high relations. But we also need these things so we can get chain events. We get the armor in 2 turns. The garrisons will get better and the Volkmar armor will get better. Carcassonne have declared war on Paravon. Oh, that's strange. Looks like Paravon might have been weakened by the orcs. Stronger faction targeting a weaker faction, even if it's the same people. Strong prey on the weak. No event, huh? How much are we getting per turn? 5 per settlement, huh? And we're constructing some stuff.
I hear you. Onwards. I go.
So they could go around here, but we currently don't see them, huh? This without the extra armor, it seems like it's not gonna be enough.
Sigmar.
What?
6, 7, 5, 7, 5, 7, 5, 2,
The Empire.
4, and 6. No changes.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
What if we attack Bastogne here? What will that achieve?
Honor before glory.
I think attacking Bastogne here gives us at least something to do.
I am Volkmar.
The settlement could get messed up and eventually destroyed. Make the Karak expand.
My
This is the next 3 turns. I kinda like this idea.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
We encroach their lands, but we don't expand, and we let the dwarves expand it. Bastogne is currently in trouble, and I don't think they can defend against us. And this gives us experience. We're just preying on the weak. If Karak expands, it's for the best. It looks like Skull's managed to get an army going again. We got 15 armor.
Yes. Moving. I am gone.
We met Borlu and Musilon and Carcassonne.
Bow before the rightful laws of this land, and I will hear your demands.
Peasants' work.
Those seeking my counsel, no evildoer may receive the blessing.
No evildoer. How does she know? Bastogne is currently crippled. They're weak, we are strong. That's not makes sense.
The Tsarina.
We'll just help the dwarves to Karak
Yes. Greetings, Umgi. How fares the Empire in these dark times? Doubtful.
Doubtful. Maybe they pay us 300.
Not likely.
Okay, they don't really care much about it or the help. The thing is, if we don't attack this soon, they're gonna fortify it. Second raise makes sense.
Honor before glory.
Defender of the faith.
It's now or never.
Who calls?
6, 4, 7, 6, 5, 7, 5, 5, 7, 2. No luck. The orcs could also go around. It's known to happen. We're gonna sack Montfort and then we're gonna raise it next turn.
righteous hammer of Sigmar. Moving out.
Hail, Sigmar's sons. Do you come looking for aid or to cause trouble?
You can see that
with Reiklanders.
you can see they're kind of intimidated by us because of the military strength. Like I said, the strong prey on the weak. That's how the strong get ahead. There's really nothing else to do. I don't want to AFK another 3 turns here. The vampire seems to be attacking Wurbat, but it could also be Wood Elves. They could be expanding into towards us.
My knowledge is yours.
Okay, it's mostly peasants here. Didn't really expect fighting Bretonnians, but it's, you know, a thing to do right now. There's some speed to Volkmar and let's go. Close victory, the game predicts. The month confirmed Vlad let it know that actually never happens. Like, really never happens. Look at that 49 charge on the Tether Souls. They do have 2 armored cavalry units.
Volkmar the Grim!
Swordsman!
Would be ideal if Karak Zifrin takes this element. That faction can do shit without another element. We do have quite a long possible battle line here. What are you gonna do about it? Got 2 spearmen for the sides.
Free company!
These guys don't have that much range.
Swordsman! Militia! Swordsman! Ready for war! Swordsman! Militia! For Heldenhammer! By Golmaraz!
Let's pretend these guys are handgunners, huh?
Militia! Free company! Soldiers of the Empire! Free company! Spearmen!
There's gonna be potentially some knights coming from the sides.
For Heldenhammer!
Sigmar speaks through me!
Swordsman! For Heldenhammer! We obey!
If they're gonna shoot, they're probably gonna just shoot the Tattered Souls there.
Loaded, sir!
Got 2 archers.
Sigmar calls! Ready!
Let's fire at will there.
Crossbowman!
And 1 crossman.
Budgets!
The main force has been tired, huh?
Grand Theogenist!
I like this. Had a mortar, they would have come to us. Look at this, going left. Knights Errant do have 6,000 health, but they still have 80 armor.
Battle ready!
They have some of the skirmishers here, which Which can get countered by our range. Let's put guard more than anybody here.
Sigmar calls. By Sigmar's will.
They wanna shoot this unit here now.
Hail Sigmar!
Enemies can shoot while moving.
War! Get them! Free company!
For the twin-tailed comet! Sigmar's will! I am ready! In the name of Sigmar!
Swordsman! Formation, march! Yes, sir, quickly!
Switch them around because they got damaged. I don't know, we can see the Volkmar running a little bit faster. They're gonna charge us here if we don't intercept that.
As you say.
Now we got stuck in an infantry unit. Well, looks like we just stopped them in the last second.
Double time!
We are ready!
Sigmar speaks through me!
For France! Militia!
Shooting a shielded unit on the other side.
Understood! The Empire endures!
Ready for battle!
Sure, we have much chance against that right now.
Fight for France!
Quick march!
Guy's on a horse after all.
Our weapons are yours! Understood! For France! By Volkmar! Attack! For the twin-tailed comet! For France! Destroy at speed! Militia! By Volkmar! For the twin-tailed comet!
The guys in the back are gonna cause quite a lot of damage. There's a crossman here.
For Heldenhammer! For the twin-tailed comet! Taking position! For Heldenhammer!
High priest!
No! The Empire endures! Crossbows ready, General!
So what, squires?
Sigmar guides us! Attack
There's
the men!
2 cavalry units on the left.
Spearmen! Yes! Missile troops! For the twin-tailed comet! To battle! Now! Militia! No lingering! Ready to fire! Take the ground! Free company!
We can get rid of these archers, they have pretty good range. Send another spearman to the side here. Well, not to really kill the knights errant, but it will slow them down. Other souls get targeted hard by the archers.
Conditions acceptable!
Oh, they did send their lord to intercept that.
Soldiers of the Empire! For Skull Splitter! Prepare for combat!
Volkmar the Grim!
Had like 1 or 2 mortars, those archers would have been long gone. They managed to get quite a bit of kills because we got outranged.
Free company!
By Sigmar!
Take the ground! Yes, sir, quickly! Quick march! Swordsmen!
We are Sigmar's heirs! Militia! Prepare for...
Okay, we got him. We're taking some moderate damage here. I don't think they have anything to follow up, though.
Take position! By Ulrich's wrath! Take the ground! Sigmar guides us! Free company! Quickly! Free company!
Size victory still, even after taking damage and losing a lot of armor. These two archers were crossmen, we would have taken as much damage. It looks like most of the archers were shooting the Tarsols here. 135 battle loot, which is very good. And we can... This looks like the settlement got sacked recently, huh?
Following Sigmar's path.
Ogres, my lord. These brutish
Ogres.
nomads are as strong as they are stupid.
So when the battle happens, Occupy of the Settlements happens, the ogres can spawn.
And will cannibalize any...
They're a type of mercenary units. With a great crump, a large group of ogres have appeared nearby. Though generally expected to attack and plunder any settlement they come across, it seems that they do not seek a fight, at least not immediately, but are looking for the most lucrative call to battle they can find, wholly untroubled by morality or questions of good and evil. Ogre mercenaries could be a great boost to your battle ranks should you choose to hire them. Get to send a lord here, you get a pick between 3 types of ogres that can be added to your mercenary roster. The button will appear here. I think these guys sacked this place recently. Looks how the AI just AFKs in a pre-corruption instead of encamping. Is it playing in legend difficulty? Yeah, this is on the highest difficulty.
I am Volkmar.
It might be the orcs are coming forward again.
Jade Wizard. My knowledge is yours.
We can just hide the army here. I wanna be closer to the Vault 1-1. Replenishment is not so good, but in 2 ranks you'll get the Work of God. We get Warrior Priest in tier 3, and we're saving population surplus for Whiterun to tier 3. We got 15 armor lasting. Getting tighter baits makes the most sense next on the Volifier. This is 10 government 2 public order. Let's see what kind of event we get here. Might be related to Viscelant this time.
Greetings. All you
Okay, better than G-Strucks. We met them, they were hostile, they had no enemies, so they declared war. So this is the second Volkmar's item, Staff Command. There has always been a darkness about Volkmar, not for nothing he is known as the Grim. Those who know Volkmar well, such as Karl Franz, realize that this brooding nature is a fierce eternal piety. Frustration that chaos still thrives, and a grim determination to purge the Empire's foes. Yet the office of the Grand Theogenes has always attracted enemies, from both within and without. Volkmar, a man who has never suffered fools, has burned alliances and gained many opponents during Aldor's courtly political games. So when the malicious rumors started to circulate about Volkmar's behavior, there were many suspects. The rumors were few at first, but have since spread like balefire. Volkmar communes with demons. The Grand Theogenes wishes to depose the Emperor. He is the arch-heretic. Despite the Emperor's urging, Volkmar refused to waste time defending himself from such vapid gossip. He played into his unseen enemy's hands, and now the Staff of Command, the symbol of the Grand Theogenes August office, has been reluctantly taken and locked away by the Holy Order of Sigmar. Such is the feeling against Volkmar. Even France, his closest friend, is politically tied to remain a mere observer whilst the witch hunters investigate the allegations, baseless as they are. Spurred on by strong support within the cult of Sigmar, Volkmar has at last decided he must act and dispatches a loyal warrior priest throughout the realm to track down the deviant rumor mongers. We're going to move 3 heroes to the 3 regions owned by the Empire.
Your prestige
And it's a turn 13 quest.
News of your conquest spreads far and wide.
Looks like no event this turn. So nobody has moved on Montfort here.
Who calls? I walk this earth.
I don't see where the orcs are moving.
What you want?
Rank 41. That is suspicious.
You gawk.
That is suspicious for sure. Damn! Mousillon has taken Lioness.
Kislev.
What?
King Lewin Leonka, Sigmar's will.
It looks like Marim has lost the battle.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Next turn we can start building Aldorf town.
Defender of the
Barely getting any replenishment here. There's one more battle available in Montfort. Has there been any changes in this 2, 7, 5, 5, 7, 6, 7, 6, 4, 6? It looks like at least a defendant Wurbat.
Volkmar. I see Sigmar's hand.
It's unlikely the orcs will go around with Paravon here. They're probably just circling this area here.
Volkmar the Grim.
Hard to say. If partly palace get hit, we lose a tier 2 settlement with a garrison being built up.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
And it's still potentially a shit ton of orcs. We're currently rank 128 and skull smashes are 41. Yeah, I know, Starkland, it's possible. It's possible. This looks like a tier 3 settlement.
My hand hovers close to my blade. Utter your demand before I raise it.
Marienburg is at war with 1000 Maws.
What?
When they squeeze it back in the army. This place could handle an orc attack.
Chosen of
Missing an experience here while playing safe here, it's not ideal, but this is still a tier 2 settlement, it's a lot of growth lost.
Sigmar guides
We'll play safe here. 3 turns until we can get Carbal Greatswords. We'll get Sons of Sigmar, Sigmar Sons until then. Both of the settlements can be targeted, and having a hero here didn't really reveal us much information. The vault can get attacked also at any point now with the bad event. Hey, Cludis. Golden Ore has attacked Clan Spittle. They are in the southern Great Mountains. Reikland attacked the Wargrove Voe, Karakin attacked Overland, Overland attacked Von Carstens. Look at all these weird wars here. Lauren Forest attacked Northern and Midland. Okay, so what happened here? Reikland has expanded into Stirland. And this used to be they've taken the region from the Wood Elves. The Reikland Confederation is hot. I don't think Stirland has a future. So we'll allow this expansion from Reikland. We got +8 to 8 now. It's 2, 7, 5, 4, 8, 6, 7, 7, 6. No, nothing with passive gain now. Grunzin has been raised by the rebels. No orcs in sight.
These lands are ours by the right granted.
The man returns to his authority, I think so, yeah. But it's not always ideal. Stirland is weakened by the vampires, so the vampires will just make a move here, while Reikland has the military to control the area.
The laws of chivalry demand, I hear you.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Doesn't look like there's anything around here. Tier 3 in Whiterun. We'll get it in the vault. So this area here and this area here, the only ones are not fortified. We hold on to skill points on Volkmar. When Volkmar reaches rank 12, we can unlock Mere Mortal Man, and then we can use the save skill points to unlock the skills that follow. Primarily the Work of God for that juicy Strength of the Penitent 20% replenishment. So we unlock Work of the God immediately on rank 12 by saving the skill points.
Yes.
This one is actually awesome on Volkmar as well. 5 additional ranks. 4 additional ranks. 5 additional ranks.
Volkmar the Grim.
I don't see orcs nearby. Just a ton of Marienburg forces.
Sigmar has heard my prayers.
The orcs could attack the Kekwi Memorial now, because we didn't see them on the other side. Oh, we could, but there's really nothing I feel like taking right now. Karazakarak went to war with Grimgor's Arboys. So what happened here? Looks like Reikland is just click on the settlements of Wood Elves. I think this is fine. We'll allow the expansion. They can back it up with military. If we return that to Osmak the Vampire, so they're taking it immediately.
By the comet.
So,
Yes, the Sigmar's will.
who calls? Yes. So, what? Praise Sigmar.
Yes. Leaving.
So dwarves have raised Montfort. Is this gonna be raise and occupy?
Blessings
Raise and settle?
upon you.
So what happens with Skull Smashers? They've lost their military. Looks like they got smacked by Paragon.
By the Heldenhammer.
We will need 3 turns to get there. And then this thing could escalate. Let's stand close to Vault 101 here. I don't want to lose 3 population. At this point we can consider some Empire Knights. Because the tier 3 is happening in Aldorf, in Whiterun, I mean. Because all the buffs Volkmar will get for them. Just get a 1 or 2 faster units. And they occupied it after raising it. Maybe we can get agreement with them.
Welcome, men of the Empire.
Distrust dwarves.
Not likely. Quiet. Listen, I am gone.
Regarding technologies, we can unlock the reputation technologies, relation technology, like with dwarves or with the realms of men. Which could also lead to trade agreements.
Ready. I will cast out all evil. Sigmar, grant me strength.
And there's nothing in the water either.
Setting forth. This is why.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of trade agreements available. A couple of these factions have distrust the Empire.
Who calls?
What turn is it? 16? We should break a treaty with Sylvania. Should have done it a few turns ago.
Do not underestimate. Yes!
They did expand towards Blackrog. This gives us 15 points with wars instead of -8.
Kislev. My glacial majesty Kislev.
Nothing is really happening here.
All right. Welcome, my countrymen. Disagree with that.
Yeah, we need thresholds here. Maybe they can destroy Adraika.
Never yield.
That would solve one problem in that area for us. We should get this guy to Whiterun and consider getting a couple of Emperor Knights. Since the money looking okay. We can get a wizard also to build this up faster. We should get Acton and work on the garrison here immediately too. Money is good now. Our army is falling behind though because the turns are progressing. Is it me or Marienburg just got besieged and there were 3 armies in that area? What the fuck? Is it Coron? There's no way Raker has that much military. Oh, they repelled him immediately. Come on, event. Oh man, why is this? This is dog shit. This is dog shit. We want the opposite. Look at this shit, man. This the RNG here. Sometimes it's so good, sometimes it's so terrible. This is like the worst possible thing here. We want war with Vissaland. An overzealous witch hunter has reportedly been terrorizing the people of Whistleland, executing dozens of citizens based on barely substantial evidence. Entire villages have been burned to the ground by this grim agent. So it's like somebody's been abusing his mod privileges. Who proclaims to be on a fully sanctioned mission to proactively flush out all suspected followers of the Dark Gods in this state. Upon investigation, you manage to confirm with your connections in the cult of Sigmar that this individual is indeed a state-issued Templar, albeit an extremely fanatical one. It could be in your interest to help Whistleland out of their woes by getting the witch hunter discommissioned. On the other hand, it is no small feat to get the political support necessary to issue an Imperial decree directly to the Sigmarites. Let the witch hunter do his duty. Like, since when has overzealous, you know, fanatics been a bad thing, right? And the Chaos Tears in the north, turn 17. You got 15 attack for 4 turns, training dummies. You know, what's next? Are we gonna get +1 field here? When is war here? This is just... Sometimes it just happens random. I guess they want us to act first. They did get a little bit more military down there as well.
Yes. Yes.
Looks like we might have gotten +1 in Outland here.
All right.
We need +1 with Talbegel for +1 authority there.
Yes. So.
Yeah. Aha says, this is why you don't make Strakon a witch hunter. Let the power go to his head. What can I say? I'm a corrupted official. You know, he bribed me.
Manlings come. No.
Okay, this is 1 turn, and this is... We could... excuse me, we could... My cough is still bothering me. This is a reconnaissance word. Uh-huh.
Our paths have crossed.
You see, I've been affected, touched by Nurgle, and now I just can't get rid of it. We can definitely use his ability here. Burn the mods. Somebody time him out. He deserves this time. No matter how corrupt the government, the institution, you can't say shit like this out loud. Okay, we'll build this one up. We upgrade it and we'll do the same to Whiterun, which means we should not get this technology this turn. We should get local militia for 2 more recruit ranks, or like a cheaper recruitment as well. This could work for some stuff. We'll spend a few more turns to get military here, right?
Orders.
It just pains me to build blacksmith and stables. It just pains me. It hurts my soul.
The instrument of Sigmar's will. Sigmar has shown us the path. Knowledge is power.
We trespass there a bit.
Moving, Sigmar has heard my prayers.
What is this? 2 turns as well? This place might not be safe.
The chopper is in.
They destroyed their military, but they haven't finished off the faction. If VIPs can be mods, how about making reconnaissance mod? Well, yes, the VIP can request to become mod, but since Dragon became mod, we have enough mods here. Unless somebody loses the mod status, there'll be no more mods here. The AI still have massive growth bonus for too, but they still need higher growth requirements, same as the player. They slow down a few turns, but they still grow much faster. Yeah, we can estimate like this depending on the faction. Some factions have better growth. Elector Count Boris Todbringer has brazenly announced the secession of Midland from the Empire, declaring the state's total independence. What the fuck, man? We have 4 fealty there. Why did Vissland didn't do that? You can oppose Midland's independence with military action, declare war, or alternatively, you can use your political power to gather support and stop their secession without bloodshed. Well, reap 1000 prestige. This is just bad RNG. We have 4 here, we had 2 here for a while, we get positive event here and we get negative event here. Okay, a Volt 101, 1 turn faster. Vitran, we got the money here.
Finding paths.
And what do we have here? So you can recruit Knights of the Blazing Sun from the livery, but they have extra upkeep. If we are not gonna rebuild the Emperor Knights now, we're never gonna use them. Because the Volkmar is like the only exception to use this shit. But this is painful, guys. This is like self-harm. At least it's only 2 turns. We should upgrade the harbor here, it's 2 extra per turn.
The trees tell me much.
Put this for the emergencies.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
I call thee relics of power.
Okay, we gotta upgrade our blood right now.
The Empire.
Let's see if we get Volt fortified there. You get industry here. King Roman says, I don't have an alt because I have no shame in watching titty streamers. Preach. Well, we'll take the money. That's good. Just spend a bunch.
What? The nation. Sigmar.
No luck with the filter recently.
Sir.
Holy shit, this is bad. I guess the Roofing Pang is not as bad, but the tier 5, man. We're gonna recruit those knights next turn.
Be praised. I will cast out all evil.
But Konos, you've been here for, King Roman, you've been here for 5 years. How the fuck? What is this? Talabeklan has declared war on Lam... What? What the fuck? Oh shit. We should use the treasure here. We need prestige. Haven't gotten much prestige recently. No. Midland has come on attack from the beastmen in the region of Middenstag and are appealing to you for military assistance. Will you come to their defense and join them in battle, or leave them to fight off their attackers alone? 2000 treasury. A valiant defeat. The fuck can we do against this? I hope they had something here, but they had nothing. Walk of Doom here, 4 gore shields. $2,000 for this, huh? I don't know, this is looking pretty bad. This is looking pretty bad. Let's put a prediction. You know why it's bad? Because the AI controls half the army. They should let us control everything here. So this is basically the event system. It automatically takes a lord from the pool randomly and assign you a couple of units. Sometimes these battles are one-sided because there's a massive military outside the city from the faction. Oh, look at this. This place looks familiar, guys. I might have been here 3 times today already. Don't you get punished if you lose this? No. The Emperor gets a little bit weakened because the settlement gets destroyed. We need to block the charge here. In the forest? Oh, no. This is a really bad spot for our troops here. And that guy's waiting! Sendigors should get wrecked by the Emperor Knights. But we can't fight them in the trees. How did they know us we are here? We are hidden! Shoo! Oh man, this is bad. They're jumping on us here. They can't find the trees. So it's like a bad spawn here for us. They smell man flesh. Oh man, this sucks. And what are our allies doing? Just waiting there.
No lingering. Take the ground at speed. To battle. Our orders? Yes, sir. Sigmar calls. Charge! Attack! Swordsman!
Oh man, we're so dead here. It's like we can't leave the forest, they're everywhere.
Moving now! Ah! Go! No lingering! Ready for war! Take the ground! Yes,
Well, it's just better reinforcements here, I guess.
infantry! Formation! Ah! Yes, sir, quickly!
The Knights have like no attack in this place.
Quickly! For the Emperor! At speed! Quick march! Formation march! Taking position!
Sendigors also came from behind.
Ranged weapons ready! Withdraw!
We just got really murdered in these trees here.
to serve! Ready for war!
Sure, our allies can actually do something here. They're gonna get their crossmen pinned by gore herds, while their melee units go on the other side. Jesus. Look at this pyramid just ignores the helping the crossmen there. Hey guys, what about that crossman there? You see that crossman's got just pinned in melee. And their lord seems to be broken again. Just was standing in the back. Yeah, there's way too many beastmen here for these numbers. And the fact we were split like this, it's really bad. If we had their 3 melee units to help the gunners, would have done something. But we also fought in the trees. I lost nearly half of the craftsman unit there. Shooting most of the trees, you know. Good Fog of Doom. Yeah, it might have been doable if we were all in the same spot. But the air being air and we were on the other side. The guns didn't do anything because we got outnumbered those trees. What's happened on this side here? So what do we have here now? We can get the 2 Emperor Knights we wanted.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
We need to disband 2 units.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
Let's get 4 of them. And we'll remove that building. As I haven't recruited Emperor Knights in ages. Last time I think when the AI had the building built for us. Sell a boss on Volkmar to get this. If we don't get him here, we're never gonna get him here. Musilon got destroyed from having a whole province to nothing. So this is Midland again, huh? Auckland Estate, no, demand millions like in turn. It's also good because we get authority as well, +1 authority. Yeah, like nothing happened here.
Now
7, 2, 8. We got +1 with our land. Actually, we got 2 in 2 turns, I think.
Yes.
Who calls? What? The Empire? Yet?
All right.
Yeah. This place is getting a little bit built up now.
Make your proposal. My longbeards grumble.
Never.
Never! Koron is almost done for.
Kislev. The Tsarina empowers me to offer you Kislev.
Kislev hasn't lost a single region in 21 turns.
What? Chosen of Sigmar.
This looks like this army looks like we confederate, guys. Not bully. Okay, let's get a city watch in Vault 101, and we'll get growth here.
Sigmar grant me.
This is trespasses -6.
My knowledge is
Trespasses still a immunity going on now.
moving.
We need this to turn on. We'll get the warrior priest building here.
Praise Sigmar.
Feels a little bit slow, but we got the Reikland and Helmgard, and the Emperor system is kicking in every turn. Arzakara confederate Barakwar and Osterma got destroyed, so the Emperors went north. Ooh, Baston is coming. Oh, the war's lost more for the power one. Angry gods are 20 growth. I'll take 20 growth. Volkmar's asleep, we didn't click on them. Okay. 7, 8. It's kinda surprising that both Averheim and Svurbad are not taken by the vampires. Kinda surprising.
The Empire. What?
Yes.
The Talbekland 9 and they have quite a bit of settlements.
Knowledge is power.
This is next turn now. So this is the last turn we stay in the Vault 101. What's the strength of Baston military? 87. What about Skull Smashes? 124.
Where's my
Azray, speak briefly.
Well, the Koron is holding, turn 22. 7,000. We kinda need to build, the Shrine of Sigmar.
Volkmar the Grim.
I walk this earth.
It's gonna be faster with this guy. 2 turns. This is a Witch Hunter, It's like a Witch Hunter as well.
Jade Wizard, I shall pull them from the earth.
Once you get those skills, so the Flagellants, I guess we can get Flagellants as well.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
This war here should have happened like turns ago. This is 1 turn before tier 3. Why Volkmar the Green? Because this was a community challenge. Chat put enough shekels and requested the campaign. I would have never picked this myself. Sometimes you have community challenges done for the channel points, and you can put your points, and if community fills the goal, we'll play the campaign eventually, within the next 5 campaigns. Valiant defeat, huh? Oh man, I don't know. Look at them 3 Knights of the Realm, they even have a Grey Relic. You know they mean business when they have Grey Relic. I don't know about these guys. Let's put a prediction here. It's gonna be a tough one. What are you doing these days, Sylvia? You're playing Fallout with your kids? Was it Fallout 76? Fallout New Vegas? You know, I've been playing some Fallout 3 yesterday, and half the time I played it, I've been wanting to play Fallout New Vegas. Why is it every time I play Fallout 3 or Skyrim, I want to play Fallout New Vegas? Clearly a superior game. Did they release any more updates to Fallout 76?
The Empire endures.
I need to do Fallout New Vegas explosives only run. I don't think we've done that on stream. What do you guys think about that?
Ranging target. Our orders. For Heldenhammer. Great swords. The Empire endures! Halberdiers!
We don't really need halberdiers at door, but they're gonna bully the knights. Even their commander.
Sigmar commands!
Is it even feasible? Explosives only? Well, we're gonna learn together, Gal.
Ready for war!
We just get loaded with explosives and don't do combat unless they're explosives.
Emperor's might! Armed and ready!
Well, could be worse, King Roman. His kids could be playing Fortnite and Roblox and shit like that. From my experience, when my nephew plays Fortnite, it's usually 2 or 3 or 4 of his friends. One is a jerk, 2 wants to play, and 1 is bored. And they usually just bully one of them. And everybody's just laughing while 1 is crying. And nobody's playing the game. Is it kids in general? Yeah, but I feel like the kids get even meaner on the internet. Even meaner. What the shit? They sent a cavalry guy to bring down the door. This reminds me of Rome 2 Sieges.
Great swords! I speak, you act!
Missiles at the ready! War!
By Ulrich's wrath!
You guys remember that scene from the Avengers Endgame when they clear the mortar? Fortnite part. I think that was a bad ad for Fortnite, because this is basically what it is: somebody being mean to somebody, and you know, people be getting either sensitive or pissy about it.
Empire marksman!
You guys think that was a good ad for Fortnite or bad ad with the Avengers? Cavalry Lord is probably the worst attacker against the gate. At some point, they made the doors harder to destroy by singlentis, especially the characters, heroes and the lords. Not in the patrons, of course. Even the siege attackers have a problem hitting the door now.
Cavalry ready! Sigmar calls!
Oh, the Battle Pilgrims did something here. They pushed our greatswords a bit.
By Sigmar's will! Form a ring of steel! Crossbows ready, General! Shields up!
I don't know, watching stuff like Counter-Strike Global Offensive or even some PUBG feels like way better than stuff like games like Fortnite. I'm not sure what people see in that in Fortnite. It looks ugly and boring to me. I'm gotta be a boomer, I guess. That was actually a good hit there.
Halt! Ranald's aim, we're ready! Shields up!
It's kind of strange that the enemy didn't get armor losses at this point.
Form a ring of steel!
Swordsman! Take the ground!
Sometimes a unit on the wall gets stuck in a fire at will animation that they're about to shoot, but they never shoot. To fix this, you need to give them another order.
For the Warhammer! We are Sigmar's heirs!
This will be fixed in Warhammer 3. Everything's gonna get fixed in Warhammer 3. They're even gonna patch Skyrim. Have you heard about that? If you buy Warhammer 3, your Skyrim will get all their bugs fixed.
Crossbow ready, General!
My God. Have you seen that shit?
Hey, GC. Still coughing. Older pre-ordered. You know, yeah, I would have already bought Warhammer 3, but you know, never know. COVID maybe kills me before. Another KQ. It's a heroic victory because we taken barely any damage. And the enemy was favored. Oh, a little bit of money helps here. Stone is sending all the military here. They rule. Why is this an event in the Elector system? Well, the excuse me. While the Emperor's armies march forward, our nobles barter with each other, claiming great swathes of land for themselves. Should the common man, the brave soldier, not have farms on which to retire? This should not be an event in the new system. It looks like something has happened there. Somebody lost the capital, but we got friends in high places. You're approached by your sharpest political advisor. Oh, finally some proper advisor here. This is definitely King Roman, not Marconos here. We get +1 authority for 1000 prestige. We did miss one of these events. So what happened here? Elector Counts got destroyed. Who got destroyed? So it looks like Ostermark got destroyed, so we lost authority there. But we got the event from 3 to 1 again. This is so weird. This was actually going well, and now it's the numbers have just stopped increasing. We have 7 units here.
What do Sigmar's sorry?
Greetings, honorable. Not by me.
Not by him.
You will drink with us, Kislev.
Let's trust the Empire, and that's it,
Greetings on behalf of
These guys have somehow managed to get to rank 5. So what's the money? 6,700.
the righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Yeah, we did go to war with them, and they went around.
You dishonor me.
Dishonor me. 7 units, huh? We do have 2 pistoliers.
By the Helden hammer. Sigmar has shown us the path. Sigmar watches over me.
Should get those flagellants up and running. Party Palace. 4 turns.
Sigmar be praised.
Spec casting, yeah, it's an option for sure. %10 weapon strength for infantry and expert charge defense for halberdiers. Charge bonus for melee infantry and melee for melee infantry. Let's go with damage.
Volkmar the Grim.
King Roman says, 10 years from now, while we are playing Dune 2 Total War, Elliot will say, man, they finally fixed the gate bug in Warhammer 3, guys. King Roman, you're full of it, man. Full of it. We still went to war with Kark Norn. What the hell is this shit? He's rank 1! For prediction here, let's go. We have 2 pistoliers. which kind of harass the knights errant. The Mount archers do counter them, but they get countered by the crossbows. Emperor Auto is broken, you say? Yeah, yes it is. You have an army with range units, technologies and experience, it's pretty silly. Hell blasters, Hellstorm rocket batteries, handguns, all disgusting. Outriders, grenade launchers. It's so broken that you can actually lose a decisive victory.
We are Sigmar's heirs! Crossbowmen!
You know, guys, I watched Dune for that huge, massive, titanic worm. But I liked it for the Baron Harkonnen. The actor they put for the Baron Harkonnen surprised me. But speaking of huge, Baron Harkonnen is huge too.
Crossbows ready, General! Yes, sir!
Stellan Skarsgård, yeah, I think that's his name.
Steeds are restless!
No spoilers? Okay, no spoilers.
Sigma calls!
Ready for war!
Well, I give movie 9 out of 10, but I was left a little bit disappointed because it's only half the movie. And this further confirms what I was saying, that they should be in a miniseries and not movies. They just wanted to make big money in the cinema. But it looks like it's gonna be a good series. Love the music. Love the music.
For the Warhammer! Emperor's might!
But then again, I love all Hans Zimmer work.
At speed! Send us out! For the Emperor! Quick march!
You know, guys, I couldn't help in the first 20 minutes of Dune to think how they done fucked it up the Star Wars movies. Has anybody had that feeling when they watched the first 20 minutes and they felt bad for the Star Wars movies? That's what I felt in the first 20 minutes. Disappointment with Star Wars.
No lingering! Ready! We are Sigmar's heirs! For Heldenhammer! Sigmar!
So disappointed in the Star Wars movie. And watching Dune made me feel all the disappointment. The lance formation, the air always use it. It's actually their preferred way to charge with Bretonnian cavalry units.
For the Warhammer! To battle! Sigmar calls! For Heldenhammer! The Empire ensures! Understood! Take the ground!
Turn on the skirmish mode here so they get kited. And we'll go shoot these guys. Maybe just give a charge here to give us a little bit edge here.
Hammers ready! To battle! Ready to serve!
They're getting caught here.
Engage!
Oh, disengage.
Obey! Ready for war! Ready! Limber weapons! For the Heldenhammer! Yes, General! Sigma calls! Sigma calls! Yes, sir! Quickly! Quick march! For the Emperor! Cavalry ready! Sir!
Just disrupt a bit so we get shot down.
Formation march! Taking position! Go! Take the ground! Yes, my lord!
Must be, yeah. Never remakes season 7 of Game of Thrones. Oh, King Roman.
At speed! Go!
crossmen win this battle for us, because the enemy is outnumbered. When you are facing a range and you're outnumbered, it hurts so much more.
Take the ground! Crossbowmen! By Ulrich's wrath! Pistoliers! Formation march! Crossbows ready, General! Attack! Ready! Pistoliers! Taking position!
I have a feeling because of this disappointment of the last season of Game of Thrones, the people will just still keep too focused on this feeling, and the second Game of Thrones series will suffer because of it. And it will bring this dark cloud which will not make this series succeed.
To battle! Formation march! Get them! For the Emperor! Yes, sir, quickly!
Close victory. One of the knights and battle brings a lot of damage. Oh, got Gothic and Felix around. So these guys do appear for the Order factions, like the Dwarves, Bretonnia, and the Empire. And you pretty much get a fast Lord and a Hero, which don't really increase your supply lines, so pretty good to have. It's almost like a ghetto army for the second option.
Who calls?
2, 7, 8, 4, 9, 6, 6, 6, 6. We did get Kekwigaim Immortal to tier 3 now. We should make a move on this. We can get more Flagellants and Warrior Priest now. The Tough, Monster Hunter, and Tactician. Tactician is poop.
Volkmar the Grim.
Let's move this temporarily.
Righteous hammer of Sigmar.
This one here. Kind of like mortar, at least one. What do we have except mortar there? Our handgunners.
By the Heldenhammer.
Doesn't really matter.
This is wise. I see Sigmar's hand in this.
Let's get these guys. You have managed to meet the legendary duo Godric and Felix while they traveled through the province. Over some tankard of ale, Godric reveals to you that he is seeking the most heroic death possible. Felix suggests that he and Godric join your cause. The Slayer seems enthusiastic at first, but is soon persuaded that you can help him achieve the great doom he craves. Felix tells you privately that really he welcomes the safety numbers are forced to provide. Welcome. It's like, this feels like getting Geralt and his dwarf friend in Witcher story, you know, just dragged into a war they didn't want to do anything about, instead of fighting monsters and shit.
Felix Jaeger. My axe's bloodthirst is sated, but my doom is yet to come.
How should I put this? An adventure-filled nightmare, or a nightmarish adventure?
We got Godric Felix for 3 turns.
My quest is doom.
30 turns, huh? Should make a move towards the vampires now. This Visceland RNG still feel like too slow. The March Saint don't work here on first turn. I don't want to declare war here. Should go clear Crooked Moon.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you. Yes! On the move!
This is a Witch Hunter. This is more money. Stone has been 24.
What vile?
We'll do next turn. We had bad RNG with Visceland. We're supposed to be at war already. Reikland is getting solid here. You can mouse over the icon on the event Amir Dev and tell you how long they're still with you. Babylon 5 is getting new series. Damn.
I will hear your petition, but make no promises.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, we've been poking there a bit. What is this? Talbekland to 10. Ooh. This is good. Good RNG strikes. Historically, Reikland has been ruled over by Talbekland, but is currently under the control of Elector Count of another state. Helmut Fauerbach, the rightful Elector Count of Talbekland, has asked your help restoring his rule over his land immediately. So we get authority here, and we get him to 10, we get another authority, but let him stay there. Or we can confederate them and get a massive province, second one, largest in the Empire. I guess one of the largest in the Empire. This is great. This place is tier 3 though, so it's not that good. It looks like this guy's recruited 7 units a single turn.
Sigmar be praised.
Two mortars go a long way with one hand gunner.
Sigmar grant me strength. Knowledge is power.
348 for the flagellants, huh? Definitely better than the swordsman at this point. Still missing a couple of ranks on Volkmar though.
And
You can trespass here.
I've not got all day.
Piss them off. Hopefully we don't get good bad RNG with null increasing fealty by 1. We might consider Confederate Talbekland, but the level of this infrastructure is not good enough. I'm not even sure they're gonna have the money for it. We just lost another authority. But we really need to expand towards the vampires at this point. Okay, we progress to the quest. Great strides have been made in your relationship with the state of Talbeglan of late. The Elector Count Helmut Feuerbach has approached you with an offer of confederation. Landlocked by other imperial states, the home of Talbeglanders is vast, with the resource-rich Great Forest being in the most prominent area. However, the Kitskal Talbheim is home to the Knights of the Blazing Sun, fearsome Templars who worship Mirmidia, the classical goddess of war. We'll accept Talbeglan of the confederation. We have the positive field there. So we'll assert independence, let them do what they're doing, and get authority instead. So the next step for the Jade Griffon is use a hero to successfully perform an action against settlement belonging to the Vampire Counts. According to the Witch Hunters, Manfred von Carsten willing creature Helman Gorst has also started searching for the Jade Griffon. To have a talisman blessed by the Magnus fall into the hands of a necromancer such as he would be a fell thing indeed. Volkmar tasks his agents with breaching Gorst's lair, thus distracting the leech and halting the undead servant search before it can truly begin. This guy's recruited 14 units in 2 turns.
The righteous hammer.
It's far than ideal at this point.
Gottrek Gurnison. Accepted. Making ground.
Counter the von Carstens.
On go. Yes.
An oath is an
So they have 3 smaller armies here. Taking Auerheim. So Auerheim and Ostermark have fallen, right, so far to the vampires.
The instrument of Sigmar's will. My knowledge is yours. I go in his name. Following Sigmar's path.
348 for more flagellants,
Volkmar the Grim.
This guy's gonna get murdered by the large units, I feel.
Blessings of Sigmar.
Still no siege attacker either, and Volkmar is only rank 10. Have access to Carver Greatswords. This could be used for the emergency. Mortars are gonna be unlocked soon as well. Looks like a little bit low star, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Could be also, you know, setback start as well. Usually takes like up to 20 turns for the fair RNG with the fealty goes your way with positive fealty. I think it's 20 turns seems realistic. Todbringer's Wrath, turn 27. Boris may one day become a great ally, one day. For now, he resents the duly elected Emperor's ascension to the throne. Never a patient man or one to hide his fury, he will be difficult to appease. Minus 20, like an old event. You should piss off Eben von Leibowitz.
Out of my way!
The Slayer's Scribe. Expeditious.
Geld is rank 7, 5 character skills.
Ready.
By the comet.
Sigmar grant me strength.
The mortars and handgunners are unlocked.
The instrument of Sigmar's will. Defender of the faith.
Okay, let's get some of these troops here. What's Marienburg's status? They control Wasteland and they're tier 3. They have fortified there now at least. Rome is also looking good for some reason. With this extra money, we'll finally start be able to get those 7K technologies. Hey, LS, I have not. I have not.
Praise Sigmar.
I should probably unlock a 7K technology next.
Orders.
We're pissing off Visaland, but with our luck so far with Visaland, they'll get +1 instead of go hostile. It's kind of crazy that Boris went hostile with 4, but Visaland doesn't go hostile with 2 for all this time. That's just bad RNG.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Who wants to go to war here? Hochland and Talbekland will prevent the war to get +1 authority here. We're going to need it. And we're starting to lose too much prestige at this point.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
That does it. We feel like we're gonna go to war with the vampires, and we're gonna piss off the vampires at the same time. That does it. I had enough of this Vlad. Vlad knows.
Grand Theogenist.
I shall remember. The story continues.
There's Vlad's army here. Several war guys. Look like they're raised in Sell the City. Or was it just an auto-resolve? It's hard to say. We're missing a couple of ranks here, so we might be overestimating this thing.
Volkmar the Grim. Chosen.
There's a beast of an army here.
I am Volkmar. I will cast out all evil.
Invasion here. 7,000. What's the anti-vampire technology? Where the cheats on? 10 attack and 10 leadership against the vampires. Sign me up. Unlock this technologies now.
Eat up the miles.
We are pissing off Visaland, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully no prestige event next turn, because we don't have prestige. We have vampires on the border here, so we gotta act on that shit.
You dare approach me, vile beasts.
Did he declare war immediately? Interesting. I'm not sure we have enough movement to Flensburg. He has a couple of good units. Those Emperor Knights are gonna struggle without the skills if we have to deal with the Blood Knights. Oh, come on! What? Look at this shit, man. Now it happens. Who said for the Empire? Aldebras Schumacher? This is, yeah, do nothing. Well, they're definitely pissed now.
Be gone.
We have Vlad with 16 units, possibly Blood Knights, and then additional 6 in the garrison.
This is no fantasy. Expeditious.
I will not.
We don't have him in the range though. Ooh, we have if we don't raid.
Sigmar has heard my prayers. Gotrek, Gurnishan. Come on!
Gotrek is just visiting Null. Don't do anything hasty, Eben. We're gonna have to attack this. They're too close. We don't have ideal rank 12, but what can you do? We got at least the anti-vampire technology.
I will.
Very victory with medium casualties. They have a bunch of direwolves, 4 Vargeists, and a unit of Blood Knights. We're gonna make our Emperor Knights look really bad with no experience, no battle skill, no technology, and no unique buffs from Volkmar. At least it has the main trait buff, right? Which is anti-infantry physical resistance. Those Vargas have given him advantage here. Let's put a prediction here. The Direwolves have pretty good experience. Okay. We have minus 20 power here, huh? Vlad has a blood drinker. Need to ignore Vlad. Well, 4 Emperor Knights do destroy Direwolves, but Vargas destroy Emperor Knights, and the Blood Knights just bully them. If we were ranked 12 on Volkmar, this would have been way simpler. Can't have it too easy, right?
Missiles ready! Battle with them! Beat the fire! At speed!
If they attack together with the flyers, it might get ugly, but they have too many flanking units here.
No lingering!
You might get good volleys on there.
We serve friends! Very well! I am Volkmar! Shade!
Yeah. The knights are not very good here. They have armor, but they're not really good for this battle.
Formation, march!
Just the Direwolves are not that really big deal. And this terrain here, man.
Yes, sir! For the Warhammer! Moving now!
Slow them down and try to shoot here. We just send one to the grinder here. We got a charge, but it's a Blood Knights.
Sigmar holds! Budget! At speed! Without delay! Attack! For the
Oh, this is gonna be really bad on the left side. They're healing the Blood Knights as well. And one crossbowman is in the back. Oh, we did manage to get there last second.
For the Emperor! At speed! We serve the Emperor! Glory awaits! Ah!
Look at those Vargas in the back, man. It's gonna be so ugly. The dogs are getting killed.
General! For the Emperor! We await your orders! Quick march! For the Emperor!
Those Vargas actually landed pretty nicely there.
At speed! Moving! For the twin-tailed comet! Budget! Whoa! Get them!
We got rid of one of them at least.
Ready to serve! Yes, General!
Yeah, the Emperor Knights are doing okay here, even without the buff, because the armor and the charge bonus is enough against some of the slower tier Emperor units.
By Girl Maras! Free company!
Vlad is in the back.
Get them! Sir!
Okay, we'll just we need to get those Vargas. It's like top priority here.
Our orders? Sir! Yes, General! Free company!
Yeah, turn around and shoot those Vargas.
By Sigmar's will! Taking position! Sigmar preserve it!
Now the crossbowmen, what is this? This is shattered. No, this was actually something else, not unit of knights.
Ready to serve. For the Emperor. No lingering.
Jade order. Let's guide and go.
We might get a buff here in 50 seconds, huh?
Armed and ready. Send us out.
Good thing we got 4 knights. We'll get fucked here if we had 2. This unit is going down.
Withdraw. Go. We serve France. For the war.
This is handgunners. And one company militia here.
To battle.
The crew might actually beat him here.
Militia.
I need to get those those Wargeists.
To battle. Sigmar.
Man, this Blood Knights are getting so much healing.
By the shade ripple.
The AI is all of a sudden clicking the right buttons.
Formation march. The ground quakes. Sigmar preserve us. Act what? Yes, my lord. Ready. Go.
Yeah, the crew did good here.
Mortar. By Ulrich's wrath.
This unit is taking way too much damage here.
March.
How different this would be with those rank 12 skills. Just really different. All these flanking units have caused a lot of trouble here.
Sigmar guides us.
But this is the Vampire should excel at this stuff. For sure.
We serve the Emperor. By Volkmar. Understood. Ready. Take
There's gonna be no Dead Rise again here because it's a settlement.
taking position.
Managed to avoid most of the losses here, unit wise.
Budget. Ready.
Should be enough to hit. They have no armor.
Offering.
So there's still Blood Knights on very low health, and Vlad is just having million healing.
Handgunners. Go. Quickly.
You guys have done enough.
Moving now.
We really needed replenishment here. Getting a pretty quick victory here, we're not gonna get rank 12 next turn.
To glory. Moving.
There's a Vampire here and Vlad.
Flagellants.
Guys have anti-infantry.
By Volkmar.
I am life.
Free company. To battle. Yes, my lord. Ready for
47 seconds.
quick march.
We haven't reached rank 12 or not. No rank 12. The flaming attack doesn't do anything against Vlad.
Understood.
Vlad doesn't have a regeneration, he's a blood drinker.
Militia.
Okay. This could have been way worse. This could have been way worse. I think we responded everywhere fine. It's a miracle nobody got killed. Those 4 Wargeists in the air, it's a real pep meltdown. There was a couple of easy heals here and they were just holding. I don't think they killed that third Emperor. I think they survived with 6. Holy shit, look at this. It's a pretty quick victory. We got Vlad down. But our replenishment kinda sucks right now because we didn't get a Warrior Priest yet. This Battle of Down Vampire Tech, we dead. We dead. The Emperor Knights would be shit without the Emperor Tech. This is 10 attack with which the Emperor Knights don't work. You need to get attack buffs with these units, either experience or the tech. The Emperor Knights actually did okay here. 10,000 damage, 7,000 damage, or 5,000 damage. But most importantly, they hit their faster units. Crosserman was not very useful in this battle. Not even the handgun that much. One of the mortars did 11,000 damage. If I return this to Elector, we miss on replenishment. And we might be too close to Too close to Wisseland. There's no replenishment here. This kind of sucks. We're gonna have to risk it.
I go in his name.
You're way too close to war here. What a bad, what a bad...
By the comet.
This is really bad timing with Vampires and Wisseland. Hopefully it's not war next turn.
Send me a champion.
Okay, so defeating Vlad lowers the wound recovery time by 4, which means unless you have some debuffs to this, which there are a couple, he gets back next turn. You can see we don't have any rank 12 skills. We had this, would have been even easier. This one here is big on non-flagellant units. This is a little bit rough spot here. We can march, these guys might attack, but we could use our influence to prevent the attack. We did defeat the Vampires and push them a bit. With the Vlad lost his main army, and this is a massive setback for the von Karsteins. They lost multiple War guys, Blood Knights, experienced units, so they're not gonna be steamrolling as much anymore. But we still need that rank 12, and we need to replenish the army at this point. 4,500. Let's continue with damage for the weapons.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
25-8 with 8 under infantry is pretty good. They could declare war, yeah? Isn't it possible war with a whistle declare at the start of your turn? I guess. But there's also Beastmen here, so we should not really march here. We should not risk a march stance here. Not after that victory. We should continue with 7k technologies here. For the next 2 or 3 turns we have no trespass penalties with Stirland. This battle would not be possible without the technology, MATLAB. I would have never really attacked without the technology. Especially without those Emperor Knights who have no experience. Looks like Talbeklan lost everything in a few turns. Hopefully no War of Wisland this turn, that would be bad. What a fucking bad turn of events. Now that we start boarding Vampires, the Wisland all of a sudden decides... you know guys, they could try to succeed with 4 fealty. 29 turns later, we had to get it to 0 for that to happen. No, we can't really fight him right now. We need at least 1 turn to replenish. This is just shit hitting the fan if we go with 4. So we're gonna use our remaining prestige here. This doesn't mean they're gonna try to do this next turn again.
Always finds us. The instrument of Sigmar's will.
To the next episode.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
Soul Slayer! Point taken!
Let's turn this one to
Blessings of Sigmar.
Yeah, until what's they call the guys, the Talbekland. These guys have a good range here, huh?
Never yield.
The nation calls.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
We need to replenish. We don't have bonus replenishment right now. We're missing a little bit experience here. A cunning military, cunning war priest. I guess that's good. Get some poison.
What do you require?
Replenishment. So this is a warrior priest of the Empire. They got the replenishment skill, which goes a long way when you're playing with melee units. You simply cannot have damage melee units for more than a turn or two. It just doesn't work. The moment you get downtime, it's like we're supposed to go to war right now, and this melee units are too damaged to do anything. So when replenishment happens, it has to be near max, which is 50%. So the way they recruit and the way you need to replenish, it's punishing if you need to wait for replenishment, because you constantly are behind, because they're just gonna over-recruit you. So replenishment like this is just unacceptable. You really need to get closer to 50%, and Volkmar can get that replenishment. I don't think we can merge one of the flagellants for that guy. I kinda like one crossbow. We'll merge one of the knights.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
Warrior priest's role in the army is to buff buff the units, buff himself, make the melee work. You can also use him to tank as well, just purely, you know, toughness and disrupt the enemy movements close to your fire lines. Cunning gives him a poison, which debuffs the enemy, slows him down. So it's both good if you're using as a tank or support for the army to actually do better. But the main role is to replenish. With melee composition, you need all the replenish you can get. Because downtime is just unrealistic to have on the legend difficulty, especially until you don't get a couple of armies. Unit spotlight videos sometimes. Yes, this could be the place where we get the barracks, but let's get 300 growth instead. This place can have 300 growth.
Knowledge is power.
So this is royalty.
Cleanse the empire.
Means this is gonna be RuneScape then. These two degenerates have been in the same army. So you're better off merging units with less than 50% recruiting new units. If it's convenient, sure. But you also keep in mind the units have experience, and you might not be able to recruit them at the same experience. Ideally, you want to have near max replenishment. Ideally. Let's continue buffing our melee stuff. This is not ideal Empire composition, but we're playing with Volkmar, so we stick with a little bit of flavor. So we prioritize on infantry buffs. We should probably consider Inner Circle as well. We're not using Volkmar skill points. I'm gonna use them when he's rank 12. Unlock all his unique skills. Yeah, that works for the greenskins, MATLAB, because they can have massive global replenishment, global recruitment, replenishment via global recruitment. And the ranks don't matter that much since they added 8 attack technology. Okay, we didn't get an event this turn. This will put us to what, 3?
Taking ground. Where's the slaughter?
Holy shit! Just like that. Looks like the vampires are working together with Wood Elves here. And makes it spicy. That makes it spicy for sure.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
I guess they still have, they're still in the game, so not destroyed yet. We can't just trespass here. We have to get this to be a little bit more convenient. Well, you create a buffer and you keep them alive. You also get Imperial Authority.
Volkmar the Grim. The wicked flee before.
We're gonna have to stay one turn with an assailant here.
Shield of faith.
Gonna tug.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Great treasures, come to me.
What if we cancel this? I need to get that 7k deck next turn. Is there any reason to ever get Knights of the Blazing Sun? No. No reason whatsoever. If you want to get quality cavalry with the Empire, just put some work and get them Griff Knights. At least they don't need much to work. The cavalry until tier 4, it you know, you could give a use for it, but the way the buildings unlock, it's not convenient. So flavor. The only reason flavor.
Orders. Sigmar has shown us the path. Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
It doesn't really matter what we get in this guy. We'll get one and still will remain with the other stuff. Witch Hunter arm. Wonder who this Witch Hunter is gonna be.
By the Heldenhammer.
I love how we have a quest that Volkmar is accused of arch heresy, while we have RuneScape and Servalt in the army. Nothing wrong here.
Fate provides the plot. Journeying.
I'm surprised the Warbird still stands. They build wine and they have no trade instead of building walls. It makes no sense.
An unworthy death.
We're taking massive damage against Vlad, but he declared war on us. Had a bad RNG with Reikland as well.
I will hear your petition, but make no promises to us.
That's weird. Minus 39 and they want non-aggression pact. They can intimidate it down. Red names are Chaos Cultists. Volkmar army needs to be purged. You have any proof? Reikland declared war on Von Carstens. We need a secession now at this point.
Out from your leafy hideout.
So what has happened here? You have recently become privy to a huge financial debt that exists between two imperial states. Elector Count Ibn von Livwitz of Reikland had illicitly secured a large loan of uncounted gold, secretly withdrawn from the state treasury of Ostland. Though there was a gentleman's agreement to pay back the loan over a reasonable timeline, Ostland has now decided to call in the entire debt without warning or reason, demanding it be paid back in full immediately. The two states have asked you to secretly help arbitrate this dispute without bringing it to attention of all other electors. What action will take? Well, we'll help Ostland, of course, side with Ostland. The funds should have never been loaned in the first place. The debt should be paid back immediately. What the fuck is this? I heard there's a party here. We needed this war with Reikland before we attack Vlad. It's very inconvenient at this point. We could attack this guy now. It looks like it is banning some of the troops.
Defender of the faith. Sigmar.
I might make a move here next turn. It's an option. We need to get rank 12. It's kind of weird with turn 32 and not rank 12.
They will be judged.
Well, at Zero Fealty you get an event where it leads to war, but we use their prestige to prevent war. So for few turns they can't do anything about it.
Onwards!
Okay, we complete the first case of staff command. The next one, ensure that the following building has been constructed: Temple of Sigmar. That's a tier 4. While tending to their flocks, the warrior priests counter the rumors about their liege and spread words of truth, of Volkmar's faith and devotion to Sigmar. They also gather intelligence on the source of these lies, yet no instigator is found. All is not lost, there are a couple of possible leads. A few tales by weary villagers back in Reikland tell of priests of the wolf god Ulrich besmirching Volkmar's name. Tensions between the two cults are often fraught but cordial. However, ever since Volkmar and his arch-electors voted against the Ulrich's candidate in the election for emperor, relations have been strained. So our Ulrich candidate was Boris, huh? If the cult of Ulrich is spreading these fell rumors, then Volkmar will need the support of arch-electors once more.
Twisted beings of wood.
We'll get emissary to Prince of Aldorf. Public order +1, we might get more trades. That's public order. So guys, in 31 turns of this campaign, we haven't gotten a single field with Solent. And Wisseland pretty much only got it at bad timing. Meanwhile, we had it at the worst time possible with Midland. Well, the Imperial Authority dictates the game unless you go declare war on everybody, right? So what do we got here? We got Tormentor Sword. I mean, we might have actually 2 Tormentor Swords. Let's see. Yeah, we have 2 Tormentor Swords. We have a tag for Straklan. This growth is awesome, but we won't be able to afford it on that turn. There's an option to switch some stuff here around. I think Megaton is fine to get extra income. We can't really maintain this growth, it's just too much. We'll get the roads here for more money. What's your task? To provoke Wisseland to attack us. We have no prestige left, so the next time it's gonna be bad.
Out of the wilds.
I think Volkmar unlocks with the Shine of Sigmar.
Sigmar preserve us. Destiny guides me. Illogical.
So we did do some damage on the vampires here. It looks like one Wisseland army has went out against Auerheim. We might be able to make a move on Crooked Moon now. Seems like they're recruiting a little shit ton of units every time they try to recruit. Volkmar army is so close to greatness. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna give vampires a little bit more time to fortify their territories. Make it a little bit more interesting. If it goes too smooth, it feels like too easy when you crush the vampires early. We got the emissary of Prince of Aldorf, now we get additional relations with the Old Men, Empire, Kislev, Southern Realms, and +1 public order. So they recruited 8 units here and another lord. But it's mostly gobos, 3 extra characters. Is this all of their military? We need to get more trade.
It is good to see fellow sons.
Yeah, this guys like us at least.
Sigmar's will.
So once you get all the trees you can get with Imperfection, and they paid us also 300. The only reason they're still alive is because because we return that settlement to them. It looks like they poked in Draika territory and then provoked the vampires, and the vampires attacked them, and then Draika is fighting back as well. It looks like we're gonna have to deal with Draika ourselves.
Approach us, friend.
Dwarf seems to be doing well.
My glacial magic.
We lost so much trade money with Kislev because we couldn't get a trade from the start because of distrust the Empire.
Greetings, Sigmar. Don't think so.
Checking this here. Did they take Black Krog? Harak Drone, the Iron Rock. Haven't taken Black Krog.
What? Greetings in Sigmar's name. I refuse.
Now, we got 25 from technology. It takes a few turns for this to kick in. The thresholds, remember? It's time to get rid of these gobos here.
You need help.
So who were the gobos bothering? They're bothering Karak, Nor, and Wisland. I'm surprised Kalang didn't come here to clear them. Right now the situation is Sylvania rank 2 with 12 settlements. We don't even have access to a second army, unless you count Gotrek. The vampires have been doing good. We're a little bit behind because we waited too long on the field to stuff. So from the looks of it, this is all the Crooked Moon has, just a bunch of gobos here. They do have one Black Orc big boss in the army.
Black Orc war boss.
The one's ready. What you want?
2 Night Goblin war bosses. What is the garrison looking like? Just a bunch of gobos with 2 characters. We fight. Hold on, let me just ask these guys first for peace. No, that's a bill. That was a random war declaration.
I don't like looking at humans that aren't dead.
Crooked Moon.
Ready. You may speak before my shield.
Maybe we can secure a treaty here.
And on the Oath Stone. All right.
Yeah.
Volkmar the Grim.
I guess.
Let me think about it. No.
Usually Scouts Major send 2 full stacks of the player, but now we did fight a large army from them early on this settlement before it got replenished. We were prepared with an army, and since then they got weakened and the Bretonnians declared war on them. So they're now stuck fighting Bretonnians. But we were ready to fight them with this place here. It's at least 1 army usually. It's not guaranteed to get more unless things don't go your way. Okay. From my experience, I smack them and then they get attacked by Bretonnian factions. Sometimes they actually take down Paragon and sometimes they get stuck fighting them. If Paragon managed to get that second settlement to tier 3 to get walls, it's usually they just get stuck in the mountain, I think. We're gonna do this battle, but first a short break, boys. In a bit. Hey back boys, sorry for the wait. So we got some greenskins here again. We already had one battle against greenskins at the Helmgard. And now we have one here at Karakazgras. They have 6 characters, we can be a little bit annoying. But we got flagellants with anti-infantry. And it goes a long way against these characters. It'll be easier to hit, and they'll get hit harder. So what was this? 2 fanatics, huh? And a bunch of other gobos. Yeah. This should be give Volkmar rank 12. On rank 12 we actually get the good skills. We don't have the technology against the greenskins here, so some damage could be expected. Oh, there's they're behind us here. I guess that's one guy. One guy behind us. Excuse me. Let's get the execution squad to shoot him. We don't have pistol core on the Lord, but these guys have some experience already. So this is what it's kinda... That's fine. Where I get Emperor Knights from, I build those scrappy buildings. If this campaign, if not in this campaign, in what campaign, you know, it's like... Going tick here might make us vulnerable to fanatics. Fanatics are highly random, especially from the AI. They're also bugged quite a bit, so we can't really expect them to do damage, but sometimes it just happens.
Yes, General.
We'll have an execution squad on range on this guy here. You can also use the first Tormentor sword.
Ready to smite. The Empire is yours. Militia! For the Warhammer! Moving!
This guy has a silver shield.
Warrior priest! At speed! Battle awaits! For the Emperor!
Tormentor sword is an item which prevents him from moving for 9 seconds. So we executed the one boss. And we can turn around here. Since we're down to 3 here and we have enough flagellants, we can keep them like part of the line, or we can just turn them around. We do also have one handgunner unit for anti-large purposes. And Gunner's mineral is anti-large. It can also just be used to try to snipe single entities as well. Let's see if we can go into a skirmish with their melee units. We do have stronger melee cavalry. These units have 110 armor. They have some physical resistance, and we got a little bit buff also from Volkmar on defense. Volkmar has a buff for the Emperor Knights. Those Spider Riders might be crazy to go against Knights. They don't have armor to take the big charge. The trolls will smack us a bit, but doesn't really matter. This is the big boss. He's a large target for the guns. Some of these gobos are also vulnerable to some explosion here. Like this is okay. And the mortars, of course. It's illegal weapons against the gobos. Flagellants will do the charge on the gobos. We have some night gobos there. We definitely want to go for a charge here. I think I have one of the characters here. Oh, we missed the movement here. Need to help against those trolls. Those guys did actually some damage there. Up here. Trolls will get will get routed by the knights here. Actually, it's getting smacked by multiple characters here.
Yes, sir. Ready! Quickly now. Doesn't all I invoke thee? Formation! March!
Okay, the knights have cleared the knight gobos. Have anti-infantry bonus. This middle is not holding, just too many characters here. Look at all this shit. We need to save this flagellant here. They're gonna get killed otherwise. Should send these guys to help around. They did have anti-infantry. They have also a bunch of armor.
With haste! For the Emperor! Our steeds are restless! Sir! Sigma calls! We are ready! For the twin
Keep going with the heals. It looks like they're starting to break.
Ready for battle! And gunners! Swiftly! Emperor's might!
Well, the characters a little bit just problematic. Because 3 characters will cause a lot of damage in one unit. I guess we had too much on the right side. The right side had one too many flagellants, could have been helped in the middle. You can see the Emperor Knights bully gobos. And this is without the other buff. They just have anti-infantry right now, which just makes them just enough to bully stuff on the lower tier. But 3 mortars or 3 crossmen might have done almost the same. 3 mortars probably would be even better. Hey, Scotty. Let's give some heal to Volkmar, taking a bit of damage. This is what happens when you're fighting multiple characters with a single character. Volkmar's most powerful item requires us to do a kinda bad quest line.
Cavalry ready! Quick march!
Not a fan of overcasting Earth Blood, cause then we lose one life bloom, cause it's kinda is the same. If you think you won't be able to manage all the clicking on the buttons, sometimes I guess the overcast makes more sense, so you come later to it at a longer cooldown. But if you cast it twice, you get 2 life blooms. It's kinda counterproductive to just cast the overcast. Doesn't really do anything in that regard. You just lose 1 life bloom.
Taking position! Moving now!
Well, the Black Orc Big Boss did 38 kills. Big Boss did 19.
Militia!
Surprised nobody got into the handgunners there. They were all focused in that area on one Flagellant and Volkmar.
Let the wind of life blow!
Free company!
The Black Orc Big Boss is a great addition to the Crooked Moon.
Militia!
Because the Crooked Moon's main specialty is heroes. Cheaper heroes and the heroes that level up faster.
Free company! Yes, sir!
It's like shooting a wall here.
To battle! For the twin-tailed comet! Yes, my lord!
What's the spin on this go? But 35, this guy's 38.
Militia!
And the Black Orc Big Boss can take so many hits. This can hit some of the craziest armor in the game on a hero as well.
By go, Maraz!
Sage Blizzard!
Close victory. The guns on the free company militia belly does any damage on the boss until we get blessed bullets, right? We're still 1 rank away from that. Yeah, that middle Flagellant didn't get supported properly. Gonna put it in like this, we need to get like a Warrior Priest with the Shield of Fate. All dead. There's a 5,500 sec. Can't say no to that.
Setting forth.
And we get some Ogre Mercenaries as well. Hunter. Ambush successions plus 10% for the army. Got a Gallus and Kron. I'm not sure this post-battle loot income works if it's on a hero. But it should work on a Lord. So we'll switch the armors around. Oh yeah, not rank 11 yet? Wow. Weird 46 experience, huh?
Armor is for major.
I guess we'll send Gotrek to finish them off, and we'll send the other guy from the other side. We're waiting for Null to go aggro on us.
I've not got all day. Gotrek, journey son.
Okay, this is the event for the Ogres talking with Tyrants. Cautiously entering the Ogre Mercenaries camp, you realize it's not just a single Ogre tribe that have arrived, but 3 separate Tyrants marching their armies as one. But a Tyrants, Ogre Tyrant is like an Ogre Lord. Furthermore, it appears that each tribe has its own combat preference, the likely reason they have grouped together. A reasonable bribe should be enough to convince one of the 3 Tyrants to lend you some of his tribe's considerable fat leaden muscle. We're going to Going to pick the Great Weapons Man-Eaters in this case. A little bit anti-large insurance. And we get 2 ogres with dual weapons. All ogres excel in the use of the bludgeoning weapons, but the head eaters are particularly proficient at it. The right of ogrehood to break Mournfangs is vehemently observed by the Horned Guts tribe, master of the heaviest shock cavalry in the world. We'll have Man-Eater Gerber's insurance, just in case. The Empire has extra buffs for this faction. Because the techs for the Empire have extra benefits. So, where's the button to recruit ogres? Huh? I guess we're gonna have to wait and see what appears next time, huh? Ah, there it is. There it is! Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here! All these technologies work on the ogres. And then the anti-faction technology as well. Holy fuck. So this is the Man-Eater's Great Weapons. It's a kind of pricey unit, but if you don't have much, it doesn't cost that much. And all the technologies work on them. It's a little bit disgusting, especially for the dual weapons and the Man-Eaters. Because they all have a really big health, like that additional armor is it's a little bit much. The damage is also pretty good. Okay, for Priest, get some defense, work towards the Fate's Bastion while waiting to unlock other stuff. Wizard is rank 8. We're gonna work towards Arcane Conduit, start with magical reserves to get more power. And Volkmar is almost there. Can't believe we still don't have rank 12 here. So this replenishment is kind of unrealistic. We could just recruit the new ones.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
And the rest is fine to replenish. We're still waiting to unlock extra replenishment. We have access to even more replenishment. We got 11,000. That sec was good. Bretonians? I guess we get trade with Bretonians. It makes sense. Did meet several of them. And we get more monies here. We'll get the transportation building. On a tier 3, it'll buff the whole province with additional 8% income. Reikland does have all the extra lot of income.
Chance would be a fine thing.
And we'll have Felix just scout here.
The story continues.
The vampires are doing well.
Show me the accused.
Last time we played Reikland, they were quite a pushover.
March on the witches.
The 2 Elector Counts were eliminated so far. So we lost 4 in Authority, but Authority, our post-Authority is keeping up right now. Does look like Talabeklan is almost done as well. We'll have Gotrek raise Karak Angazar. And Volkmar will just go back to Vault 101. War with Vissaland has to happen at this stage. It was a bad timing the last time. Wow, Battle Legion got actually wrecked there. By Artois. Oh wow, you don't see that very often. You know, other factions take work on ogres. If it just specifies infantry, it should work, yeah.
What? I will cleanse them. Your actions are unwise. A hope!
Okay.
A mighty death!
This is the end of the mountain. We had 6, so we lost 1 turn. Still standard here. Sure. This is Gotrek. This guy's here now. The ogres are considered infantry. So if there's a buff for infantry, it works on the ogres. If there's a buff to buff the whole army, works on ogres too.
It will be. Sigmar, grant me strength. I am Volkmar.
We can go after him, huh? It should, yeah. It's how the technology works. If it is assigned to a cavalry, it should work, yeah. Okay, finally rank 12. Taken a while. So, mere mortal men get blessed bullets for free company militia. They give magic and unpiercing projectiles. 4 relations with men, Empire, Keys of Southern Realms, and frenzy for all free company militia. The stupid OP skill, like 2 technologies in one, makes the warrior priest, witch hunters more efficient actions. You're not gonna use actions of warrior priest, but witch hunter, yes. More capacity warrior priest and witch hunter is great, untainted for all characters. And the second skill, we do use Flagellant's Emperor Knights and the Fractal Militia now, so we go War Eternal. And this unlocks the last one, the Work of God. The Work of God gives us just massive replenishment, and the whole army gets Strength of the Penitent, which makes the use of Flagellants a little bit questionable. It works great for Frigga Militia and Emperor Knights, I guess. As these units already have this buff. And we'll take the third one as well. The whole army gets flaming attacks and +3 armor-piercing weapon damage, which is great for both Flagellants and the Emperor Knights. Which leaves us with 1 skill point. We'll just unlock the Grand Hammer of Sigmar for AoE melee attack. So you can see the Strength of Penitent on the Flagellants, so the Flagellants don't get it, because, you know, don't get anything from that skill except replenishment. But the whole army now gets Strength of Penitent, which is a little bit crazy. When they enter melee, you get this buff, and when they're losing, this buff will recharge. This type of ability is quite nutty for like cavalry units or great swords or halberdiers. So we also get additional charge bonus and additional speed for the Emperor Knights. This additional amount is 20% speed and 10 charge. And they also have Strider now. Let's see Frigga Militia. Now they have flaming attacks, magical ammunition that does armor-piercing damage.
Gotrek, journey son. Moving out.
Well, yeah, having AP Frigga Militia is a little bit nutty, but their range is still questionable. They do have Frenzy and Strength of Penitent now as well. They pretty much turn into Flagellants. I guess any units with Elector and Volkmar now are religious units because of that. And the Emperor Knights are looking decent with Strength of Penitent and anti-infantry. They look like better Black Knights now with these buffs.
Praise Sigmar.
This also will work on Elector. I mean, Warrior Priest, my bad. Look at the regard here for a single target healing. Another healing spell. This also restores vigor with a big heal, but it's only on single target. It doesn't look like they're gonna just retake this, but we're gonna have to smack this guy. Gotrek should be able to do it. Unless they are all the heroes here. Huh.
I go.
We need war with Vissland. We needed like 5 turns ago. Get more money here for now. How's the trade looking? Ron and Talabekland down. Should be able to get trade with more factions now.
Welcome to my private study.
Private study?
Wine of palest gold
Damn.
will wet our palates whilst we speak.
We get money for treaties here.
We cannot.
Oh, we pushed a little bit too much. It looks like we could get 700.
So be it.
A stone.
The lady grants you safe passage in these lands.
Don't need to deal with this. This guy's warring with Artois. Strange, this crown hasn't confronted anybody. David Kizel is still fine, even if we have to go against us Volkmar, because we have non-aggression. Until back that non-aggression, it's fine. Let's trust the Empire, not even an Empire faction.
Welcome, friend.
This will take a few turns to kick in the extra 50. Now with that skill on Volkmar, the Empire is going to be static with us, which will increase field till all of them. So we got Volkmar skill, which guns plus 40 with men, and we have technology, which guns 25 with men.
Grand Theogenist.
It's a little bit overkill in combination, I guess.
Sit a while and listen. Poetry in motion.
It's kind of crazy we haven't confronted Guild already at this point, but we haven't gotten unlucky with the field with Guild. Skaven are still here. Have to go to war with Kizel for request item, yes. And there's vampires in between us, so that's impossible. There's 248 growth. So what are we gonna get next here? State issued weapons. Yeah, we'll do use melee infantry. If they put these things here and put the heroes in the place as well, we won't be able to bring down with Gotrek. We got the Taskmaster that I mentioned earlier. 5% moon range in line of sight. 10 turns in Marsh Sands. And now we're at war with Sylvania. Von Carstens invited them. That makes perfect sense.
Welcome, oldest friends of the Empire.
Scouts mages are gone. We lost the enemy there. And what is this? The bad gamble. On your advice and promise of financial returns, even Leibowitz of Vissland has joined you in what appeared to be a surefire investment in some merchant warehouses in Marienburg. On paper, you both stood to make prolific returns. Unfortunately, it turned out that the warehouses were inadvertently built directly above a giant rat nest. Though it was not entirely clear from your business associates in Marienburg whether it was the rats or the nests that were giant. In the end, the entire site had to be leveled by a special demolition team brought in from the noon. Elector Leibowitz of Vissland is demanding a return of his investment, or at the very least, his money back. Nothing. You get nothing.
My bow.
You cannot invite Empire factions to war.
Sigmar preserve us. Journeying.
Let's see the situation in the Empire here. Boris is at 6, Nordland's at 6, Hochland 6. God damn, look at the 4 Manfreds here, what the hell? Still not 5. Vlad is down here, 7 on Solent. So the only ones we needed is still not going to happen like this, huh?
Out of my way.
I don't think we can smack 2 of them with Gotrek. These guys have settlements? No settlements, huh?
Soul Slayer!
Maybe.
Orders.
Map's going crazy and we don't have Wasteland yet. Yeah, that's a little bit awkward.
Blessings of Sigmar upon you.
So what happens if we go to war with them right now?
Seek out the heretics.
No, mortal.
Noon is on tier 3. I don't like this. We're gonna capture in tier 2.
So, welcome, my countrymen. No, sir.
Yes.
The non-aggression Oslo, now we have bonus relations.
Come then. Only Sigmar's god, Ulrich, can judge it worthy or no.
Get some more money here.
Absolutely not.
I guess we can get 300.
Very well.
Draika, we're gonna have to deal with Draika as well from the looks of it.
Sig, approach as friend and make your
Never.
Yes?
No short lifers. It is all dark are these times, and dark might.
This faction is in Duru. And I still don't want to deal.
Honor.
This Borderlo is looking good. Is the Borderlo that destroyed the Musalon? Nice.
Yes.
Now we got more trade.
Hail, fellow nation of men.
Kiss, you will drink with us. Then
They actually get quite a bit of money from the trade. So how's our money looking right now? 737. We need more resources. These resources are in this place.
I'll not disoblige them.
We will.
They might be recruiting here.
Okay.
Take noon, we get attacked by 17 units. And we still have to deal with 25 units here while they're recruiting at the same time. It feels so awkward right now. What the hell? No. The Artois has raised it and let the settlement taken by the dwarves. Well, at least some good comes out of raise and resettle, right? Look at Karak Ziflin. Make Karak Ziflin great again.
Volkmar.
Let's get a horse here.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
I don't like the fact we attack this and then they just block a replenishment. They could as well get a couple of units here.
Blackwit.
The nation calls.
Tier 3 noon as well. It's another thing I don't like. Wow, whole lot of waiting here.
The instrument of Sigmar's will.
I don't like that move.
Sigmar,
First thing first, null is only tier 3. There is too much military in the area, and then we get just besieged to block a replenishment. The vampires can get 2 armies sent at the same time. It just feels unhealthy for us. We get another witch hunter to attract the movements of the vampires.
the nation calls.
In a hunter here, what do we have? Talisman, ward save. Okay. Well, it's a little bit more money here. This is what, 30 kill full to 45. I'm not sure this economy can fit this growth, but I will keep it. Sometimes you get more growth than you can keep up with money, but kind of it's not really a thing anymore. It looks like Talabeklan actually won a battle there, because the It gets really expensive when you unlock tier 4, but it takes slower to unlock tier 4, so you can get a little bit more military at that point. What the fuck are these guys doing? Why are they ignoring this ruin here? It's like they know. Okay, this is an option you can do in the game, search ruins, and then you get some puzzles. This is a puzzle, we have to find which symbol here does not have a pair on the picture. And they can be in a color to or similar shape to confuse you. Like for example, you see this one here, you can see it here, and does not have a pair. Well, this one here, you can see it has a pair in 2 different colors. This one here as well, 2 pair in 2 different colors. This one here, you can see pair in 2 different colors. So this one is alone. You get some money and an item.
And
Does deplete your movement though.
the righteous hammer of Sigmar. They will be judged.
Can you block this army? What's the movement to know? We're out of range now, of course we are.
Now.
We have 82% chance, damn. I guess we have 2 guys that buff chance by 10% each. It's getting a little bit busted now. Witch hunters usually have decent chance, and there's technology for it as well. We can beat by getting rid of some of their captains.
Chance would be a fine thing. Poetry.
Well, they're using Felix currently as a scout to keep an eye on the vampires.
I trust no man. They will be judged.
These guys are dwarf vampires, Von Karstens and Reikland.
Seek out the heretics.
I think Mumford is poking here.
Praise Sigmar. By the
When the AI gets close to dead, they recruit like crazy, and then they get to start disbanding units so they can't afford them.
What? Come then. Only Sigma's God. I'll ignore that. So be it.
We can start taking trees since we got those big buffs on the relations.
Who calls? It is good to see fellow sons. Never.
There's really no downside getting trees going with the Empire.
All right. Come then. Only as you say, sir.
So, by Sigma's will. Not in my name.
They could approach us as well for this treatise.
It is always done.
Yeah, she's probably not gonna live long.
Yes.
He's fighting Bloody Hands and Grimgor.
What brings you before?
This guy is kinda hard to get trees with. It's Trust Wars.
Very well.
Oh, we got it. And playing Golden Order is like, nope, nope, nope. What does he says?
What brings you before in these dark times? Men of the Empire, in these dark times. What brings you before men of the Empire?
This is one line with ally something.
Hail, fellow nation.
Impossible.
If you insist.
Okay, more trade. We just need the resource now, and we'll be rolling in money.
Chosen of Sigmar. Sigmar has heard my
Let's hide the army here.
This is wise.
Come on, Wisseland, declare war. I feel like we lost 10 turns in this campaign just because the bad RNG with events. Bad timing. Oslo is gone. We might have lost 2 more relations. Ambush is foiled. So we're at 0 authority again.
Monster Slayer.
Okay.
They have exactly enough range to null.
Tools of judgment ready. Forward.
Quill and sword. Traveling.
Isabella is moving around. Looks like she's gonna poke into Flensburg.
Sigmar be praised. Following Sigmar's path.
Money, 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 and I guess I can get this on tier 3. Yeah, another witch hunter, of course, because the skill.
The nation calls.
Some foes are best left unfought.
3 witch hunters, okay, that's enough.
I'll not disoblige them.
What's the wizard situation? We can get also 3 priests. Public order is kind of overkill here due to the developed province. We have 3 witch hunters and get rid of town for now. We do need this place somewhere to recruit stuff, but there'll be another place to get it. We don't need it in Reikland. We get more money here. Let's go to the bottom of the barrel.
Gottrek Journeysan. Gottrek Journeysan. Orc Slayer. Demon Slayer. Gottrek Journeysan.
What is this echo?
Gottrek Journeysan. Garage. I.
Works fine most of the time. Sometimes it's just weird.
Gottrek Journeysan.
Okay. Looks like Woorbird might be raised.
Keep up.
So Drake and the vampires are moving towards us.
March on the witches.
Praise Sigmar by the
These idiots build orchards instead of walls. One of the most endangered factions in the game builds wine instead of walls.
Who calls? Die.
Idiots, yeah. What else working with vamps? Yeah, it's exciting to deal with them now. We're getting Whistling for the money and then we can get a second army. What the fuck is Isabella doing here? It's just waiting for an opportunity here.
Greetings, countrymen. I welcome your offer.
Wow, they won without me succeeding there. Sometimes lucky. Against Norska? Come on, man. Don't attack Steelen now. That's bullshit. They just barely survived against the Wood Elves. That's a shit RNG, man. Ah, it's a small settlement? Okay. Okay, it's a small settlement. It's not a capital. We have to deal with their lord, 3 spearmen, 4 marauders, and 2 hunters. It's 5, 2 characters, and 4 characters. 4 units on our side. 11 versus 11. They have a unit of skin wolves. I don't know. Their units have this ability called Rage, which there's definitely more than it shows. This shit does not work in auto-resolve, but once they start fighting, they will surprise you. The enemy has no special buffs really, except some leadership. Steelen has extra leadership and weapon strength. It looks like they have anti-Norska technology. Come on, man. No fucking way. What, I forgot to... So you're telling me they got anti-Norska technology? What about the anti-vampire technology? How the fuck this faction even affords weird technology like that? Look at this, they have anti-Norska technology. This guy is aggressive, huh? I don't know, this doesn't look winnable, but we'll try. A victory or defeat prediction, boys, let's go. You know what's a little bit weird here? We can click air control on this one here. Allow the air to control this army. What? You know, CA, if you're gonna do stupid shit like this, let us allow us to control the whole force ourselves. This is an AI, and we can give it an air control. So, does this mean if we give the AI control over an AI army, does this mean that we're gonna control the army? AI controlling AI. Let's see what happens if we check this one here. No, 2 AIs will style of control over him. I hate it when you yell like that, Alex, it hurts my ears. This thing called volume control. You can do it on Windows or on Twitch, so you can lower the volume. Come on, man, what is this shit here again?
It is war! We are Sigmar's heirs! Ulrich's will!
I hate this. What? It's like they see us immediately and we are hidden and they're coming after us.
In the name of the twin-tailed comet! No lingering! Yes, sir! Quick, march! Yes, General! For the Emperor! Sigmar!
Can't even get a proper charge here. It's exactly the same shit as before.
The ground quakes! Hand gunners! We serve the Emperor! Moving now!
But we can't outrun them, they're disengaging after the gunners.
To battle! Cavalry ready! By Ulrich's wrath!
They didn't even raise it.
Sigmar, grant me strength. So,
We got +1 with Geld. Could have been because of relations though. Yeah, high relations +1.
What?
Lackwit.
The nation calls. Praise
No one just got tier 4.
Show me the accused.
I need to I need to block this.
No man.
83.
Report. Receive. The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Dealing with 3 handgunners, huh?
Sigmar be praised.
By Sigmar's will, come in peace.
A revolt with Karak Hirn and von Karstens.
All right. By Sigmar's will. A fool's action.
If 2 more guys go down, it actually might look pretty bad here.
Hail to your Emperor, manlings.
He really wants us to join this war.
No. Go on then.
By joining war, we get what? -4. What a shit RNG, man, with Wiesland. What a shit RNG.
No.
How long was it on 0 over 5 turns?
Blessings of Sigmar upon.
And we have to deal a siege battle where they have 3 mortars.
Cleanse the filth. Send me a champion. Off we go. I can't.
This was a pretty shitty RNG here with this.
By Sig.
4 great swords and 3 mortars. We're a little bit outnumbered. Power is -20. Put a prediction here and let's go. Was the really shitty RNG with Wiesland. We had to wait like nearly extra 10 turns. We got to war with the Empire, with the vampires before we managed to get Wiesland. And now we had to declare Wiesland at -4. At the same turn we lost 2. And Volkmar will not ever be great unless we get Jade Griffin. Vampires control 1/3 of the Empire and the blocking the road to Kislev. This feels like a little bit suicidal, honestly, considering 3 mortars on the enemy side.
Chant the battle hymn. Mortar!
Yes, sir.
Sigmar call.
Can we hide the Emperor Knights in the trees here? Like they might take too long to break the door. Let's send these guys to do it.
Ready to serve. Free company.
Oh my god.
Hang on, Claude.
Holy shit. What the hell?
It doesn't seem like it's worth shooting the wall with 2 mortars. Let's see what happens. We can take some shots here. I might decide to destroy one of the towers.
Ready to fire.
If everything goes to shit regarding damage, we still have handgunners and other troops to get. Three mortars and multiple greatswords here. On top of that, there's all the range units in the city. At least there is nothing they can shoot over the left side.
Free
Until they turn on this mortar here. These mortars have trained to ammo each arm. Look at the bright side here. So what should be only one crossbow here? Looks like it's in the army. These guys will switch on the Free Company Militia here. These projectiles are just in mid-air.
Quick march! To battle! Formation, march! Go! Free company!
Okay, the worst is over.
Weapons drawn!
How much damage do we take here? Nearly 2000. Ooh, that's actually good for the growth. Those mortars have really long reload times, no experience.
Still here! Budget! Fly! Understood!
The shitting country mortars. Oh man. The shitting country mortars. Oh my god. They're taking the piece here, guys.
Yes, sir!
I should have just kept going on the wall and cleared all the wall.
Budget! Doctrine! I will! Free company! Budget! For Heldenhammer! To battle! Time!
This is taking way too much damage.
Excellence! At once! Free company! Sigmar guides us! Handgunners! Taking position!
Look at the amount of damage some of those guys have taken in such a short time.
Moving now! Take the ground! Grand Theogenist!
I'm gonna get there at the same time and use the buff.
The Empire endures! Ready! Ready to smite! Let's guide them! Strike them down!
The greatswords will be a little bit problematic. Still moving there. These guys should just go a little bit around to get a regrowth in that unit.
Sigmar guides us!
Clear the wall here and then we'll go on the other side. The flagellants can murder all these non-greatsword units. Absolutely delete them.
Is my shield!
What is this, broken, bugged?
For the twin-tailed comet! Go, Maraz! Take position! Sage wizards! Let the wind of life blow! To battle! Take the ground!
No, we won't be able to just get in here like this. But if they're losing, they'll get second to Penitent. We got some shots here. We won't be able to get through here without flanking them on the other side. We might have enough knights to get through here. If we break the halberd formation, we can kill them. Just move forward and try to get in those mortars. Well, it still matters. There's too many knights here for them to brace, so we'll just drag them the whole unit here. We have a lot more mass. And we'll just distract here with this company militia here. Get out now, get out of the city. Get the fuck out of the city, man. We got what we wanted here. Okay, and we got into the mortars. And we can apply more healing. This guy's have armor, so the healing has extra value here. If you have no range, sometimes he gets to the edge and casts a spell anyways. Even if you don't have the range. This is how it works in a siege.
Soldiers of the Empire! Sigmar speaks through me! Now!
These units are taking way too much damage, really.
Onwards! With haste! Target! And fire!
These flagellants are taking a lot of damage. We have the guns in.
Formation, march!
The greatsword is probably going to be the biggest problem here. We have made separate in here. We have to outmaneuver them in their own city. That's how bad this is to face this shit. Should have sent those gunners on the wall a while ago.
To battle!
We have 3 knights, and this makes all the difference. Because our units don't have much toughness. This door is still not up.
Our orders ready! Go! Fight men! Free company! Budgets! Quickly! Form a ring of steel! Quick march! Attack! We serve the Emperor! No lingering! For the Warhammer! Go!
Volkmar might not last long there.
We await your orders!
Put me the guns here.
Form a ring of steel!
I have 80 bullets on this free company militia.
Go! By Go Maras! Of a twin-tailed comet!
I'll apply some buffs here.
We obey! For the twin
Can we get their lore? We do have 80 bullets. These guys have some experience, so should be accurate. Experience does buff their accuracy as well, just don't see the start. You see how he's melting from the magical bullets? This has a lot of shooters in these units. Looks like they're routed. Have you guys seen that shit? We went around through the city with the cavalry and ended up for the other door. Through one halberdier unit. Surprising myself.
The ground quakes!
And that's known. It's a costly expansion at for authority. My units have been destroyed, and we blocked their second army, which will not be able to help them. The moment we get replenishment, the rest of the Wisland is gone. We decided to attack Wisland at this point because they hit tier 4. When you occupy a city, it goes down 1 level. For all the factions except the Greenskins have some kind of special rule. So we capture tier 3 city here. It would be really bad if this city was captured tier 2. So that extra weight might have been worth it. I would say the Emperor Knights are better Black Knights with Volkmar. But they're harder to unlock. So prediction is a close victory. And we occupy the city.
Sigmar, grant me
Oh, Gothic got a potion of healing. Gothic did good on the wall. Have you guys seen that mortar just butcher one of their units? Gothic did good, hasn't even taken that much damage. I didn't even cast a regrowth on him, I think. Get a student. So their second army has no range here, and their third army is no range here, and we take a noon. We did keep the noon cannon foundry. No cannon foundries here. Not a really crazy tier 3 building, but it gives you access to early rockets. This when you occupy the city, some of the buildings get randomly destroyed, but I have nothing built, so I guess we just kept what was there before. We kind of need tall walls here. The cannon foundry is too good to discard. This income building is luxury here, but it's adjacent to our capital, which has a strong bonus that buffs also adjacent provinces. This is where the Emperor gets a lot of the core income, adjacency to Aldorf. We don't really need this one. This one is usually cream on top once you have everything built up. I guess we'll just drop this and keep the rest. Hellstorm rocket batteries are available,
the instrument of
which require 2 turns to recruit. They're definitely better than mortars in this army. But I don't really want to disband those mortars in this situation. We'll get some Hellstorm rocket batteries on Gotrek here. This could be a base for his army.
An oath is an oath. Destiny guides me.
What do we have on him here? We got a potion of toughness, some weapon options, and nothing really else there.
Orders.
Militiaman is currently not needed.
Born to die.
We might recruit some troops on Gotrek, so Militiaman does help. We get the units rank 3, +1 and +3. Total.
Fate provides the plot.
Not possible.
The Twitch Hunter is actually very good to target the vampire heroes.
No.
There's a quest here which requires us to perform action against the vampire counts.
Show me the accused.
I have a feeling the Mumford is getting closer and closer to Camperbad. This almost looks like there is something here. Could be another army there. I think they managed to destroy one of the vampire armies.
What? Forward. So? Step to it.
Oh, look at that.
I disobey.
Well, somebody loves their Black Knights. Meet you on the walls, Mumford. That would be, yeah. The cavalry is pretty good with the vampires, especially when the AI does it. Whiterun is fortified, but if they besiege us, we'll lose the trade, since this is our capital. We kinda need to destroy at least one of his main armies, like we did with Vlad, to prevent them snowballing. The main snowball comes from high rank units, like you see in Vlad with rank 9 Blood Knights, high rank, the rest of the army, 3-4 Vargas, a hero. This all adds to him just crushing all these minor factions. When they lose one of these armies here, they kinda like slow down again, until they can get some more or better units and on high ranks again.
No, mortal.
The righteous hammer of Sigmar.
Grand Shield of Fate. You get a ward save buff, 50 seconds, it's kinda nuts. Helps a lot with damage reduction. Goes well with healing magic. How far are the Demigriffs? It's a tier 4 unit. And requires an expensive building. The Halberdiers with Emperor's Finest can fight off Black Knights, but that will require a lot of Halberdiers, not usually how much you get in an army. It does look like they're gonna be facing this thing here. The Talbeckland looks like to be toast. This is gonna do -6 and possibly -8. We might actually go to war with all Elector Count scouts of vampires. That'd be interesting, right? Manfred has not taken a single battle skill, which is a huge mistake. You really need the battle skill for infantry on the vampires, so they really don't work without it.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Godtrek,
We're a little bit slow on taking Reikland, but you have seen the filthy RNG. You know, sometimes you have to just accept it or, you know, get ahead. But the vampires have been doing okay lately with expansion. I mean, when you look at the Elector counts, you can see there are 5 Manfreds. He's taken nearly half of the Empire. But it's due to his army that is snowballing with high experience. In 38 turns, we only got +1 fealty with Geld. And sometimes you can get 10 fealty on like turn 5. It is definitely some RNG here. There's some RNG and bad timing here, but makes the campaign more interesting than just steamrolling the vampires, right? The Riker could have also turned against the vampires. I think turns more against the Empire these days than the vampires, so the vampires seem to be good. Yeah, I think you don't have any debuffs if it's a civil war. But you're at war with all the Elector counts, which is disaster level. I don't like how close they are to Reikland. Sometimes getting this to prevent any sabotage is the way to go. But if we have to clear Wisseland. With Wisseland clear, we can focus on the vampires.
I trust no man.
The thing that can benefit us the most right now is targeting Manfred's heroes in their armies. We do have 3 Witch Hunters.
Seek out the heretics.
We do also have 2 characters with Blessed Holy War. Only Volkmar is supposed to have this. With additional one, it gives us higher chance to succeed, even in lower rank. The Witch Hunters can have a very high chance to assassinate, but due to this skill currently providing extra benefits from other characters, the Witch Hunters are a little bit overpowered. Because they can get stuff like Tug and Rogue, and 3 points in Assassinate, and Assassinate trait. So this could give us a little bit advantage against their heroes. Because if their armies have no heroes, it will weaken them. It's not different when you have to face 3 characters with 10 Black Knights and then 1 character with 10 Black Knights. Because stained black knights are dead to hurt you. Unless you're gonna outnumber them. We do have technology against the vampires, we got into leadership and attack, so it makes all the difference as well. We got fully buffed infantry as well, which makes the halberdiers good, but we are currently not using them. We should unlock volley fire probably. So what's the situation right now?
Blessings of Sigmar.
We got 5 units for volley fire. Volley fire is huge for garrisons. This is huge for garrisons, and this technology is also buff garrison units. So the garrison units get stronger. You can also unit in garrison, and you can see these buffs. You can see extra armor, leadership, speed, damage, defense. So it's quite a big deal. On top of that, the anti-technology also work for the garrisons too. Volley fire is a big deal for the range units. Makes their ammo do more. Without a volley fire, you rarely get much value out of the ammo, the extra ammo. You don't use that much ammo. Usually Pistoliers, Free Combat Militia is the only ones that run out of ammo before battle is over. It also gives 10% more ammo for these units. So we'll clear Wisseland and we'll start dealing with the vampires. Hopefully Solent with Lust. Going to Boomtown.
Knowledge is power.
If the air had range for Boomtown, they would have tried to block a replenishment. Even if we can still defeat them. That's why blocking that army below was critical. Holy fuck! What you say about Vampire Out Resolve? Empire Out Resolve? Manfred finally got stopped by a minor factions with tier 0 units.
Praise Sigmar.
They must have anti-vampire technology at this point.
Okay, servant of the faith.
And we did keep them alive here, huh?
Vigilant.
Wow. Just like that, Manfred lost his main army. Sylvania is rank 8 right now. Might not be probably updated. Volkmar also lost one of their armies. They're fighting orcs, which is good. But look at this. They're enclave inside the vampire territories.
I can't. No. The righteous hammer of Sigmar. Never.
So we are building basic walls here. The fact they put these troops here doesn't really help them that much. Fail on 83%.
Wordsmith. Ready. Onwards.
I will not.
Looks like another one here.
Hunt them out.
That was pretty good here.
Yes, it is good to see, fellows. Indeed.
Trade with Marienburg.
Yes. By Sigma's will.
No, no.
Not yet with these guys. They do have this trust, so maybe harder to get these treaties.
A fool's action.
I'm missing some trade here, huh?
And what can the
Karak Zifl now. This guy seems unpredictable here. We could get the dwarf technology, but we can't afford it now. Kislev is rank 3 with 10 settlements.
You will drink with us. Then we will see who still stands.
Kislev. Distrust the Empire, 88 relations. No help there. Mukarsens are at war with 4 factions. These guys might not last here. There's a way to clear this without need to fight all of them. They have what, 6 units, 16 units, 23 units. Why they are feeling this settlement is gonna be a stage of Sigmar? I don't think I can handle another stage of Sigmar today. It's like half the battlefields there were Statue of Sigmar.
Gottrek, Gurnison.
We can besiege the settlement with Volkmar and attack the army that's reinforcing the settlement. Then they're gonna flee to Wissenburg. We need to clear this immediately. We need to get events as well. 2% chance the field will decrease with other ones.
Northmen come.
At least they take the Black Pit here. And Bretonia is looking pretty good. Look at this. Not often you see Bretonia this good. Marienburg is a buffer here, and these guys are doing okay. Just the east and the northeast. We just pretend the Badlands don't exist right now.
Sigmar, grant me strength.
Okay, so we're gonna have to cancel this recruitment.
Let's avoid these babblings for now.
We have no lightning strikes, but we have two armies here. So Volkmar will besiege the city. We need to clear both settlements here. We can avoid casualties here and properly replenish for the follow-up. So we besiege the city here. Now the city is under siege, which means they cannot reinforce. Which means the guy outside the city is kind of fucked, but they can still recruit in a way where they can reinforce. This is a little bit random.
Yes.
We need one of those famous long retreats from the AI.
Give him a rank. Ahead. I will cleanse them. I?
So much about that. They retreat right into the zone of control of the settlement.
To battle. Unachievable.
No, we just lost one turn here, huh?
Would be a fine thing.
What is she doing here? You're just waiting for an opportunity to attack something.
Fate provides the plot. Poetry in motion.
Stirland is doing okay. These guys are on the last legs, and the vampires didn't have enough. We crippled the von Karsteins, and these guys, I guess, got lucky. Must have gotten the anti-vampire attack.
For the heir of Sigmar.
By having this thing here, we actually got this thing here. As I forgot about the points, huh? Elector Count Wisseland. Missile resistance 40%, missile strength 10% for artillery units, and higher recruit rank for artillery units, and lower upkeep on the Elector Count state troops. What missile resist is actually a pretty nice buff. Let's assign Volkmar here. Volkmar is now Elector Count Wisseland, and he also gets a Bloodbringer, which gets automatically equipped, and we currently don't have Dragon Tooth anymore. I hate this shit when it just gets automatically equipped like this. You only had a weapon here. Why does this shit get automatically equipped? This weapon is better. Now we lost his weapon for this fight. We gained massive missile resist. We also unlock the Emperor's Rot steam tank,
I cannot, for most ungi.
which costs 2400 to recruit and nearly 1000 per turn. You know, but we have to be fiscally responsible here, guys. So, yeah, we are gonna recruit next turn.
Fear my righteous fury. By Sigmar.
-4 here. Yeah, let's fight this. They have one rocket battery and 5 great swords. Are you fucking kidding me? Back-to-back Sigmar statues. Yeah, they're evil sons of bitches. They makes you just dislike Sigmar here because of this shit. It's like over half the battles today is on this fucking battlefield. Small indie company, man. They can't afford to create more layouts. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. That's what a prediction here. Pyrrhic Victory, Blue, Red Order. This is a problem with the Warhammer 2 layout system. So basically, just imagine a province has 3 regions, and provincial capital always has walls, and those 2 minor regions, they usually have the same layout. But it gets worse. Imagine now this. They're all 3 fortified. They all 3 will have the same wall. It's way too common. It's way too common. And it gets worse, especially when these settlements are controlled by the Skaven. Because over half the battlefields is that fucked up on the left and the suicide on the right. Okay. Last battle for tonight. You're wondering why I haven't played some Diablo 2 Resurrected recently. I haven't even played those stream. So, it was 6 days ago, I log in and I get a queue trying to get into offline, and then I click play offline and the game crashes. And then, I kid you not, this happens. This happens, let me show you. One moment. They page the game. And this is the page notes. Fixed a crash related to exiting the queue to play offline. You know what happens the first time I update this page? I click offline and the game crashes. Haven't touched the game in 5 days. How can they fucked up something that works? Pissed me off really bad. So looks like the reinforcements are gonna come from this side. It's a smaller army there. We could put pressure there. I have no idea what the fuck they're doing, but they're making the game worse. They're trying to fix stability issues online, and they're fucking everything else in the process. There's nothing more irritating to me than the game crashing. The Hellstone rocket battery can actually do some serious damage if they shoot from this side.
For the twin-tailed comet.
Maybe we're just putting our free common militia here under risk. We might be able to get here in time. I kind of want to jump this before they converge. Would you keep Flagellants and Volkmar mid to late game? The moment the Flagellants die, I'll start replacing with different units. The only thing worse than game crashing is streamers complaining about it. A good thing I'm going off after this game. I would have timed you out today, McConnell.
Emperor's might! Yes! Power of nature!
Our weapons are yours! Militia!
Get some good damage in these guys. We need to try to slow this down. Our cavalry is armored and it's anti-infantry, which means the swordsmen can't really do much.
Ready for war! Quickly! At speed! War! Free company! Prepare for combat! Go! Ready! Charge! High priest! With haste! No lingering! Charge!
Actually, not in proper range, you know. Let's clear this first.
Company! Glory awaits! As you say, by Ulrich's wrath! General!
Swordsmen can't do shit against armored cavalry. Doesn't matter what rank they are.
Ready for battle!
On the other hand, that's a problem. We'll send the knights around. We'll keep this close to the trees.
Yes, my lord! For the Warhammer! By Volkmar! No lingering! Now! Ready? To battle! Quick march! For time!
Let's fire here before we move forward. Give me a heal here and move forward, boys. We can outmaneuver the rest of their army. Hellstorm rocket battery usually stays in the back because of extremely high range.
To battle! Yes, sir! Taking position! Quickly now! Free company!
Units are at 45 speed right now. The knights are hidden, disappeared for a moment. I'm not gonna attack here because they might disappear as well. We'll just send the knight there instead. Just confuse them here with the other two.
Free company! Flagellants!
I only need this one is taking too much damage.
Yes, General!
Two great swords here. They're trying to brace, so I'll just shoot them with artillery.
By Volkmar! By Ulrich! For the twin-tailed comet!
Volkmar has a ward save there. This guy still just move a little bit forward.
Take the ground! By Volkmar! Yes, General! Understood! Charge!
He's taking too much damage. We'll just outmaneuver some of their heavier infantry. They sending 3 units here, we have 3 units here, we don't have to engage. We can just also go around.
Formation, march! No lingering! Go! Yes, General! Taking position! To battle!
We have speed on our side, right?
Militia! Quick march!
There's some healing here.
Let the wind of life!
Volkmar is doing fine there. What the hell is going on? These guys are still here?
To battle! Sigmar calls! We await your orders! Sir! Yes, sir!
We have separated their crossmen here.
Handgunners! Attack! The power of life is mine!
Our units are just faster than theirs because we have an extra speed buff from Volkmar.
We serve the Emperor!
Volkmar's gonna take some damage here, huh? I'll break them here first. Just keep running. We have well, they actually got some debuff here. Is poison debuff?
Yes, sir, quickly! Sigma! Send us out!
How is this guy still kicking here?
Quickly! Hail Sigma!
I forgot about Gotrek in this battle. Just chill there in the trees. I was totally focused on this free combo and Emperor Knights forgot about Gotrek for this fight.
Our orders? Yes, sir! Free company! Water! Attack them then!
Should disengage here.
Ready?
This Knights will just clear everything here. They're very close to army losses.
Advance! For Sigma! Battle ready!
Yeah, they're out.
Now! Ready! At speed!
We can do a little bit of healing here, huh?
Flagellants!
See, the Flagellants are taking damage, but they're also doing okay. The range damage is it's the really crazy against the Flagellants. Especially like mortars and stuff.
Sigma speaks through me! Ready to serve!
This being really any heavy cavalry unit would have done really the same. Heck, even the Rise Guard would have done the same thing here.
Yes, General! Get them! Attack! For the Emperor! War!
Volkmar was taking, what, 3 units there?
By the Jade Griffin!
Close to victory, man, that really hit us. What we need on Volkmar is we need some regeneration and we need wheels.
Victorious! But alive!
Yeah, the Knights did good because they didn't have much solutions. This army got hit hard by the cavalry. This army here down here. And then we just went around. They have to respond to us so we can outmaneuver them. If they don't respond, we just hit them in the back.
Sigma
Toolkeeper, another wallet. They're down to 1 settlement here. I remember if I take the last settlement, you lose more authority. Elector Count's destroyed. Well, we lose another 2 here.
Armor is for maidens.
This is the bombardment. Would have been very useful in this fight. Altar is on 16. It's basically a bombardment around Volkmar. Pegasus on 16. I guess Regrowth and Arcane Conduit so we can recharge power.
Gotrek, Gurnison. I trust no man.
Replenishment is capped 60, which means 50%. 60 is half this unit.
Preserved for a greater doom.
This place could still get targeted around. It would be a shame this shit flips, but I checked the area, there's nobody in the area.
Gotrek, Gurnison.
Continue with the rockets here.
Victorious, but alive. Sigma be praised.
Probably give a potion toughness here for now. Oh, arcane item here. Well, a little bit late into Wisseland, but it's getting there. If the Mumford won against Talbeglan would have been way worse. Elmangorst is north of Aldorf. That's a surprise. Vlad out of nowhere. So what do we have here? Vlad and Isabella with 3 more characters. The flagellants have taken serious damage. This is why Isabella was getting close. He was just waiting for Vlad to attack. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing another battle on this stage of Sigmar here. There is no way avoiding casualties in this battle. Auto-resolve kills 2 flagellants. And we have max replenishment. I'm pretty sure we lose most of our flagellants in a manual battle. We'll take the auto-resolve here. Okay, nearly killed the warrior priest. The auto-resolve was reliable here. 2 flagellants getting killed, that's way too generous. This battle would have killed most of the flagellants. I was planning to get a tank anyways. That was a victory on the manual battle, but the casualties would have been higher on the units getting destroyed. Anyways, boys, this is gonna be part 1 of this Volkmar campaign, to be continued tomorrow. We'll probably play some more Fallout 3. Not tonight though, not tonight. We've stayed right in front of Vault 112. There's a shit ton of vampires on 2 sides. So this will be interesting here. We're a little bit behind on progress and makes the vampires a little bit look like they're threatening. But we're still playing the Empire, which is OP compared to the vampires, so there's not much they can do. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and see you next time. Good night.